Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Monday, it's December 8th, and we are in day 6. I know, it was so easy last week, week 1 of trial, day 1 of trial was December 1st. So 1 through 5 just all lined up. And now we've had a weekend. Hopefully it was restful, and it has just changed what we're doing with regard to the timing of our days. So it's Monday, December 8th. It's day 6 of trial. On Friday, you'll remember that the judge told the jury that everything was running on schedule and they expect this case to only go 2 more weeks. The judge wanted this case to be done before the Christmas holiday, and it looks like that might be possible. But we will see how long it takes to get through the prosecution's case. And then the big question is, if the defendant testifies, how long will he be on the stand? We don't know. Today, we are going to be starting with the witness that we left off with on Friday, which is the medical examiner coroner. And a number of you asked, hey, but they never recovered Anna Walshe, the victim in this case. True, they didn't. But there's a lot that the ME can test that is not just doing an autopsy. And I imagine that that's what we're going to be getting into first thing this morning is what else the ME can test, what else they can do testing on, because they did recover a lot of things that were soaked in blood and hair and tissue. So today I think is going to be probably a scientific evidences type of day. I think we're going to hear about what they did at the home. And if you watched this week's podcast, you'll know a bit more about the damage alleged to the home, not only from the alleged murder of Anna Walshe, also the disposal of Anna Walshe, also the testing of the home that took about 2 days. So if you have heard that, then you know that we've got a long way to go here. So with all of it, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? I'm ready. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to get going. And we're going to get to court. So let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I have a homemade cappuccino this morning. Little cup of cappuccino. I'm hoping it's good. I'm ready to go. You ready? Let's roll. Destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, it's time for us to get to court together, so let's do that.
You are unmuted.
Great. We love it when we're unmuted. Good morning, Your Honor. I'm ready for the jurors to come in. You know it's my favorite part. Get our closed captioning going. And we are ready to roll.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All rise. Jurors entering.
That's my gavel. That means here ye's are coming. And I'm not going to zoom because I always screw it up. So no zooming. No zooming.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to do for the Honorable Justice Diane. Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, Ron here, give your attendance and you shall be heard. Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn on your cell phones.
And away we go. Jurors are in. We're going to resume with the same witness that was on the stand. The judge is going to ask them those same questions.
Jurors, we'll start today with the 4 questions.
I'm going to speed
comply
up.
with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case.
Good morning. Let's look at everybody. Good
Be
morning,
able to comply with my order that you not do any research about the case.
That we're going to 1.25. No research, no social media.
We're able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and or access any news media. Yes.
I don't know. I think for some people it might be hard
Have open minds.
not being on social media. I think for some it would be like, oh, Bye, everybody. I can't be on social media.
Thank you, jurors. With that,
Okay,
we're ready to begin.
just a good
today's
excuse.
work. All of the jurors have responded in the affirmative yes to each of the questions.
All right.
Have a
Week
witness back on the stand.
2.
Morning. Dr. Atkinson, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes.
Good morning, Dr. Ed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait, no, Dr. Atkinson.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Emily,
may.
not everybody can be Anderson. I know. All right, we're slowing them back down to normal. However,
Doc,
late
do you recognize this image?
in the day, Friday, they
Yes.
were all talking very.
Is that an image of
intentionally?
the bag of rugs that you had the opportunity to examine?
So if we need to
at OCME?
speed back up, we
Yes,
will.
it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is file number P10900001. No objection.
The next image, P109000, is that what you said?
0001.
0001 is now in evidence as exhibit 181.
It'd be Fluffy, sure. It'd be Fluffy said, can we use EDB, being EDB jury members as an excuse for staying off of social? Sure. That's why we built the Lawnerd app. So if all of you are ready to just be done with social, we can notify you there and keep you up to date on things there. So that's part of it.
Thank
Oh,
you.
I
And
forgot to
jurors,
start.
we had a change in staff over the weekend and for the rest of the trial. Ms. Blankenship is going to be the court reporter. I know you can only see the back of the person, but welcome.
That's our new court reporter.
Your Honor, may
I appreciate it. That's probably not going to work.
Commonwealth publishing exhibit.
Sure can.
Gooby Queen said, can I use being on the EDB jury to get out of actual jury duty summons?
0001.
Probably not.
So, Doctor.
They just switched court reporters. That's not uncommon.
What is the significance of the 230493 at the bottom?
That is the OCME case number. So 23 was the year 2023. And then that was the number of cases we'd had up to that point.
And so, Doctor, your numbers, are they the same as the crime?
So yes, they do start at the beginning of the year with case number 1. So it would be 23-0001-0002, et cetera, et cetera.
Crime lab numbers?
No.
Anita,
And
the update's in the podcast for Corey
If we
Richens.
could take that down.
So yes, it's in the podcast this
And
week.
do we have what was marked as exhibit 180 from Friday? And for the record, this is file number PC 110198. Doctor, directing your
I don't know. It's not on your end. Look, trying to get a satellite feed out of court, I'm sure, is no doubt difficult. Lexi in the chat said, morning EDB, I just got my own jury summons in the mail for Dedham. You might get to see the Hear Yees in person. I'm so excited for that.
attention to the screen for exhibit 180. What were the observations you were able to make of this piece of carpet?
This piece of
That looks
carpet
like the
has
backside
a
of the
large
carpet.
area of red-brown stain on it. And in the middle of this stain was an approximately 1/4 inch long, what looked to be a blood clot.
Oh,
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
okay.
So, doctor, what is a blood clot?
A blood clot is just
Blood
blood,
that has
that
clotted.
has solidified or clotted.
And how were you able to make the
mean-
determination it looked like a blood clot? What was it that about it that gave you that indication?
It's the correct color,
Oh
shape,
my God, the camera's
consistency of a
killing
blood
me.
clot. I've seen thousands of them.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Hopefully their feed gets a little bit smoother. It is.
Doctor, do you recognize
Jumpy.
this image?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of a close-up of the blood clot from that section of carpet?
yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is PC 110197.
All right, I'm with all of you.
Objection.
Photo PC 110197 is now in evidence as exhibit 182. Thank you.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 182?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, do we have PC 110197? So, doctor, that's the close-up of the blood clot that you identified?
Yes.
What did you do with that blood clot?
I saved that blood clot in a jar for possible future DNA analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. How do you save it in a jar, sir?
You place it into a plastic jar and then I believe, freeze.
I mean, they can ask, how did you do that? But it is what it is. I'm going to put this into 1.25 just because they do speak so precisely and slowly with one another.
That jar
that'll
afterward.
be fine.
Now,
The medical examiner's office or the coroner's office or what have you has a lot of glass jars that they can save things in. They save all kinds of samples in them. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave my experience at the coroner's office there. We're going to just keep going. I know, no red Solo cups. I know. They saved it in glass and they froze it so it could later be tested. I know. It's crazy.
You may.
doctor, I'm showing you two images at this point in time. Are those fair and accurate depictions of the next section of carpet you had the opportunity to analyze or look at that day at OCME?
Yes, this was the largest piece.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter the next two photographs as exhibits.
What are the,
File numbers?
yes?
The first would be PC 110204.
We're going to get a lot
The second would be PC
of,
110217.
I think we're going to get a lot of photos of blood-stained
Those two
carpets.
photos now identified by the Commonwealth by their P number are in evidence as 184 and 185.
That's what I have.
Thank you for the correction, 183 and 184.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth may publish these next two exhibits.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 183, which is PC 110204? Doctor, directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 183. What observations did you make of this carpet while it was being unrolled?
I
Well-
observed the same types of red-brown stains on the carpet.
It's a lot of blood
There
on the
were
carpet.
also more areas of clotted blood, and there were also areas with white, clumpy, powdery substance. Some of it was discolored from the fluid that was on it.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 184, which is PC
Okay.
110217?
I imagine they tested some of the clotted areas, which is
So
why they
close.
are talking about it.
And doctor, is this the same section of carpet?
Yes.
And now, doctor, on this section, were you still able to observe the red-brown staining and the white substance?
Yes.
In addition to making these observations of the white substance, did you identify anything as far as potential hairs?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down.
And yes, it is
Yes.
interesting to me that he took the time, and I'm saying he because he
Doctor,
pled
recognize this
guilty
image?
to the disposal.
Yes.
He took the
Collection
time
of hairs that you saw on that section
to
of carpet?
It is.
Your Honor,
cut up the
Commonwealth
rug
will
to
seek
better fit in a
enter
trash can.
PC
Or a trash bag.
110243 as the next exhibit.
Oh, sorry, everybody. Some of you are.
It's in evidence now as 184.
It's Uncle Bunny said too early for blood talk. As I'm sitting here drinking my coffee, I'm going to eat breakfast in a few minutes. But yes, I also used to eat lunch while reviewing casework. Just hazard of the job. We are going to talk a lot about blood, tissue, and testing of blood and tissue this morning. So we're going to hear a lot about that. So if that is not for you this early in the fine morning, when we switch witnesses, we'll just ping you in the Law & Order app. It's free on iOS and Android. So we will ping you at the Law & Order app and let you know. And then this testimony, when they test and determine what things are, that will all be summarized in the case brief that will be up tomorrow. So don't worry. For all of you that are in medical fields and other adjacent first responder and other adjacent fields that are just like, it's another day. I get it. I get it. Everybody has their own work experience where they've just like Well, this is just work mode now and it's fine. So whatever works best for you, but that's what's going to be today. We're going to hear a lot about tissue and hair and the rest of it.
5, 110243.
Your Honor, report of petition in Commonwealth Published 245.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC
I mean,
110243?
you wouldn't catch me eating if I was actually at the coroner's office.
Doctor,
But
directing
at
your,
the coroner's
your
office
attention
has
to
all the
Exhibit
smells.
185, what did you do with this collection of hairs?
I collected all the hairs that I could find on the piece of carpet, and including this clump, and I put them in an envelope, an evidence envelope, and sealed it and signed it.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, Doctor, besides making observations of the section of carpet as far as what you saw on it, did you have the opportunity to go through that material and find any objects in it?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure they went through this carpet very, very
Yes.
consistently.
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Is that a close-up of the section of carpet with a hand holding a ruler that you had the opportunity to examine OCME?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is PC 110208. No objection.
Photo with that ID is now in evidence as 186.
They're going to go through a lot of
Yes?
Ms. Gilman, could we
A
have
lot of
PC
photos.
110208? So, Doctor, directing your attention to this image, whose hand is that?
That is my hand with a glove.
And what is the ruler next to?
Just above the ruler, you can see a metal item that has a loop on one side. It appeared to me to be some sort of jewelry charm without a chain attached.
And
talking
so,
about
Doctor,
right there.
around that area,
I'm pointing
is
with my
that white
mouse pointer.
substance, is that what you were talking about, is the white powdery substance? And I don't want to misstate you if it's not powdery, but what is that? Was that what you saw that day?
Yes, almost all of these clumps are that
Oh.
same powdery, clumpy substance. Some of them look
I guess we found where all the baking soda went then.
red and brown and tan, probably because of the liquid that made them clump.
Right.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down, thank you. Doctor, what did you
Right.
do with that piece of metal that you found?
I photographed it and I also placed it into an envelope and saved it for evidence.
May I put it on?
You may.
LAB said, is that the toggle to her Gucci necklace? It could be, because that was a very notably
Doctor, you recognize this
toggled
image?
necklace.
Yes, I do.
Is that a picture
And we
of
saw
the piece
pictures
of
of
metal
her
that
with
you
it on.
photographed by an envelope?
Yes.
But in all the photos from the trash can, I did not see her necklace anywhere.
Commonwealth would seek to have image file number PC 110245 as the next
So-
exhibit line.
Any objection?
No objection.
110245. That image is in evidence as 187.
And I will go back and pull up the photo that they used in court of the jewelry toggle.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, can we have
To take a
PC
look in a minute.
110245? Thank you. So, Doctor, is this the photographing of the piece of metal that you spoke of?
Yes.
And that envelope, is
Oh.
that the envelope you put it into that's in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
It looks like the loop side is facing down to the bottom of the table where it's being photographed. They'll probably show the photo again too.
May I photo?
Yes?
Doctor, there's gloves beneath you. Can I have you put those on?
Oh, they've got it in court. All right.
Doctor, I'm handing you a glassine envelope.
I'm going to
ask, do
grab
you
that
recognize the
photo off of
envelope that's
Instagram
inside the glassine
again.
envelope?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to look inside that paper envelope this morning?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same paper envelope that you put the piece of metal in at the OCME?
Yes.
And the yellow sticker on the exterior of the envelope, what is that number on it?
That's the same OCME number that was.
Chad, indulge me for a moment while I pull up that Instagram photo that we have talked about. So when they pull this out, we can take a look and see if we think it is from the necklace that we have seen in other photos. Remember, they showed photos of the carpet, and then they showed photos of Anna Walshe last week, though in some of those photos, her face was blurred. I'm not going to get into a rant again about it. I'm sure it's time stamped from last week because I was frustrated. But this is the necklace that I believe that we are talking about. In a lot of her Instagram photos leading up to the time of her death, she is wearing this necklace. It seemed to be the one that she favored. It's been identified as hers in photos that people have identified as her wearing this necklace. So I think that that is where the toggle came from. This necklace was not recovered. The watch was. So the necklace is, I think, pretty identifiable. And that's why they showed, I think, her necklace. They also showed, I'm going to grab one other photo. These are still up on her Instagram. This is one of the other photos that they showed. This photo, the location is tagged as Belgrade, Serbia. And this is the watch that was found in the same trash bags that they found boots, not with the fur, and her COVID card and more. And this is another shot of that necklace. So as we get into what is in the glycine envelope, I imagine what we're going to see is the necklace toggle, because I think that's exactly what that is. I
the
agree
number of
with
this
you,
case.
Chat.
And on the front of it, do you recognize the front, the writing on the front?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
And we
That
get to
is my handwriting
bring it back
describing
up.
what this was.
And can you look inside the envelope? It has to
And
recognize
the jury
envelope.
doesn't.
Do you recognize the object, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is that the piece of metal that you found in the rug while you were doing your examination at OCME?
Yes.
If you could hold on to it for one moment.
Sure.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the glassine envelope that has the paper envelope and the piece of metal inside the paper envelope as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Piece
It's
of
now in
metal,
evidence as 188.
e.g. necklace toggle.
Thank you, doctor. You can put it back inside. Thank you, doctor.
You're welcome.
Courtroom ASMR is rarely delightful. Normally, it's just too loud of the
Doctor, did you recognize any writing on exhibit 188?
bags being way too loud.
Pressed into it.
Yes, there was an engraving of Gucci on one side.
Keep reading, Emily. It'll answer the question. Because of course there is. Because it is a luxury brand, and of course the toggle also had Gucci engraved on it. I just keep reading. Well, whoop, there it is.
Gentleman approach.
Yes?
Doctor, do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
What is that an image of?
This is the plastic container that I saved a large amount of this clumped substance and also all of the blood clots that I found.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, which is file number PC 110222.
Any objection?
No objection.
PC 110222 is now in evidence as
They're going to be
exhibit
marking a
189.
lot of evidence, I imagine. And I'm interested in
Your
what
Honor, the Commonwealth published exhibit 189.
the OMA
Yes.
tested.
Ms. Gilman, can we have PC 110222?
They're going to have to go through what the things are before
doctor,
they
this
get
container, what did you do with this container?
I put a lid on this container and then
Put it in the
we
freezer.
put it in a freezer.
And why do you put it in a freezer?
For DNA analysis, that's the preferred method of preserving the tissue.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that. Doctor, did you take any other samples that day while you were making your examination of the rugs?
Yes, I did.
What did you take for samples?
I saw in I painstakingly mushed through a lot of this crumbly substance. And there was one area near one of the blood clots that appeared to have some specks of something that could possibly be tissue.
He's doing a very good job of referring to it as crumbly substance, but we all know how much I believe baking powder, not baking soda, but we all know how much was purchased, so I'm not surprised. So he's the Emmy has done an incredible job of being just neutral and saying apparent this, apparent that. So
Clumped areas appeared to be tissue at first, or possibly tissue, but upon further inspection, it was obvious that none of this clumped powdery material was actually any kind of tissue. But this one area had very small specks of something that I thought might not be the same type of powder. So I put this area, I saved that for looking at under the microscope.
And how do you do that, sir?
How do you save it? Or
Yes, please.
you put it into a cassette.
And do you have to add anything to the substance to put it in the cassette?
Susan, there
No,
was
but you
life
put the
insurance.
cassettes into formalin. It's like formaldehyde that preserves the tissue.
What happens, and now, you did that with the tiny specks. Did you do that with any other items that day? Make formalin, put things into formalin?
No, I saved the blood clots mainly for DNA testing.
And if I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Huh? You may.
Sadie, we're going to get into this, but
Cross exam.
Thank you, Judge.
nothing further. I thought there might have been some more testing. I am surprised that there wasn't. It was sent to the scientific lab. Sadie asked about why they didn't recover her. It was the way the trash was disposed of. We'll see if they get into that more, but it was the way the trash was disposed of. I'm surprised we're already on to cross-examination, honestly. So I'm going to put this down to regular speed till I see how fast Tipton is questioning this morning, because this can tend to speed up a little bit.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You used the word a moment ago on direct examination. You painstakingly went through some of the material that you found on the rug.
Yes.
And you did that very carefully.
Yes.
Yes,
You were paying close
counsel, that's
attention
what
because that's how you're
painstaking would
trained
mean.
and that's what you do.
Correct.
I want to just talk to you the beginning here about your position. You are a deputy chief of the medical examiner, correct?
I am no longer the deputy chief medical examiner.
Okay, I'm looking at your CV and I'm wondering if it's just an older one.
It must be an older one, yes.
Okay, can you tell us, sir, what you are now? What's your title?
I am a medical examiner
Okay.
now.
When did you stop being deputy chief?
I served as deputy chief from 2018 until 2022.
So when you were the deputy chief and now when you're
That sounds like a lot of administrative work. I can imagine changing. Also, depending on the location, MEs, like the head ME, are elected. And when election cycles change, you can change who the next chief is. Sometimes it is a position that they just shuffle through. So there's nothing necessarily nefarious about changing roles. But being like the deputy ME involves a lot of paperwork. So I'm not surprised. The old CV, though, all of us are just like,
simply a medical examiner, you're still doing very important work. Were you doing this type of work that you're doing as a medical examiner in your role as a deputy chief medical examiner?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And there's a lot of responsibility attached to being a deputy chief medical examiner as well as just a medical examiner.
Sure.
And once again, my use of just a doesn't imply anything. I hope you know that. Can I ask you something then? Knowing now that this might be an older CV, are you now or were you once a member of the Massachusetts Commission on Medical Legal Investigation?
Yes, I was.
But you're no longer.
Correct.
And when I say no longer, that position is basically time controlled by the statute that created that commission. Is that fair to say?
he's asking if there's a 4-year window to hold that position.
I have no idea.
Okay. How long were you on the commission?
I think it was
5
approximately
years?
the same.
4 years?
Maybe a year in either direction of when I was deputy.
And that commission was created by statute to promote the use and skills of the medical legal investigation of deaths, correct?
Yes.
What?
And you and other people assigned to that commission did the important work of trying to ensure that medical legal investigations are thorough and exacting and reliable.
Correct.
And on that commission, there are police officers, law enforcement, attorneys, medical examiners like yourself, correct?
Okay,
Yes.
Tipton.
And
And
can you tell the
and is
jury
correct.
what that
And?
phrase means, medical legal investigation?
Sure. It refers to any type of medical investigation that has the potential to also involve the legal system.
Okay. And that's what medical examiners do. They get involved in the legal system because they're trying to determine cause and manner of death. Correct?
Correct.
Now, I look at your CV and I see that you have published in the area, certain medical related areas, correct?
Yes.
And the journals that you published in are well respected and peer reviewed. I mean, they're important journals.
Sure.
And I see that on your CV, you also list on this CV, under the abstract title, two presentations that I think are characterized as posters, correct?
Yes.
And when we say posters, we're literally talking about physical posters, correct?
Yes.
And the information on posters, it's equally important. It helps educate people. You're providing very valuable information to people, regardless of the form that it takes, correct?
Correct.
And either while you were a deputy chief medical examiner or in your capacity now as a medical examiner, do you participate in lectures, or sometimes they're called rounds, with your colleagues and discuss aspects
I don't
that
think
pertain to
lectures
your
and
work?
rounds are necessarily the same
Yes.
thing.
And people present during those lectures on particular areas of either evolving forensic pathology or just what you're experiencing within the office itself,
All
correct?
right,
Is that fair to
Tipton.
say?
That is fair to say.
Remember how we've talked about making the witness your witness? In the past, we've said, look, make a witness your witness. What did Tipton talk about in the beginning of the trial? In his opening statement? Spontaneous death, like sudden, not spontaneous, sudden death. What's the expertise of the medical examiner? How people die. So I imagine that Tipton is going to go down the road of, and sometimes you do autopsies to explain that people just spontaneously die, that there is sudden death. And so Tipton is going to use this witness to try to talk about all of the ways that people can die. So he doesn't need to bring in his own expert. He may still, but he's going to talk about all the different ways people could die. So here we are. Let's continue. Angie in the chat said, wait, sudden death is the route they are going. It from opening statements, that's what it seems to say. So Tipton is now going through, you know, all the different ways people die. This is what you do. You go to lectures about it. You write articles about it. You study it. You talk about things that are happening. So making the witness your witness and using the witness for things that you want to use. So that's, I think, where we're
you
going.
testified on Friday that you have completed 1,000 or more autopsies. Did I hear that right?
Yes, I said 1,500, more than 1,500.
Oh, I shortchanged you. I apologize. That's a lot of autopsies, isn't it?
Sure.
And he told us on Friday that it can be a relatively short period of time, or an autopsy can take as long as a day or more.
Correct.
Anna Banana, true. The dismembering and
when you're doing
disposing
an
of someone
autopsy, you
is
told us on Friday that you're trying to determine,
lot.
the manner of death. That's one of the goals of your examination
lot.
during an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that the Office of Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts does is it's responsible by law to investigate various forms of death, correct?
Correct.
And that includes death by accident or unintentional injury, suicide, correct?
Sure.
And it includes death that is under suspicious or unusual circumstances, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it includes death that may occur if somebody's in jail custody or something like that, correct?
Correct.
It also specifically includes a requirement that you investigate sudden death, correct?
Correct.
And
Ding, ding, ding.
it requires that you investigate sudden death when the decedent was in apparent good health, correct?
Correct.
Yep. Unattended deaths are something that they do autopsies on because, well, why? Why did this happen? When you combine what we've seen and the Google searches, can you be charged with murder if there's no body? It really does paint a different picture of the defendant's state of mind. Also, as many of you have pointed out in the chat, because the law nerds are incredibly smart and astute and hydrated, a lot of you said, but if he was in financial struggles and there was a life insurance policy and she died of natural causes, wouldn't that have benefited him more to just call law enforcement and say, holy shit, my spouse is unconscious? Yes, chat, but we are applying logic to not logic. So, we are trying to apply logic to not logic. So, continuing on, the defense is doing what the defense is doing, which, again, I think the defense has done a good job with the facts that they have.
And that phrase that I just used, sudden death of the decedent who was in apparent good health, that is contained in the statute that applies to the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
And so the statute and what you do as a medical examiner, you have to investigate where there is a suspicion or information that suggests that someone suddenly died.
Mander, pander, salamander, what
And
is coffee if
specifically
not
where somebody
bean
suddenly
water?
died that otherwise looked like they were in good health. Correct?
Correct.
And that statute requires that certain people, like police
Certain people.
officers, physicians, hospital administrators, licensed nurses, DCF social workers, funeral directors, they are required by that statute to report that information to the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Or they could be fined under the statute, right?
I don't know that for sure, but
He's like,
I'll take your word for it.
Okay,
sure.
thank you. So now turning to just manner of death. Manner of death can be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, a manner of death can be classified as accident, correct?
Correct.
Suicide,
Yes.
homicide,
Yes.
and then there's a category of undetermined or could not be determined, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that a determination, or I'm sorry, a manner of death that results in a classification of undetermined is a classification when the information pointing to one manner of death is no more compelling than one or more competing manners of death after considering all the information you have?
That is correct.
So you are familiar, aren't you, Dr. Atkinson, with the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes.
Sometimes it goes by the acronym of NAME, M-A-M-E.
Correct.
You're also familiar with their 2002 publication.
The defense is going to go forward making this witness their own. And because Tipton is actually speaking at a court reporter friendly speed, and the witness is speaking at a court reporter friendly speed, it also is a fantastic opportunity for us to speed up. So zoom, zoom for us.
A guide for the manner of death classification, correct?
Yes.
And it's that particular document is kept at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, isn't it? Like it is in many offices, correct?
It's on the internet. That's where I usually look at it.
So it's available to look at for medical examiners when they're just reviewing some of the.
There's this book thing. It's online.
Material that's in that 2002 publication.
Yes.
It also lists specifically those 4 manner of deaths that we just talked about.
Yes. And others.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
And others too.
And others.
Waffle waffle later
And then
this week.
That guide goes through anecdotal, or it's my word, not yours, but it goes through examples of what types of causes of death may result in certain manners. Correct?
Correct.
And a cause of death is different than a manner, isn't it?
Yes.
And so as your role of medical examiner, you will not only determine the manner of death,
But the
but you
cause of
also
death.
will attempt to determine the cause of death.
Right.
And some of that information finds its way specifically in, for instance, a death certificate applicable to some individual, correct?
Yes.
It's very important to evaluate all the information you have before reaching a conclusion as to manner of death and causation, correct?
Correct.
And
Counsel, the operative phrase there is all the information that you have. If someone goes out of their way to make sure that the ME doesn't have the information, it does impact what they can determine.
is it fair to say, doctor, that without a physical body, the Office of Chief Medical Examiner cannot make a finding of either manner of death or cause of death
Without what? Sorry.
with a body, with a
Without a
physical
body?
body?
General.
I'm going to slow this down because this is probably their most needed conversation. And the prosecutor didn't have this conversation. The prosecutor didn't ask about not having a body and how that impacts it. And I think the line of questioning of what the ME can and can't do if they don't have the deceased could backfire, because it could go to, well, did he freak out and dispose of her so nobody would find her in the house? Or did he freak out and dispose of her so that no one could investigate how she died? I think this line of questioning and argument could go both ways for the defense.
Body, the Office of Chief Medical Examiner cannot make a finding of either manner of death or cause of death
Without what? Sorry.
with a body,
Without
with
a
a
body.
physical body.
Generally, we don't do that. No.
Okay. Now, that 2002 guidelines, and it's current. In other words, there hasn't been a new issue. It's still current and it's published in 2002, correct?
Correct.
It does include, like you said, examples of causes of death, and then tries to tell the reader, this is an example of a cause of death that could be considered a certain manner of death, correct?
Yes.
And I think it goes through, if you recall, multiple paragraphs, up to like 44, 46 different paragraphs.
I guess
of
we know
examples,
Tipton
correct?
was reading this.
And it actually includes things like characterized as cathecoronary, upper airway food obstruction, correct?
Correct.
It goes through, it gives an example of death by fear or fright, right?
Correct.
It includes an explanation of death resulting from autoerotica behavior or consensual atypical sexual behavior, correct?
Correct.
And it goes on to say, just as an example,
I did not have
specific to
that on my bingo card this morning.
Cause of death,
Nope, sure didn't.
autoerotic behavior. It talks about that causation as being, in large part, considered accidental death.
Specifically, autoerotic asphyxia. Yes.
Okay, autoerotic asphyxia. Can you tell the jurors?
God damn it, Tipton. I was fine. Okay. Tipton. Tipton, in opening, you said that Brian Walsh got into bed, nudged his wife, and then she was non-responsive. And now we're going, shabusiness? That she died during the shabusiness? What are we? Okay.
That's what asphyxia is.
Asphyxia is anytime.
And yes, Chad, I agree. They are putting way too much emphasis on the ass of it all. It's just it's way too much emphasis. Also, y'all, do what you want to do. Enjoy your time. Just make sure everybody's prepared. You have a safe word and an escape plan in case things go wrong. Just make sure everybody's on the same page. Do what you want to do. I have no judgment on that. I have a little judgment on Tipton for trying to move the goalpost to this because I think that the facts aren't going to line up with this line of questioning.
Oxygen is deprived from parts of the body. In the case of autoerotic asphyxia, it's due to a ligature compressing the neck vasculature or the blood vessels in the neck.
Now, I just want to talk to you for just a little bit.
I mean,
about
how often,
some
honestly, how often do y'all see this as a cause of death involving a partner? For real, though.
of the causes that are considered to be causes of sudden unexpected death. We can agree, can't we, that sudden unexpected death is a rare occurrence?
Sure.
Well, is it rare, or does it happen more often than
Any
rare?
possible cause? It's pretty rare, I would say. Sure.
Okay, and there's any number of causes of sudden unexpected death, isn't there?
Very many, yes.
Okay. And those causes for sudden unexpected death, they are known within the forensic pathology world, aren't they?
Yes.
And are they known to a lesser extent in the non-forensical medical arena?
Tipton,
And
he looked at the rug and he's not having any of what you're selling, Tipton. If press X to doubt had a facial expression, it is this ME. Sir, you are not going to get this ME on your side.
fair to say that based on your experience and training and knowledge of sudden unexpected death, you wouldn't expect that just a layperson would really understand sudden unexpected death. That is the parlance of educated people like yourself.
Counsel, don't object. He used parlance. Parlance needs to go in our parlay, parsley, parsnip language. It's so early in the morning to have discussions of erotica and the word of the day. So parlance, and there's an objection.
Overruled. He can answer if he can.
I'm not totally sure what you mean. People understand certain causes of death.
Okay. What about in the specific area of sudden unexpected death?
Depends on the cause of death. I think most people understand what injuries are. Most people understand what a heart attack is.
Okay. You would agree that sudden unexpected death can occur then as a result of cardiac causes?
Yes.
Pulmonary?
I mean, you can have a heart attack and then fill in the blank of a range of things that are nightmare fuel. If you are driving a car and have a heart attack, and then if you are walking downstairs, and there are lots of things that can happen. But what generally doesn't happen after those things are the horrific dismemberment that is at issue partly in this case.
Causes?
Yes.
of vascular causes,
Yes.
reflexive causes,
Yes.
of asphyxial causes,
Correct.
and even toxicology causes.
Yes.
And a sudden unexpected death has been observed to occur both in young people and old people,
Sure.
and middle-aged people.
All types.
It occurs male and female.
Tipton, to my knowledge, none of us escape death. It is one of those certainties as a part of life. It's a motherfucker. And grief is awful and not linear. But none of us escape. Death can happen to anyone, regardless of age and or gender. Sir, yes. I think we're all on the same page. All of you are saying, and taxes. Yeah, they're in Massachusetts. They know that taxes are an inevitability. The jury is acutely aware.
Female.
Yes.
And there's some causes associated with sudden unexpected death that may be seen in experience that they occur more in the male population than the female population.
Yes.
One of those sudden unexpected death causations is the Brugada syndrome, correct?
Correct.
And without going into any great detail, the Brugada system is simply where somebody reportedly, and correct me if I'm wrong.
I thought he said regatta. And I was like, people are dying while boating? What? He didn't say regatta. Brugada?
Basically lies in bed and dies and then utters something.
I don't think that's necessary. It's a channelopathy. That's a usually genetic mutation, or a mutation that you get from your parents that affects the ion channels in the heart, and it predisposes someone to a sudden arrhythmia. An arrhythmia is just an electrical disturbance of the heart.
All right. And
It doesn't have to happen at night, and I don't know about the utterance part.
okay, I apologize. In any event, sudden unexpected death can occur in individuals that otherwise appear to be healthy before the sudden death.
Yes.
And in fact, that's one of the references we've already talked about within the statute that we just talked about a minute ago. That sudden death occurring in someone that otherwise didn't have any manifestation of a physical illness or problem.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that based on your knowledge of sudden unexpected death, that it also occurs, sometimes the sudden death itself can be the first manifestation that somebody had a problem.
Correct.
And there are certain triggers associated with sudden unexpected death, and those triggers can include exertion, physical exertion.
I'm confused. Are you talking about any kind of sudden unexpected death, including
I'm talking about it
injuries? You can die unexpectedly and suddenly from almost any type
From all kinds of
cause
things.
of death.
Okay. When I'm asking you these questions, and if I'm not doing a good job, you correct me, but I'm talking about.
No, Tipton, it's not that you're not doing a good job. You're doing a good job with what you've got. You're just trying to make something that's not exactly possible be possible. And the person who is not going to play fetch or make fetch happen with you is the Emmy. Coroners tend to be fairly linear, detail-oriented, observant, but they don't have a lot of ground room for fuckery. So if you're trying to make fetch happen, the coroner's not the one that's really going to walk that path with you. You can try, but he's just like, people die unexpectedly and suddenly all of the time. And
For instance, sudden unexpected death where there is really no prior manifestation of a physical problem before someone experiences sudden unexpected death.
Are you talking about a natural cause of death?
A natural, yes, not a death resulting from anything other than something
nothing nefarious.
natural and internal. Yes.
Okay. And what was the question again? Sorry.
So a sudden unexpected death, given that characterization, the trigger for such a sudden unexpected death can include physical exertion, correct?
Yes.
But it also can occur without any particular physical exertion, correct?
Correct.
And it can include, for instance, in trained athletes who have been trained to do sports. It happens there too, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And it happens, it can happen as a result of sexual activity, for instance.
I'm letting the pause stand. I'm letting the pause stand. Look, if an autopsy is done, though, the death is then explained. And normally there is an underlying heart condition that was not found or diagnosed. It does not remain unexplained generally. At some point, if there's an autopsy, it will be explained. It's very unusual that it would not be explained due to either a heart issue or a neurological issue.
Correct.
And it can happen as a result of illness or stress, correct?
Correct.
And I mean, it can happen, if you know, sir, it can happen as a result of travel or extended travel or things like that in a person.
Sure.
Airplanes are actually fairly
Now,
dangerous for clots and things. Notice the travel?
it's true, isn't it, doctor, that when we use the phrase sudden unexpected death, the death that we're talking about, and once again, and I'm glad you corrected me, that we're talking about just natural death, natural causes, that a sudden unexpected death can happen suddenly, but not necessarily instantaneously. Correct?
What?
Depending on which type of disease would cause it, yes.
So, for instance, that example you just you talked about, if someone develops in a natural way a lethal arrhythmia, an example of a ventricular fibrillation, it could result in death. Correct?
Yes.
And that mechanism, I'm going to call it a mechanism, but you tell me if it's different, that the heart chambers quiver and they fluctuate, and that's what causes the fibrillation, right?
You can't go from erotica to quivering, Tipton. It's too early. And I haven't gotten to read Brimstone. I've been Tipton.
Yes, it's a electrical disturbance that makes it so that the heart stops pumping.
And at times when you examine someone who has experienced this on an autopsy, you actually don't see, and I'm not talking about you personally, but I'm talking about medical examiners
Can't they
related
test
to this. You
hearts
don't
for enzymes?
see any structural defect in the heart.
Of people who have died from natural causes,
Yes, yes,
from a cardiac dysrhythmia,
yes.
you can't diagnose a cardiac dysrhythmia unless the person
The heart is
died
beating.
while attached to a cardiac monitor that can see the actual dysrhythmia happening. Several, in fact, most cardiac dysrhythmias, you do see something structural in the heart. The one you were talking about before, Brugada syndrome, several others like long QT syndrome, will not have visible, even under the microscope, signs.
You just use the phrase long QT. Could you just define that for the jury?
That's another channelopathy that affects the ion channels in the cell membranes of the cardiac cells.
And let's just stick to the
It's a long way to say hearts can glitch.
case of a ventricular fibrillation and someone who suddenly dies as a result. It's fair to say that during that process that they can continue to look and appear as if they're making movements, that they might be conscious, but in fact,
What?
their body is dying and they then experience sudden death.
The coroner's face is like, bro, what? This is all going to be very interesting to see if Brian Walshe testifies and what he's going to testify to based on Tipton's questioning. But I imagine, like many of you in the chat, if not all of you in the chat, and those of you who have had the unfortunate life experience of close proximity to deaths in this way, if the jury has had any close proximity to death in this way, they're sitting there thinking the same thing I'm sure you're sitting there, which is, okay, but we saw all the tools that were purchased for the purpose of dismemberment on Friday. Like, we saw the giant hacksaw. So people can die in this way. However, the next things that happened tend to belie that this happened in this way. So,
Usually if you're having a cardiac dysrhythmia, you can have movement, seizure-like activity. But usually you're not looking like a normal person would.
Okay.
also, if y'all are curious, yes, this week I needed to catch up with my Snorlax. Yes, for those of you new in the chat, I play Pokemon Sleep. I love it. I got a C this week. We're shooting for better for week 2 of trial, but yeah, I did not do great on my sleep this week.
Very quick.
And sometimes in your experience as a medical examiner, you've had reports where people talk about the minutes
bruh is
before
from my youngest.
or the short time period before someone experienced sudden death, and they talk about the way they were moving or they were even walking, but they might have been mumbling, and then they die. And they describe those behaviors to you, don't they?
Occasionally we'll get something like that reported to us.
Okay. And
He's like-
you listen to that information, and being the trained medical examiner you are, then you consider that information in the context of the sudden unexpected death. You just include the information because you are interested in getting all the information you can.
Correct.
And once again, sudden unexpected death can result from vascular catastrophes. That's my word.
Sure.
And those catastrophes can be aorta dissection, aorta rupture, or an aneurysm, correct?
Among many others, yes.
And
we would be able to answer those questions had she been recovered.
this sudden unexpected death in this area can be the result of acute squeezing of a particular body part.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
He's trying to talk about positional asphyxiation. We've moved on from Taylor Schabusiness to Sarah Boone. He's trying to talk about positional asphyxiation.
Terms tamponade?
Oh, a cardiac tamponade?
Yes.
Cardiac tamponade happens when there's bleeding
Okay.
into the pericardium. That's the...
Sir, you were talking about squeezing on a particular area. I thought you were trying to go in the direction of positional, but maybe I was wrong. But no, we're not getting to like an olive tamponade. He's talking about cardiac tamponade. Tamponade, either way.
sac, a membranous sac that surrounds
different.
the heart. And when enough blood gets into that sac, it
I think he was trying to talk about
displaces the
positional
heart
asphyxia.
and doesn't allow the heart to open up. It basically stops the ability of the heart to pump.
But there would have to be generally
Now, I just
trauma
want to move
to
on
the heart
to
that would
another
cause
simple
that.
cause. Are you familiar with the phrase, I'm sure you are, sudden arrhythmic death syndrome?
Yes.
And it's accurate to say that sudden unexpected death with a normal heart at autopsy accounts for 5 to 10% of young adult sudden deaths.
Of natural deaths.
Of natural deaths, yes, sir.
Yes.
And now I'm not going to get this one right, but are you familiar with the acronym of CPVT?
No.
Catecholaminergic tachycardia. I probably butchered that up. But does that ring a bell?
Catecholaminergic.
Thank you. Yes.
I still don't know what the other 2 letters stand for.
I like this ME so much. I really do.
Okay.
We're going to just learn new words.
Polymorphic ventricular tachycardia. I said it wrong again, but
Tachycardia, not tachycardia, tachycardia. Oh boy.
That's probably another dysrhythmia.
okay.
Or tachycardia is a fast heartbeat.
Now, once again, in these types of causes of sudden unexpected death, in each one that we just briefly described, in each one of the cases, the person who then experiences sudden death can be viewed in the moments, whether it be minutes or a few minutes or seconds, they can be viewed by someone observing them as still moving or at times even talking until death results.
This is like the 5th or 6th time, and Tipton is a smart, and while I will give him a little of a hard time about his pronunciation of words that I know the pronunciation to, there are many I don't know the pronunciation to, so I fuck those up all the time. So it is complete hypocrisy on my end to say anything about anyone's pronunciation of words, but this is multiple times that Tipton has brought up someone moving, talking, like after death. And I'm really wondering why this keeps coming up. Because Tipton has not been random. Tipton has had a reason and has had a point. And it concerns me about what he thinks other evidence may show. Who might have heard something and what he's trying to get out ahead of. I don't know what Tipton's trying to get out ahead of, but this is not a random line of questioning. So why is he trying to talk about whether or not someone is moving, talking after death? I am concerned. I'm going to put an asterisk by it. It's like the 3rd or 4th time he's talked about it. And there was a reason for it. I don't know what the reason is. I'm not going to speculate at this point because we're hopefully going to find out in trial. But I just wonder if it has to do with either what somebody heard or what Walshe is going to testify to.
Correct?
Correct.
Then there are neurological causes for sudden unexpected death, correct?
Sure.
And they are arrhythmia linked. Am I right in saying that? They're linked to arrhythmias.
They can be.
And they're linked to hemorrhaging and stroke and things like that.
Sure.
And people can experience sudden unexpected death as a result of a neurological cause where they have up to that point not manifested any physical manifestation of illness, correct?
Correct.
Once again, moving on, there's pulmonary causes of sudden unexpected death, aren't there?
Yes.
And for instance, massive pulmonary embolism is the leading cause of sudden unexpected death in young adults, isn't it?
It's one of them, yes.
And this is one of those causes of death that can result from one of the triggers, including recent travel, right?
That's one of them, yes.
Hormonal therapy?
Yes.
Tipton, if you start taking the menopause, am I right route?
Just moving on to
I might
two more
try to
examples.
punch you through
and
the
we
screen.
talked about it. There are also,
Because honestly, if you're going to get to hormone therapies, Tipton, my dude, rage. Rage.
asphyxial causes of sudden and unexpected death, correct?
Correct.
Those asphyxial causes of sudden unexpected death, sometimes they're characterized as, they happen when someone is hanging or experiencing strangulation. Is that fair to say?
That is one cause of asphyxia, yes.
But asphyxia can be caused by a positional obstruction, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what a positional obstruction is in this context?
Daniel Bucklaw, 8950, said in the chat, I had a pulmonary embolism that nearly killed me. Fortunately, my coworkers called an ambulance instead of chopping me into pieces. Daniel, I am A, so thankful for your coworkers who must have absolutely also been terrified. And B, yes, getting into calling for help, you don't know. Can you imagine? I mean, we've had now numerous friends of the channel have the unfortunate circumstance of needing to have paramedics called because they were non-responsive. And what their spouses did when they were found non-responsive was called for help. And now they are both fine and still here on YouTube talking about the law things.
That would be something that either blocks your face so you can't breathe, or something that sometimes a car in a car accident will, or a better example, anything that if you have a heavy weight on your torso, sometimes that keeps you from being able to expand your lungs. This kind of death is called positional asphyxia.
I knew we would get there at some point.
Is it the result of, as part of the mechanism for this is hypoxia results?
That's what happens, yes.
And the hypoxia, could you tell the jury what hypoxia
The
is?
hypoxia results
is
from
just,
not being able to
lack of oxygen.
breathe.
And I'm not going to say it right, but I'll try. Vagal reflex pathway,
Vagal.
a cause for sudden unexpected death?
Sure.
And that's also related to a form of asphyxia or compression stress?
So I fear like vagal or fraggle is more appropriate for this line of questioning, because we have now kind of jumped the shark into why are we still doing here?
Can be.
It can be. And can you just tell the jury briefly what the mechanism for that is?
A vagal, that usually causes a cardiac dysrhythmia as well.
Okay, and can that occur when there is some pressure on the vagal nerve?
Yes.
And
A, worked as a DA for a very long time. B, dentist. C, also have a background working as an EMT. It was not my calling in life. It seems, if you're saying, Emily, it seems like you ran towards high stress environments. So funny thing about ADHD, and then we will get back into this, but funny thing about ADHD is sometimes you perform really well under high stress. Doing that for a really, really long period of time without taking any time to figure out how to recover from that can lead to full adrenal burnout. Ask me how I know. But you've got 5 weeks to do an assignment, and then in the last 30 hours, you're like, now's the time. Right. The high pressure tends to work well. And I didn't recognize that about myself until after the burnout. But ADHD folks work great in a crisis. The problem is we will then burn ourselves out because we forget to rest. But we work great in a crisis. It's great. I think I'm better with the time pressure of working like a cash register at a snack bar than I am anymore for other things. So, don't worry, Jennifer. We will let all of you know. We will let you know when we switch witnesses. We told the app earlier. We'll tell you now. It's okay. It's okay to leave for a bit. We're not going to get to much other than the defense laying out some of their alternative theories.
where is the vagal nerve?
The vagus nerve is in the neck and upper portion of the chest.
So if something is putting pressure on the neck of an individual, that could result in this vagal reflex pathway or vaginal reflex issue that could result in sudden
not
unexpected
vaginal.
death.
Sure.
Never vaginal. It's Yep, we knew that closed captioning would just pick vaginal on that one. I think this morning's bingo might be complete already.
And that sudden unexpected death in that situation can occur, once again, in someone that simply has not manifested any physical problems to the observer.
Right. Until the pressure is put on their neck.
Okay.
Sure.
Right. It was an exterior cause that caused the death. It was not their body causing the death. It was the external pressure cutting off, the blood.
And Dr. Atkinson, you know Dr. Mindy Hull, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Do you know
And
Dr.
she is presently
Scoribello?
the Chief Medical Examiner of the Office of Chief Medical Examiner?
Correct.
I didn't say that right, but and you're familiar with the fact that she has in fact presented to your colleagues at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner on causations involving and resulting in sudden unexpected death.
Yes.
And so this topic of sudden unexpected death, you can find it in the research and you can find it in the experience of trained and professional medical examiners like yourself.
Of course.
Great.
So just to conclude,
Oh boy, great. Thank you.
we can all agree, isn't it, that
We'd love
sudden
to
unexpected
conclude.
death is rare, correct? Maybe I'm overstating that. I'm sorry.
People die suddenly quite often, but depends.
When we're talking about a sudden unexpected death, I think the coroner is thinking of circumstances, almost most circumstances outside of a hospital setting, a hospice setting, like those types of settings. When in a hospice setting, you're in a hospice setting. So that would not necessarily be sudden and unexplained. When you were in a hospital setting, that might or might not be sudden and unexplained. So we're talking about almost everything that is sudden. So he's like, no, people die suddenly
Depending on
all the
what
time.
parameters you're talking about. In a young person that has no medical history, yes, it's rare.
Okay. It's rare for someone without medical history. You see it more often in the forensic setting than, say, someone sees it in just a non-forensic setting. Is that fair to say? Because that's part of your job.
Yes.
And
Okay.
it occurs in individuals who otherwise have never manifested any medical problem.
It can.
It can.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
Right ahead.
we have a redirect. And again, I am not being overly critical. I think Tipton went on a bit long about that, but he has been really restrained. Tipton's job is to poke holes. And sometimes that feels like the world's most colossal reach. But Tipton's job is to give jurors other alternate explanations. And he is trying to give them a what if. I think some of it's a stretch, but he did a good job of taking this witness and bringing forward the points that he's interested in from this witness. I wonder if the redirect is going to be, hey, so it's only unexplained if you don't perform an autopsy, right?
Doctor, regarding the vagal reflex pathway and sudden unexpected deaths that result in that, how common is that in a healthy adult female with no medical history?
It depends on
What's
definitely
happening?
not common at all, but
And in this case that you were working on, what evidence did you see of someone suffering from an injury to the vagal reflex pathway?
Could you?
There was
tell
no
that?
evidence at all in this case
How do you
And-
know
of
that?
any type of death,
Okay.
or at least there was no body to autopsy.
Right.
So that's kind of a follow-up question to that. There's no body to autopsy. What would you have looked at in the body if you were
No evidence of any kind of death is not necessarily the answer that the DA was looking for there, but the coroner kind of corrected course and said, look, there's no body to autopsy, so we can't determine any of these things.
looking for, say, an issue with the vagal reflex?
Well, something like a cardiac channelopathy can't be diagnosed at autopsy, but it's a diagnosis of exclusion that we only ever would put on a death certificate because it's so rare. If we did a full autopsy that excluded injuries, that excluded toxicology as a possible cause of death, that excluded all the far more likely causes of natural death, like pulmonary embolism or heart disease. So without doing an autopsy to exclude all those things, a sudden arrhythmia disorder is at the very bottom of the list of possibilities.
What would you have looked at?
I think that's a helpful
in a
answer
case to
for the
determine if
jury
someone
and
died of
for
hypoxia
the
in an autopsy? What would you have looked at?
That totally depends on what's causing the hypoxia. If it's a
prosecutor to explain
hanging or
later.
a strangulation, you would look for injuries of the neck, a ligature furrow on the neck. Other types of hypoxia would have other types of
Indicia.
findings.
Right.
What would you
Sarah
look
Boone.
at during an autopsy to
Back to Sarah Boone versus
diagnose a pulmonary
Taylor
embolism?
business.
You can actually see the pulmonary embolism. It's a clot that usually comes from the leg veins and goes into the pulmonary arteries. And you can see that inside of the pulmonary arteries.
What would you look at during an autopsy to diagnose some neurological cause of death?
Other than sometimes seizures that have no findings at autopsy, you could see bleeding around the brainstem that is a subarachnoid hemorrhage from a burst aneurysm, for example.
Didn't we talk about subarachnoid
And
hemorrhages in the
when
last
you do an autopsy,
in the Karen
how
Reed
do
case?
you see the bleeding around the brainstem?
You can just see it with your eyes and take photographs of it.
Well, counsel, first you open the. You have to have a body to autopsy, and then you open the things up and look.
You earlier
For
described
lack of being able to say it more
cardiac
delicately.
tamponade. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that was bleeding into the pericardial sac.
Yes.
Would that be painful?
It can be painful.
Your heart being squeezed, I think, would be painful.
Now, with this matter, what access did you have to determine a manner of death regarding this case, which was 23, forgive me, I want to make sure I get your number right. Regarding case 230493, what did the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner have access to determine a cause of death?
We did not determine a cause or manner of death
And
Right.
why didn't you determine the cause or manner
Right.
of death?
because we had no body to autopsy.
With these sudden unexpected deaths that were reviewed with you, does someone have to have a physical injury in order for these to come on?
No.
So these can occur without a physical injury.
Yes.
And when you've had access to autopsies to make these findings, have you ever seen a sudden unexpected death where there were no injuries?
Yes.
He just said aneurysm. Etc.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, you reviewed when you have access to a body for an autopsy, what do you get access to as far as medical records?
That's a good
We
question.
investigate where the person might have ever gone for medical care, sometimes from family members that will tell us, and we request records from all of those places. If we don't know that information, we sometimes send out a blind request to a lot of hospitals in the area.
And with some of these sudden unexpected deaths, do you also get access to statements of people who see the decedent right before they die?
Yes.
And so does that help you with a diagnosis?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And did you have any access to any statements regarding Miss Walsh before she died?
No.
With these sudden unexpected deaths that were reviewed through you, pulmonary, neurological, and the rest, how common are they with a healthy adult female?
How old is this?
39 years old?
They're very uncommon.
And on the effect of travel, there was some discussion of the effect of travel. And how would travel affect someone as far as a sudden unexpected death?
Generally, that refers to travel being a risk factor for pulmonary emboli or deep venous thrombosis, DVTs of the leg. And it usually occurs in very long flights where the person doesn't get up and move their legs.
How common is it in a
You gotta
flight
move
say
around.
that's 90 minutes?
Less common than a longer flight.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Any recross?
If I heard you right, that sometimes sudden.
I guess that's a
unexpected
yes?
death that you
To recross?
looked at, there's no injury at all.
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Doctor, you may step down.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we are done. Let's see who our next witness is. And then, Miguelina, we can let the app know that we are moving on to our next witness. Thank you. I also, Elizabeth said, move and wear compression socks.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
I always wear compression socks when I travel.
Theresa Marchese.
I didn't used to. I do now. But also, I'm not on like 18-hour flights. I think the longest flights I generally take are about 4.5 hours anymore. All right. Next witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony?
So the point, really, what was the point of the defense's cross-examination? It was truly, hey, these are other possibilities. The prosecution hasn't done a ton of recrosses, and their recross, I think, was helpful. Hey, these things are exceedingly rare. And also, you didn't have anyone to autopsy, so you can't answer some of these questions. Because at closing, they're going to go back to, remember that search? Can you be charged with murder if there's no body? Remember that Google search? They're going to go back around to that. Oh my Tosh, it's a great question. Said apologies for asking again. It's okay, but I'm really curious. Why were these questions allowed? They had nothing to do with the questions on direct. They did have to do with the questions on direct in that this is the medical examiner. This is within their area of expertise. They can explain what things are, and you are given some pretty broad latitude on cross. And the prosecution wasn't objecting that this has gone too far afield, because for many, it's going to come across as a fairly desperate reach. But for some, it's a good point. Well, we don't really know at this point how she died, and we're not going to know how she died. So it just depends, but that's why he's allowed. You're given more latitude on cross, especially with an expert like that.
You will give them the cause now, and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
I'm going to ask if you can pull the microphone closer to you because it will help keep your voice nice and loud.
On to our next witness.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Theresa Marchese, Marchese.
And we've heard her name
Where do you work,
before
ma'am?
a few times.
Washington, D.C.
For what company?
Tishman Speyer.
And that's
And
why.
what is your role at Tishman Speyer?
I'm a managing director in the Human Capital Management Group.
How long have you been with Tishman Speyer?
Over 20.
I mean, you can call it what you want, but HR is HR. Human capital management. Fine. She was one of the first people called by Brian Walshe. I'm very interested to hear. And she also went to the home based on other testimony and I think opening statements, went to go to Anna's home to see if she was there and went into the garage and then couldn't get in because the door between the garage and the home was locked.
Years.
And what are your responsibilities as the director of the Human Capital Management Group?
A variety of areas. We focus on hiring, recruitment, benefits, employee relations, essentially the life cycle of your employment within the company.
And would this touch upon human resources?
Yes,
Now, what is Tishman Speyer's business?
primarily real estate.
I'd like to ask you some questions about Anna Walshe. Are you familiar with Anna Walshe?
Yes,
When did you first meet Anna Walshe?
when I interviewed her in November of 2021.
And what position were you interviewing her for?
So the new job was around the time of the life insurance, it seems, which, by the way, makes sense.
She had applied for a role in Boston, her regional general manager role there.
And was Ms. Walsh subsequently hired?
Yes,
For what role?
I hired her for a role in Washington, D.C.
And why'd you hire her for a role in Washington, D.C.?
We had a role open for quite some time that we were looking for was someone who had a hospitality background, which Anna had, and I thought she would be better suited.
And when was she offered the job in Washington?
She started with us in February 2022 in
And-
Boston.
In Boston?
Yeah.
How long was she in Boston for before she transferred to Washington, D.C.?
I believe a month-ish.
Now, in your office space in Washington, and we'll try and let that pass. What's going on? In that office space in Washington, where was Ms. Walsh's desk in relation to yours?
We are in an open floor plan, and so there are 4 seats per quad, I guess. She was about 2 in front of me, I guess.
Now, when she moved to the D.C. area, did you learn where she moved to?
I did.
Where did she move to roughly?
Friendship Heights.
And what was her compensation when she joined Tishman Speyer?
$220,000 base.
And on top of the base, was there a potential for a bonus?
Yes.
Now, did she receive any benefits as a result of becoming a member of Tishman Speyer?
Yes.
What did she receive as far as life insurance?
2 times her annual salary.
And what company provided that policy?
We did. MetLife.
MetLife, thank you.
Yeah.
So it was an additional one. In addition to the New York ones.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would enter into the policy, the MetLife life insurance policy for Anna Walsh as a stipulated fee.
All right, we're marking it as 190, the MetLife policy for Anna Walsh.
Yeah, I'm sure this witness is
No.
stressed, especially if this witness thinks that she is sitting looking at the person who killed Anna Walsh, who I'm sure she quite liked. So yeah, I would not be surprised to see signs of stress. Courtrooms can feel incredibly tense, and having to sit across and look at the defendant in the same room is stressful. So I wouldn't be surprised if we hear the different signs of stress from this witness, because she was doing her job. She was doing her job and got called to go do a welfare check, essentially. This is stressful. So and she seems incredibly sad to me as well. So yeah, I expect that we will see some of that from this witness on the stand. It's going to be hard. Also, the DA would have told her that she can't just rage at Brian Walshe. Like, there's a neutral demeanor that you also have to try to keep, which would be hard.
2 times her annual base salary.
And are you familiar with who the beneficiaries were of the policy?
Yes.
Who are the beneficiaries?
Her husband and her 3 children.
Now, what were her responsibilities in working at the Washington, D.C. office for Tishman Speyer?
She was hired as the co-head of the property management group.
Okay. And so did she have specific properties she had to manage in D.C.?
She spent most of her time with us at the crossing, but her job was not just that building.
Okay. What other buildings did she have to manage?
Essentially, she had oversight to an extent. She shared it with her counterpart for all of our assets. So there were, honestly, I can't remember at the time how many we have. We're probably 5, 6 now.
Okay. Was there a building called the Mazza Gallery or Galleria?
So Mazza was a development site.
Yes.
That we had. It was formerly a mall. Tishman Speyer purchased it under the grounds that we would redevelop, turn it into apartments and some retail.
And did she have any interplay? Did she have any responsibilities over that project?
Yes.
I got to tell you, I love all the memes of like, just take the mall and turn them into like Gen X housing facilities. Just let us go back to the mall like we were in junior high. Just put in a food court, maybe something better than Sbarro. Not the best pizza. Put in a food court, put in the stuff we need downstairs, and just let us all run around and live in a mall. It'll be great. We'll have the most fun. Can just walk home. Perfect.
You had earlier stated the crossing as well?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
What type of building was the crossing?
We'll go to Claire's.
The crossing was a residential apartment building.
Get some new piercings. It'll be fantastic.
Now,
also, I now just go to piercers to get piercings. I don't go to Claire's anymore because, the angle matters, but nostalgia.
In 2022, did the Tishman Speyer offices in DC close for the New Year's holiday?
Yes. So New Year's, our holiday schedule rotates.
Okay.
But I believe New Year's Eve that year we were closed, or it was a floating holiday.
Okay.
And then New Year's Day we're closed.
Okay. And now,
so we can have concerts, but the concerts are going to start at like 6, so we can all get to bed. Mm-hmm.
When was it the first day that people returned back to the Washington, D.C. offices, if you know?
January 3rd.
January 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, while you worked with Ms. Walshe, was
Mystic Moss, at one point our generation is nearing towards being counted as seniors. So yes, just give us a place where we can all be. Yes, I'm here for it.
there any problems with her as far as her employment?
No.
Were there any safety concerns for her as far as her employment?
No.
Did she require any physical accommodations while she was employed with you?
No.
When was the last time you saw Anna Walshe?
It was December. It was the 15th, perhaps. We had a women's event in the office.
And at this event in December, I take it was 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And what was her demeanor like at this event?
Normal, happy, social.
And did you see any injuries on Ms. Walsh when you were with her that night or that day at the women's event?
No.
Now, when did you first learn that Anna Walsh was missing?
January 4th.
And how were you alerted that Ms. Walsh was missing?
A coworker came over to let me know that her husband had called the crossing team looking for her.
So with this information, what did you do to try and with this information, what did you decide to do?
I said, I'll reach out to him. Do you have a phone number?
Okay. And what was the name of the person you tried to reach out to?
Brian Walshe.
Now, where did you go to try and reach out to him? Did you call him from your office?
I called him from my cell phone.
Okay. Did anyone go? Did you have anyone with you when you called him?
Yes.
Who was with you when you called him?
The first time I called, Jeff Chod was with me.
Who is Jeff Chod?
At the time, he was the head of our Washington, D.C. office.
And you said you called from your cell phone. About what time did you call Mr. Walsh that morning, January 4th?
Between 10 and 11.
Okay. And did you connect with him?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to ask you about that conversation. What did he tell you in that conversation?
Chat, I appreciate the mall nostalgia in the chat. Thank you. And thank you, mods. Sometimes Emily's the one that drags chat off topic. I feel like this is on topic and we are just topically disassociating for a moment. And it's perfectly good because the nostalgia makes us happy. So thank you, chat, for the nostalgia. You all are making me thrilled. Yes, we can put a Blockbuster in the mall too. It's perfect. So we can have movie nights. I'm here for it. But we know that the morning of the 4th, well, midday morning, I'm interested if they have a time on that. Brian Walsh started calling. What was very interesting to me was when we were listening to William's testimony, William, the paramour of Anna Walsh, is that they had dinner planned for the 4th. I still have an asterisk on that fact, but it's interesting that the morning of the 4th is when the calls started going around of, I can't find Anna. So this is that morning.
About Anna Walsh being missing.
So I called, I introduced myself, I let him know who I was. And I just said how, I understand you're looking for Anna, like how can we help?
Okay. And what did he tell you?
He said, so I talked to him multiple times that day.
Certainly.
So I believe in our first conversation.
It would be incredibly difficult to parse out what happened in what conversation years later after a stressful situation. It would be very difficult not to conflate what happened in each phone call.
He stated he hasn't seen Anna since the 1st for New Year's Day. And he was looking for her and wanted to see if any of us had heard from her. And he specifically said, we have only gone 24 hours or more without seeing each other once. And the last time she was, I'm paraphrasing, but annoyed with me for, looking for her too soon.
Okay.
Essentially.
Now, he said he was looking for it. Did he say why he was looking for her in Washington?
Yes. He had said that there was a building emergency that she was called back for.
Were there any building emergencies in Washington, D.C. for the properties that Anna was managing at this point in time in January of 2023?
January of 2020, that date?
Well, between January 1st and January 4th of 2023.
Was she called?
I can confirm.
Was she called back for a building emergency? Just ask that question.
January 1st, there was not.
Okay.
I'm not sure about
All right.
2nd, 3rd, 4th.
But there were no emergencies on January 1st.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you're having this conversation with him. Do you offer to do anything during this conversation to help?
Yes.
What did you offer?
I had stated, Anna had shared with me where she lives, and it's not too far from my home. I'm happy to go by and just check to make sure she hasn't like fallen.
Now, what
Right.
was his demeanor like during this first conversation?
He was polite and calm and nice.
And how long was the conversation?
A few minutes.
And after the conversation was over and you had made this offer, what did you do?
A coworker, the one who originally told me about the phone call from the crossing team, offered to drive up with me to the house. And so we did that.
During the conversation with Mr. Walsh, this first one, did you ask him anything about Anna's mental health?
I did.
And what did you ask?
I asked if she had any mental health issues.
And what did he say?
He said, no, we just had a lovely holiday, New Year's with friends.
So I take it at this point in time, you and the coworker went to Anna's home.
Correct.
And about what time do you think you got to Anna's home?
Between 10:30 and 11:30.
Okay. And again, it's your memory
Yeah.
that's controlling. So now, when you got to Ms. Walsh's home, what did it look like from the outside? What observations did you make?
Sure.
Normal.
It's a townhome.
Yes.
And so there were steps up to the front entrance. And so if you walk up the steps and you look on the left-hand side, there was an espresso box that was out and it was wet.
Okay. So there was a wet Nespresso box, and
Like a delivery, right?
had it rained recently? What's this?
Yeah,
What,
so-
what would have affected? What was the issue of the wet Nespresso box?
On Monday and Tuesday, it had rained, but on Wednesday, it had not. So that led me to believe Anna had not been out of her home.
Okay. So,
day or before.
and I'm sorry I interrupted you. So you see this. Do you have any further conversations with Mr. Walsh at this point in time?
Yes. So I notified him about the box. I saw a Google camera, like a doorbell camera or just a camera. And I asked him if he had access to it to check the records.
Did he have any access to it?
He said Anna is the tech one in the family. He does not handle that stuff.
I mean, that tracks with everything else he
did
has said. She handled.
Did you ask him
She
about how
handled
to
it.
try and get inside the house?
So I remember I believe I turned the doorknob and I told him it was locked. And I looked in the window because there's a glass panel.
Yes.
And just to see if it looked like anything was broken into, and it didn't. The house was pretty immaculate.
Okay.
And so I walked down the steps and there was a garage there. And he said, I have the garage code if you can check.
So were you able to get into the garage with the code?
Yes.
What did the garage look like?
The garage was pretty clean as well. There were a few boxes and a painting.
And
Was it a Warhol?
Was there a car in there at this point?
Couldn't help
No.
myself.
Besides the boxes, did you see anything as far as seats or anything like that?
Yeah, so I saw either a car seat or a stroller. I don't remember right now.
And now,
I'm still unclear where Anna's car is. It
inside
has
the
not
garage,
been cleared up. It
besides
has
these
not
objects,
been cleared up. Her keys, her car keys were recovered from one of the trash bags that was recovered from the dumpster in the mom's apartment complex. But we do not know where her vehicle is in this trial. I did not research to see if anybody knows outside this trial. If we get to the end of the trial and there's no answers, I'll go looking. But we may or may not find out. I'm waiting to see if that information comes in. It's one of the things I've asterisked in this. When she drove her car home on Christmas, did her car stay home somewhere, and where is it? And I'm curious, but we haven't heard from that. So I don't know if the car was at one of the airports. I'm with you guys thinking it probably is at one of the airports, but I don't know. If she came home on Christmas and drove, it is reasonable to think she would have or could have driven her own car back to the airport when she left after Christmas, because she left after Christmas and went back to DC and then came back. But then when she came back, wouldn't she have driven her car from Logan back home? And so if she drove the car from Logan back home, she never drove back to Logan. So I assume it's at the home somewhere, but we haven't heard anything about it. And I don't remember seeing it in the photos. We saw the crime scene, but we haven't gotten to the crime scene yet, and it hasn't been processed yet. So we'll see. We'll see.
Did you see anything out of order, anything broken or anything like that?
No.
And was there anybody in the garage when you got there?
Was there anyone in the garage?
Yeah, is there any
No.
person in the garage?
No.
And now we're going to compete.
He said
with
she
the
took an
heat.
Uber, but she didn't
I'm
leave.
going to ask you can keep your voice up. All right.
Yeah.
So were you able to get inside the house?
No.
Okay. Why couldn't you get inside the house from the garage?
I just turned the doorknob to see if that was unlocked, and it was in fact locked.
So now you can't get inside the house. Do you have any further conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, how are you calling him?
My cell phone.
Okay. And so now I want to ask you about the third conversation.
Okay.
When did this occur?
Either at my home.
No,
I believe
when?
was the third conversation.
When?
Okay.
When?
And so what happened at this? So what happened between not getting into the house to the third conversation?
So on my way up to the house, I had spoken with our global head of security,
Yes. Who's that?
Hugh Dunleavy.
Okay.
He
I'm going to
Brings-
ask you not to tell us what you and Mr. Dunleavy talked about,
Okay.
but that you had a conversation with Mr. Dunleavy.
correct.
Okay. After the conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, what did you do?
I conferenced him into our call with Brian.
Okay. So now I want to ask you about that call. So did you conferenced Mr. Dunleavy?
We saw the flight records. She flew back to DC after Christmas. It's a fairly long drive. That doesn't surprise me, but we saw the flight record. She had flown back and then back.
Into a call with Brian.
Correct.
So you'd already called Brian before getting Mr. Dunleavy on the call.
Yeah, I believe that was the second call though.
Okay, the second call. So let me ask you about that second call because I might have jumped ahead.
Okay, counsel.
With this conversation with Mr. Walsh, what was his demeanor like in the second conversation
So when Hugh joined,
prior to Mr. Dunleavy joining?
he was polite and calm and nice.
And what did you tell Mr. Walsh about bringing Mr. Dunleavy into this conversation?
I had said, Hugh is ex-Secret Service and you'll be in great hands.
And what was his demeanor like at that point in time in the conversation?
He sounded like he was crying and said he needed a minute and, very abruptly returned and said, okay.
And so at this point, after that moment, what did you do as far as trying to conference in Mr. Dunleavy?
He was on the phone.
Okay. And so when Mr. Walsh was upset, was Mr. Dunleavy already on the call or was it before he was on the call?
It was when he was on the call.
Okay. So that's when Mr. Walsh became upset, just so I have the timeline right?
Correct.
Okay. And what happened after Mr. Walsh composed himself in the conversation?
I believe Hugh and I started to ask him a series of questions.
Okay. Did you ask him anything about on his car?
Yes.
What did he tell you about on his car?
We asked the make and the model and the color. He told us it was a gray Volkswagen Taos. We asked about the license plate. He did not know the license plate number. We asked if she had an easy pass.
It's a great question.
I don't recall
Okay.
what he said.
Did you ask him anything about the house itself?
I did. We asked him if he was on the deed or the mortgage.
They're good
And
questions.
if we call the police, if he would be able to grant permission to let someone in. And I believe he said he didn't know.
He knew.
If he was on, he did not know if he was on the deed, but believed Anna was on the mortgage, I think.
Okay. And so did you ask him anything about how Anna traveled to DC?
I did.
What did he say?
So I had asked him myself without Hugh on
So a different call.
Our first conversation
Yes.
when he told me that she had to leave.
So they were talking about 3 conversations. The first conversation was Brian Walshe and her speaking. The second conversation, Hugh Dunleavy was on the phone while the 3 of them were speaking. And then we haven't gotten back to the third call yet.
For an emergency, and he told me she told him she was flying to DC, and I had said on American, and he said American or JetBlue. I'm not sure which one.
During this conversation with you, Mr. Dunleavy and Mr. Walsh, what did you ask him about calling hospitals?
So back to the second conversation, Hugh and I again asked him how Anna typically came to DC.
Yes.
And at that point, he said he didn't know if she drove, train, car, flew.
Really?
And I believe he said he thought she flew.
That seems odd.
Then, proceeding to ask questions, we asked if he has called any hospitals. And I let him know that I had asked someone in our DC office to call the local hospitals in DC. And she had called Sibley, Suburban, and GW, George Washington. And Anna was not there, and recommended he do the same in Boston.
And what did Mr. Dunleavy say to him? What was the conversation of calling the police?
Towards the end of the conversation, when we
This
were
is on
going
call
through
two.
what friends he may have reached out to, suggesting to call hospitals, Hugh had stated to hang up and call the police immediately.
And now, when was the next conversation with Mr. Walsh? Was this at your home?
Correct.
Okay. So this conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, this is
So it doesn't surprise me that the global head of security said, I'm sorry, you haven't seen her since January 1st. Stop talking to us, call law enforcement, and then start calling hospitals. What are you doing? That doesn't surprise me at all.
part of conversation 2.
Correct.
Okay. So where did conversation 3 take place for you?
She just
My
said she
dining
was
room
at
table?
home.
Why'd you go to your dining room table from the Walsh residence?
Sure. So after we hung up, I actually went to Starbucks first and called Hugh to say, should I?
I'm not going to ask you what you said with Mr. Dunleavy. I apologize.
Right.
But when I
It's really hard to testify in this way, to talk about she's trying to explain everything that happened that day, but she's trying to not get into the hearsay. However, I think the hearsay exception would apply to what she told Hugh, but it's very hard to linearly tell a story that involves talking to multiple people when you're not allowed to tell what you said to those people. I don't think it's offered for the truth of the matter. I think there's an argument that this is offered for context of the things that she did. So what you told to Hugh are what you said. She could say, I was thinking about this in my conversation to Hugh, but it makes it really hard to have that conversation. It gets really choppy. So that's where we're at. And the prosecution is trying to steer clear of any issues with hearsay. That's what the prosecutor is trying to do, but it makes it a little choppy.
I want to ask is more or less like your movements and where you went. So you went to Starbucks and you had a conversation with Mr. Dunleavy.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after having your conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, where did you go next?
My home.
Okay. Did anyone go with you to your home?
My coworker that drove me.
Okay. So then you're at your home. When is it? How long are you at home before you have your third conversation with Mr. Walsh? So
it was close to 1 p.m.
Okay. And what was the subject of this conversation? Can you tell us about it?
Yes. I can't recall. I know I spoke 4 times to him. I can't recall 3 or 4 if I called him or he called me, or if Hugh had asked me to call him.
Did he mention anything about filing a police report?
Yes.
What did he say?
So Brian called me to let me know that he had just hung up with the police and they were filing a police report.
And did he say anything about calling on his friends or acquaintances?
Yes.
What did he say?
Which is interesting because we've heard another testimony that it was actually Hugh that called the police and it was Brian. Brian was called. He did not call law enforcement. That's, I'm not surprised that Brian told her that he called, but it was Hugh that called.
Mentioned he called someone named Alyssa and someone named Amdullah or Abdullah.
Okay. What was his demeanor like in this phone call?
Polite, calm, the same.
The same.
Mm-hmm.
What did he mention about private investigators?
At the end of the conversation, he had said his mother wanted to hire a private investigator.
Overruled.
Okay. And then
the defense is objecting to hearsay. It's not being offered for the truth. It's being offered for what Brian Walsh said. Brian Walsh said his mom said that she wanted to hire a PI. I think this is going to come up more.
Now, did you have a fourth phone call with him?
I did.
And about what time do you think the fourth phone call was?
I don't recall.
That's okay. And do you have any memory of the fourth phone call?
Yes.
Okay. What's your memory of the fourth phone call?
Give me a second.
It's okay.
I imagine it would be really hard to parse these out.
At some point, I know was to text him Hugh's phone number.
Okay.
I know we were talking about the hospitals, friends, private investigator. Yeah, I to be honest, I don't know if the private investigator was on the fourth call or the third, so we might have blended. Yeah.
Understandable. It's been 3 years. Now, ma'am, in addition to having phone calls, did you have any other ways of communicating with the person you thought to be Brian Walsh that day?
There were text messages.
There were text messages. Your Honor, may I approach with Exhibit 163?
You may.
That's going to be easier.
Ma'am, can you take a look at Exhibit 163? It's 2-page. It's front and back.
Okay.
Miss Melanie Lynn in the chat asks, has Hugh testified yet? No, Hugh has not testified yet. Sure, we will see him testify. Sue B said, who is Hugh again? He is the global head of security for the company that Anna was working at. This witness is trying to remember as much as she can, which is fair. So Miss Gator 7 in the chat said, I'm old Gen X. McDonald's says I'm a senior. Look, I am not senior enough. I went to the grocery store this weekend I had an adventure of a day. But I went to the grocery store and realized when I was trying to buy some splits of champagne to make a spritz,
Those appear to be your
because they
text
were on
messages
sale.
between you and the.
Because Emily loves a deal. Who doesn't? That I didn't have my ID because the lovely cashier was just like, "Do you have your license?" And I'm like, "I'm sure it's in here somewhere." And I went digging through my purse. It was not. It was in my other purse because I've switched purses too much this weekend after attending, clear bag policy stadiums and what have you. So I was like, shit. I'm like, don't I look old enough? No. Everybody gets carded. She's like, "I'm sorry." I'm like, "It's not your fault.
Number that you thought
You're just
you
doing your
thought
job. It's my fault. I don't
Yes.
need to go find
You
which
could
purse
just say
my
that
license
into
is
the
in,
microphone.
apparently."
Yes.
So
But
when you were texting him and he was texting you, there was a reference to, in the last text,
thank you, Jenny, for your super chat.
Speyer personnel at the Mazda building. Thanks. Did you respond to that text?
I did not.
So that was the last communication you had with Mr. Walsh.
Correct.
Now, were there any further phone calls after that?
After the January 5th text message? No.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So there's no further communication with Mr. Walsh after the January 5th text message.
Correct.
Had you ever talked to Anna Walsh about having her children in DC?
Yes.
What did she tell you about having her children in DC?
We talked a few times about it. I'd say the first time was when she was, taking the offer and moving. We
Yes.
would talk about different areas and schools. And she had said that she would probably bring them down. I think the first time was in the summer, which made sense when they get out of school.
Right. Not
And
to
was there a
disrupt the school
subsequent
year.
conversation about the children coming down after the summer?
Yeah, so I believe in the summer or at an event, we had chatted, and she had mentioned to me that they'd be coming down in September.
And were there any further conversations after September about the children moving down to DC?
No.
Now, after seeing Anna Walsh at the women's event for Tishman Speyer in December, have you seen Anna Walsh since?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam?
Good morning.
Morning.
All right. On to cross.
So,
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Jennifer,
Basically,
she can say what she and Anna were talking about. There were some exceptions to that. The defense also didn't object, so it wasn't addressed and ruled on, but it was talking about the life that was being planned. Also, the defense might not have objected because it shows that there wasn't discourse here, that she wasn't leaving her husband, that she was planning on moving the family up to DC. But yes, there are a few different exceptions where statements of the deceased can come in as not hearsay. It's also offered for the conversation, not to prove that the children moved. So it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It was conversation that they were having.
You do. Tishman Speyer is in human resources.
Yes.
And what was the title that you told the jury?
Managing director.
Could I ask you to speak up?
Managing director.
Attorney Tipton, can I ask you to speak up?
You certainly
Everybody speak up.
back here.
Except for me. I'm just trying to eat, Your Honor.
apologize.
I haven't finished breakfast yet.
And as part of your role as the managing director of
Katie,
human resources,
I'm the worst at this. Katie said DC is actually down. I'm the worst at this. I will literally always say up. I will try to fix it. But yes, there are times, even living here, I've said, oh, we're heading, up to Huntsville this weekend. Huntsville is south of where I live. I have no idea. I don't know. Always. So yes, DC down from Boston, but in my brain, it's always we're heading up to wherever. It's just everywhere is up. It just up where? Just up.
You are responsible for, or your office is for keeping track of sick days and things like that of your employees.
We have systems that we use to keep track of days for our employees.
And one of the items of information that you provided to investigators in this case was Anna Walsh's information regarding 6 days she had taken, correct?
A document I provided? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
And that document only goes up to December 7th, doesn't it? It doesn't extend into the full month of December, does it?
I don't recall.
And do you recall that those that Anna Walsh took sick days beginning sometime in December 1st, and her reason for it was attending to her mother's surgery? Do you remember that?
I do not recall if they were sick days or vacation days.
Okay. In any event, did she ever inform you that she was going to go to Dublin?
No.
And so, as far as you know, in all the records you have regarding Anna Walsh, there's nothing to indicate that she ever went to Dublin, as far as you sit here today.
No.
Okay. And
I missed it.
You mentioned
when you're taking time off from work, do you have to tell them exactly where you're going? No. She might have mentioned she was going to attend to her mother, but I don't know if she was giving all of the details of that trip.
Crossing a few times in your testimony. Can you just tell the jury once again, what is the crossing when you refer to that?
The crossing is a residential apartment building that we own in Washington, D.C.
And how many units does it have? Approximately.
800.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the crossing is considered to be pretty much kind of a high-end residence in the DC area?
It's your standard modern apartment building with amenities and a pool, rooftop pool. If that is high end, yes.
Okay. All right. And it's fair to say that you, if I heard you right, that were your offices at the crossing?
No.
But you mentioned that you were at the crossing at various times.
I did not mention that I was at the crossing various times.
Then I misunderstood you.
I have been to the crossing. Yes.
Okay. And as part of your role as human resource and the managing director, you would be aware of the fact that if there were in fact problems at various buildings, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Are you aware, if I may, when it comes to
Counsel,
human resources,
I was ready for linear questioning. I'm trying to finish breakfast.
If there's a problem with an employee's performance, human resources would hear about it and deal with it.
What?
Correct.
And if, for instance, the tenants of a particular property that was managed by Tishman Speyer were complaining about something at the properties, and they were complaining about some of the management that was occurring at the properties, you'd hear about it, and you would be involved in trying to deal with whatever problem was being reported.
Human resources team would be involved. Me specifically, not a guarantee.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. You're aware of the fact that on or around October of 2022, there was a Legionnaire health issue that was raised by the Department of Health for the District of Columbia at the crossing.
I had heard that there was an issue with Legionnaires.
Okay. And in fact, eventually at the crossing, on or around October, November, and leading into December of 2022, the Department of Health of DC required that notices be placed at the crossing informing the tenants that there have been 2 cases of Legionnaire's disease associated with the crossing.
What's the question?
You're aware of that, aren't you?
Did
I
that
am not.
happen?
Okay.
She's like,
Are
"I
you
don't
aware
know."
of the fact that Anna Walshe was dealing with the Department of Health of DC, dealing with this Legionnaire's issue that had been.
I appreciate that counsel is really trying to tie in everything that might raise some doubt. However, I don't know if this is going to work for the jury, but the facts are something that the defense can work with, and many of the facts aren't. So he's going to work with this.
Detected at the crossing.
I am aware that as part of Anna's role, she would interact if this were an issue. I do not specifically know if she emailed, if she spoke to someone, if others were involved. Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
We were stretching a little bit, Tipton. There was a great question in the
show you
chat
what's been
from
marked
Cassie.
for
Oh, I was just about to, I thought Tipton was going to walk slower. Would love for you to touch on the mindset of any defense attorney when knowing that their client is beyond guilty. I think for many, and again, I have not worked as a defense attorney. I have lots of friends that are defense attorneys. There are many defense attorneys on the interwebs that can share this more, but I know many see their job as to make the government prove it and provide zealous advocacy for their client. This is a case where the government may have some difficulty proving parts of this case because they don't have a death certificate. They don't have a cause of death. They don't have a manner of death. It is their job to make the prosecution prove it and adhere to the law and not violate any constitutional rights, etc. So the mindset is, I am providing my job is to make them prove it. So prove it. And then they raise doubt. So it can very easily be they might not contemplate too deeply what their client may or may not be guilty of. But once the client says we're going to trial and they agree that they're going to trial, it is prove it. It is your job to prove that they did this thing. And in this case, we are looking at a first degree premeditated murder without a body, without an autopsy, without a cause of death. There are some things that are going to be difficult. Sometimes I think the mindset is to get the best deal you can for your client. But in this case, the best deal for Brian Walshe seems, from the defense perspective, to go to trial on this and take the other things out of the jury consideration, including the disposal and lying to police.
Okay.
And you're not reading, but I'm just asking for you to look at it and tell us.
She's just like, and?
So you don't want me to read it out loud, but I can read it to myself.
Yes.
Okay.
Review to yourself. You're not reading.
You can review to see if you knew that. I don't know if he knows that. Lori asked, why do lawyers use statements rather than questions? This is cross-examination. Cross-examination questions tend to be a little bit more of a statement, like statement XYZ, correct? Or ABC, correct?
Something you want me to look for?
I'm going to ask you if
Okay.
you've had time to review it.
I mean,
He's trying to refresh her recollection, but I don't think this is a fact she knows.
sure.
So
Have you ever seen that letter?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. You could have, but you might
if it's not something she knows, he can't refresh her
Correct.
recollection with it. There's nothing to be
Okay.
refreshed.
Then are you aware that that is posted on, yes or no, posted on the Tishman Speyer website?
No.
Are you aware of the fact, and I'm just going to approach Gregory.
This is probably the wrong
Are you
witness for this
aware?
then.
Of any tenant association meetings where they complained about the performance of
probably not
Anna
aware of
Walshe
that.
in conjunction with the information in that letter?
I am aware that there were tenant association meetings. I am not aware that they complained specifically about Anna.
Okay. You are aware, though, if I understanding your answer, that the tenants were complaining. You're just not sure if they were complaining about Anna Walshe.
There were quite a few complaints
Okay.
from the tenants.
I'm just gonna speculate here a bit. If you lived in a large apartment complex and there was an outbreak of Legionnaire's disease, do you think you would complain to management depending on how they were dealing with it? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I could see people being like, what the fuck is happening? Sure.
There's a variety of issues.
Okay. Dealing with the management of the crossing location.
Various things that happened at crossing.
And does that include? Does that include an issue that arose around the middle part of 2022, where the FBI became involved in the arrest of 2 residents living at the crossing?
What is the question?
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
What is the question? I don't think defenses, I saw a couple of you asking, is the defense trying to disparage the victim? I don't think so. I think what the defense is saying, well, there were people at the crossings that were upset. Look, they don't have to explain to the jury what happened to Anna Walshe. They are trying to give a whole bunch of options that involve not Brian Walshe murdering her. So that's what they are doing. Who could it have been? Someone at the crossings that was upset about the Legionnaire's disease? What about the FBI? Didn't the FBI raid the apartments and arrest people? And it has nothing to do with property management. But
So just yes or no, if you can. Are you aware of the FBI becoming involved, and without going into details about it, the FBI being involved in some arrest of 2 individuals who lived at the crossing?
Yes.
Okay. And once
We heard
again,
about
that
this
occurred
earlier.
when Anna Walshe was assigned to manage the crossing.
It occurred in April. I do not remember if Anna was physically there when it happened or if she came within a week or 2 of that, but she was working on that situation with us.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, there are certain benefits, employee benefits that Tishman Speyer provides to his employees, correct?
Correct.
And we already know that you provided life insurance at 2 times their base salary, correct?
Correct.
And the beneficiary on this particular policy involved Mr. Walshe and the 3 boys, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's other benefits that accrue to the employees, like Anna Walshe, and it's health benefits, correct? Health insurance?
Correct.
And in fact, isn't it true that Tishman Speyer also offers to some of its employees a discounted rental rate at some of your properties if they choose to live there? They get a little bit of a discount.
Not 100% accurate.
Okay, tell us what, you explain it.
They're at the crossing, and perhaps, actually, I don't know all of the city's rules. At the crossing, yes, there was a discount provided to 2 employees, I believe.
so some
Okay,
employees
so
could get
a discount provided
discounts?
if they chose to reside at the crossing.
Correct.
Okay. And there's also, with regards to benefits, and in your capacity as the managing director of human resource, that in fact, you have to kind of set forth what you want as benefits for the next year, so to speak. And that usually occurs around November of the preceding year. Is that fair to say?
Open enrollment?
Open enrollment.
Yes.
Okay. And your policies state that if there is a qualifying change in status, then some of the things like the benefits that your employees receive, like life insurance or anything, something like that, that they can then change some of their benefits. For instance, they could change their beneficiary. They could change their health insurance, who gets health insurance, correct? They can change it.
You're referring to during open enrollment?
I'm actually, yes. Well, let's start with that. In open enrollment,
Well, yes, if there's not a life
I'm
event.
asking you that.
Yes.
Okay. During open enrollment, you
Yes.
can make changes to your medical, dental, vision plan. Life insurance and long-term disability are typically, long-term disability is a one-time deal, typically.
Do you change
When
it if
you
there's a
are
life
hired.
event or no?
There are occasions on certain years where we may work with the carriers to allow employees to have another open enrollment opportunity. I do not recall if that happened in Anna's tenure with us. Life insurance is given to everyone upon hire. There is an opportunity to purchase supplemental life insurance. That is typically upon hire. And then there are some, similarly, we may do an open enrollment for it. And depending on your election amount, it may be automatic or you may be required to do additional questionnaire. And then there are other benefits such as transit or different things along those lines as well.
Transit benefits
now,
make
aside
sense.
from open enrollment in that particular area, if someone needs to change something later on, they could only change it if there was a qualifying change in status event. Correct?
Qualifying life event.
Okay. And one of those events includes divorce.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that Anna Walsh never brought up,
They weren't
raised,
divorced.
discussed with Human Resources anything about what would happen
This is a
if she
fair
got a
line of
divorce or anything
questioning.
of the sort.
Correct.
Sustained as to form.
It's a bit too late. That was
To
already
the best of your
answered.
knowledge,
Like shit's
Anna
out of the
Walsh
horse.
never came to Human Resources and discussed anything with regards to a divorce and her benefits that she received from Tishman Speyer.
Speyer.
Okay.
Sustained.
The answer's already in though. And they didn't ask to strike it. If I was the defense, I'd move on.
It's fair to say that Anna Walsh worked long hours.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
At times, we're not hourly, not everybody is hourly employees. Anna was not an hourly employee.
Salaried.
At times, she could stay late or come early.
All right. And she would just be required to manage those properties. And sometimes she had to work long hours, I suppose, to manage those properties and deal with the problems with the properties.
She had a team on site to support. But there are occasions where I'm sure she stayed later or came early.
Was the first time you ever had a conversation that you recall with Mr. Brian Walsh, was that on January 4th?
Yes,
You had never talked to him before.
correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, Brian Walsh had never called Human Resources and asked about what benefits he had or to ask
What?
to change the benefits that Anna Walsh had. Did he?
That would be weird.
Correct.
If he had, it would be really fucking weird.
You mentioned a name of Jeff Chod.
Yes.
I probably said that last name wrong.
Chad,
Okay. What is his role at Tishman Speyer?
he is no longer with the company.
What was his role in 2022?
He was the head of our Washington, D.C. region.
And did he, in fact, work with or supervise Anna Walsh?
Yes,
And would he be somebody that somebody might contact if they wanted to get in touch with Anna Walsh?
He's no longer with the company.
not necessarily.
But that would be somebody that worked with her and supervised her, correct?
Yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, do you know if Brian Walsh ever reached out and tried to contact Jeff Chod?
I do not know.
Ask Jeff.
To the best of your knowledge,
Counsel. What just happened? He just like buffered real time in the middle of a question. Okay.
Let me ask it a different way.
Gringo, we have not seen the judge rule about the guilty plea, though it seems like
Was
she's
Human
leaning
Resources
towards not letting
and
it
your
in,
team,
based on what she
were
said.
they also involved in assessing some employees' performance so they would be entitled to receive a bonus based on their performance?
You're asking if the
Huh?
HR team determines bonuses.
Well, let's ask it that way then. You can answer that yes or no.
The
If you
HR
can.
team is part of the process.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fair. And it's a better way of putting it. So let me ask you this. So Human Resources would, it would be a process to evaluate someone's performance to make a determination of whether they got a bonus during a year.
Yes.
And
There's a formal process.
And so complaints about poor performance would have a negative impact or a possible negative impact on someone receiving a bonus.
It could.
It could. And it depends on what the complaint was and what everybody on this team considered and discussed, correct?
Everybody on the HR team
Yes. And
considered and discussed. It's a very broad statement. So are we focused on Anna or just our company?
your company policy in general. I'm not focused on that right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Then what was the question again?
That there's a team put together at Tishman Speyer, and part of their role is to evaluate whether someone's performance warrants them getting a bonus
And
in salary for a particular pay period.
There are multiple people involved. Yes.
And so they evaluate the performance.
Compensation.
Okay. And Anna Walsh, being an employee, would also have her performance evaluated to determine if she would receive a bonus.
Yes.
I just have a second.
I have a feeling that there's a lot more to these answers because HR, and he's asking
Thank you very much.
in a way that is not easy for her to answer in yes or no. I don't think it matters.
Brief, Your Honor. And the Friday after Thanksgiving, is that a holiday for Tishman Speyer?
It is a floating holiday, which means typically the corporate office is closed and those employees are not required to work.
I was going to say,
But
what's
there
a
are
floating
people
holiday?
in property management and some hourly roles
That makes
that may
sense.
be required pending the building leases, essentially.
Could Anna observe that as a floating holiday?
Say that again?
Could Anna Walsh observe the Friday after Thanksgiving as a floating holiday?
She could, yeah.
Do you know if Anna Walsh received bonuses as a result of her compensation at Tishman Speyer?
She did.
And
It's a good follow-up.
what type of employee was Anna Walsh?
I think that, oh, sorry, ma'am, that was a rude pause. I think the defense has maybe left some insinuation that there was an issue or something with Anna. And so I appreciate that they're coming in and saying, okay, well, whatever evaluation, blah, blah, blah. Did she receive a bonus? Was she a good employee? Let's forget about any of the insinuations. Let's just answer it.
She received, she was a good employee. She was on time or early.
Okay.
I mean, ma'am, is that really the only sign of a good employee? Let's just, we all have our own relationship with time.
She,
And these various complaints from the crossing, did that have any impact on Anna's compensation?
from the tenants at the crossing?
Yes.
No.
What about the FBI raid that occurred within weeks?
So now we're getting back specifically to what was on cross-examination.
She,
And these various complaints from the crossing, did that have any impact on Anna's compensation?
from the tenants at the crossing?
Yes.
No.
What about the FBI raid that occurred within weeks of her starting? Did that have any effects on her? Or her her perception as a good employee at Tishman Speyer?
Anna had nothing to do with that FBI raid.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
All right.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
So with all the insinuations, the answer was this didn't impact her job. She was a good employee. Okay. We're going to continue on to the next witness.
103.
Oh,
Head out for your morning break.
we're going to continue on to the jurors taking their morning break. We're going to zoom right past that.
There's your notebooks.
Some of you are saying, tell us more about the FBI raid. I have no idea. I'm going to wait and see if the judge puts anything on the record. They're taking the morning break. We're going to zoom through it. I want to see if the judge just asks the attorneys anything. They might not at all.
Not right now, Your Honor.
Does anyone need anything?
Not right now, Your Honor. Perhaps right before they come back, we might have one small issue for the court.
All right. Let me know.
All right.
Okay. All are already risen. So they're going to go on the morning break. Let me try to give a morning summary. I know some of you are probably feeling like this morning's moving slow. So at the morning break on trial, I want to say day 8, and it's not, it's just December 8th. It's trial day 6. We finished the testimony with the medical examiner who talked about what they preserved from the cut pieces of carpet that they observed. And we saw that they recovered a toggle from a necklace that was engraved with the word Gucci on it. I think that that is probably from the Gucci necklace we saw Anna wearing quite a lot in her Instagram leading up to the date of her death. And once they got into the toggle says Gucci on it, I'm like, oh, well, then there it is. And we've seen that picture admitted into evidence last week. I believe Friday, it could have been Thursday. And then we got into the cross-examination. The defense asked a lot of questions about sudden and unexplained deaths, and the coroner or ME tried to reiterate in his responses that most of those things are answered during autopsy. They don't remain unexplained if there is an autopsy. And then he talked about deaths being unexpected or sudden, and the coroner was like, well, lots of deaths are sudden and unexpected. So really, we didn't see that there was anything that the coroner tested. They observed the carpet, they preserved things, and then those things were sent presumably to the crime lab, because we heard from the witness that picked things up from the ME's office and drove it to the crime lab. We haven't gotten into all of that scientific testing yet, because the next witness was Theresa Marchese, who was the HR director for Tishman Speyer, Anna Walsh's company, who talked about the conversation she had with Brian Walshe on the 4th and briefly on the 5th before not speaking to him anymore. Talked about seeing Anna Walshe for the last time in December, and then talked about the day of the 4th going to Anna Walsh's residence, observing that there was a Nespresso box. I took it to mean like a delivery that was at the front that had been, that was wet. And she indicated that it had rained in the days prior, but had not rained the day that she was observing things. So it indicated to her that Anna had not been home in several days. We know now that Anna never returned to DC after going home for New Year's. But at this time, Tishman Speyer was still trying to assist Brian Walshe in looking for Anna, and asked him, along with their head of global security, asked Brian Walshe about the make and model of her car. If her car had, they called it something else than a fast pass, but if their car had like a fast pass, if he had called hospitals, if he had made police reports. They had someone from work calling hospitals locally in DC. And then we know that the global head of security also called law enforcement. I'm sure we'll hear from him later, but we have not gotten there yet. So we just finished up with that witness. The defense asked a lot of questions from the coroner of people moving and or talking after death. I'm interested to see where the defense goes with that, and asked a lot of questions of HR about when somebody would get a bonus from work and how employees are evaluated, and if the residents of an apartment building that was managed by Tishman, Speyer, and by Anna, the Crossing, if they were complaining about Anna's performance. But on redirect, we heard the prosecution ask, and the answers were that Anna was a good employee, that she had received bonuses, and that though there were resident complaints at the Crossing, where there was also apparently a Legionnaires outbreak, that those didn't impact her employment. Also, I imagine living in an apartment building and getting a notification that there's like a Legionnaires outbreak would be incredibly stressful. When I worked in juvenile and we had a tuberculosis outbreak, it was incredibly stressful. It's stressful having to deal with outbreaks in confined space. Okay, because we're at the morning break and we haven't peeked in today, there we go with the OnlyFan as we're zooming. Ellie B said, HR me is so bummed I missed HR's testimony. A lot of HR's testimony was her looking at the defense counsel going, that's not as easy of an answer as you think it might be. So there was a good amount of that. So let's get to after the break and our next witnesses. This morning we did not fly to Logan, and you know I love a rewards program. I love a deal. I love earning points. So I am not depriving you of your EDB Air points now that we have the morning break. Maybe we should just go ahead and fly to Logan. All right, let's continue on and see who the next witnesses are. Oh, Jesus. What?
Maybe seated.
We unmuted into a clatter. There was a veritable clamor happening in the courtroom. I don't know what just happened. Oh, yeah. I thought I had gotten us so perfectly to where we needed to be, and they immediately go to sidebar. Oh, Laysai, immediately to sidebar.
All right, to the court, please. Jurors entering.
Jurors coming in.
Bring the jury.
It's happened so rarely, this case. It really has. It's happened so rarely. Nick W. said, why doesn't Brian go to sidebar? He probably doesn't want to. All right, the jurors are coming in.
Commonwealth was recalled Davis Gould.
The Commonwealth is recalling a witness? Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you give in the cause now in hearing?
Oh, scientific services, right?
So help you God.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
I appreciate that they have parsed out this
You may
testimony
proceed.
so that it makes sense.
Sir, could you state your name for the record?
I don't think they are being recalled to because a door has been opened or something else. I think it's a recall based on pacing and timing. The prosecution has been very conscientious about keeping things in order and bringing things in order. So I think this was either strategic due to schedule or strategic to keep things in order and make sure that the adequate foundation had been laid before we came back to this witness. So back to scientific services. That makes sense to me in the order that we are in right now.
My name is Davis Gould, spelled D-A-V-I-S, last name G-O-U-L-D.
You previously testified in this matter, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. First question I want to ask you.
Okay,
sir,
so witness recalled.
during your testimony, you stated you went to what crime lab to put the evidence into the LIMS system?
I stated I went to the Danvers State Police Crime Laboratory.
And subsequently, you had the opportunity to reflect on that. What crime
So
lab did you go
this would be the
The Sudbury
25th
location.
witness, but
Why did you initially think you went to Danvers?
It's a recall.
The Danvers location is closest to Peabody. That's the lab I typically respond to after I go to scenes. Sudbury houses larger evidence storage and drying cabinets. So upon reflection, I went to that location in order to submit the quantity of evidence I had for drying.
So speaking of that, I want to ask you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm putting a piece of parchment paper on the witness bench.
Are we going to look at stuff again? I guess
I'm
so.
showing you what was marked as Exhibit 131.
Oh,
I'm gonna
you
ask
know,
you to put on some
just to
gloves.
correct an error.
Sir, can you state what Exhibit 131 says on the exterior of the bag?
Yes, it says black jacket with pair of black socks
Oh, no, we haven't
and
seen this
bracelet
yet.
from bag number 1.
All right. Now, when you were in court the other day and testifying, you didn't pull the black jacket out upon my request. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. Now, that bag, can you open it up and pull out the black jacket?
Yes.
Okay. So they did not open up the bags the last time that he was in court. They are doing that now.
Besides the jacket, sir, which you produced in the bag, is there anything else in the bag?
No.
Okay. You can put the jacket back in the bag.
Yes, it's believed to be on his jacket. I appreciate that they put down the bench paper. It's believed to be on his jacket. Also, remember Brian Walsh said that she went missing wearing a black jacket,
One bag.
wearing boots,
What
the
was
hunter
done with
boots.
Exhibit 131, sir?
This item was placed into a drying cabinet in order to dry at the Sudbury Crime Laboratory.
You
What
have a
about the
drying
socks
cabinet?
and the bracelet?
Those were also placed into a drying cabinet in order to dry.
What was done with the socks and the bracelet that were
You're telling me that the crime lab has a drying cabinet so it doesn't have to just be left on a counter somewhere in the Norfolk DA's office? What?
originally in the bag with the jacket?
After a period of a few days, in order for the items to dry, the evidence control unit repackaged those items that were now dry into their own individual brown paper bags.
All right, I'm showing you now, sir.
That's
what
a
was marked as
reasonable
Exhibit
explanation.
134, brown paper bag containing bracelet. Can you look inside that, sir?
Yes.
It's a very reasonable explanation. We had them all in one number and then we dried them and then they all got their own number in their own separate bag.
Is there a bracelet inside there?
Yes, there is.
Now, what did you do to confirm that that was the bracelet that was from the jacket pocket of Exhibit 131?
The chain of custody in our laboratory information management system, the LIMS program, shows the history of the item going into the drying cabinet and then being
What?
taken out after drying several days later and packaged into its individual brown paper bag by the evidence control unit.
And is that a protocol of what happens to an item once it's placed in a drying cabinet?
Correct. That's standard lab policy to then separate.
Everything is put in its own bag and it's all accounted for in their system. Little like barcodes, they just scan it and log it. It's just so normal.
The individual items after they're dry.
And did you do anything as far as looking at additional photographs to confirm?
I did, yes.
What did you do?
I looked at the lab photographs from the bench analysis that was done on the large bag labeled black jacket, socks, and bracelet. And the only item at the time of analysis was the black jacket inside of the bag.
And I'm handing you another brown paper bag and I'm going to ask you to recognize the item inside.
Yes, I do.
Were those the black socks found by the black jacket that were put into the initial bag you packaged at King Peabody that night?
Yes, they are.
And what were done with those socks?
Those socks were also placed into a drying cabinet, just like the other two items.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the black socks marked into the next exhibit.
Any objection? Black socks are now in evidence as Exhibit 191.
So they logged everything. They logged when it went into the drying cabinet, and then they logged it when it was all separated out into its own
Any,
stuff. How eminently reasonable.
Cross. The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sure you'll be back. because we still haven't gone through everything I think this witness has done. No cross. Next witness. So more things were admitted into evidence
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
now that there was
The
foundation for
Commonwealth would
them.
call Hugh Dunleavy.
Oh, the global head of security. Okay. So this will be witness number 25. We try to keep witnesses numbered by how many witnesses there are. So we're not double numbering Dunleavy. So you'll see, or not Dunleavy, we're not double numbering crime lab witnesses. So we'll see when they're recalled. So we can keep a total of how many witnesses are called in the trial, even though witness number 13 was recalled. We're not going to add numbers because then we'll get off and I'll get confused on how many witnesses there have been total. So moving on to witness number 25, Hugh Dunleavy. Hello, Mr. Dunleavy. Former Secret Service.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Be seated.
So I just have fun, sir.
I'm curious to hear what he has to say. For sure.
Yes, you can. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning,
The clock in court is
Could you please state
the clock in court is local time of day for the courtroom. So that is the local time in the courtroom.
your name?
And the court's been actually really good. They said they want to take the morning recess around 11 a.m. every day. And they've been pretty good at taking their morning recess right around 11 a.m. local time every day.
And spell your last name.
I start behind
Hugh.
real time and then we zoom.
Middle initial G, Dunleavy, Dunleavy.
I had been spelling
And
it
where
with an
were you
O.
working in January of 2023?
Tishman Speyer.
And what was your title at Tishman Speyer?
I'm the Chief Security Officer at Tishman Speyer.
And what is your current title?
Chief Security Officer.
And what are your responsibilities?
Physical security for the most part. I do a bit of executive protection, crisis management, so forth.
And what have your previous work experience been to obtain the position that you have at Tishman Speyer?
Has executive protection
Prior to working
changed
at
in
Tishman Speyer, I
2025?
was a
I'm
Secret Service
sure
agent.
it has.
And how long were you a Secret Service agent?
From till 2014, 1993 until 2014.
Thank you for your
And
service,
does
sir.
Tishman Speyer have real estate holdings in DC, and did they in January of 2023?
It does.
And in your work for Tishman Speyer, did you know Anna Walshe?
I did.
How did you know her?
She was a coworker assigned to our DC region.
And where did you sit in relation to Anna Walshe?
It's an open workspace in our DC regional office. Our workstations were probably 10 feet apart from each other.
I have so many questions about how the open workspace works with like head of security and like head of HR all in an open workspace. I have so many. How does that work? Do they have phone call rooms where they have to just go take their laptops into other rooms to deal with all the stuff they deal with that's private? I have so many
And
questions.
what were Anna's specific work projects?
Anna was responsible for our residential properties, specifically in DC.
And were there any specific properties that she was responsible for that you were aware of?
DC Crossing was the major one. In Southeast DC was another property under construction called Mazza Galleria, again, under construction.
Yeah, it seems like open
And in
workspaces.
your capacity as chief security.
I mean, it seems to me that I worked in multi-DA offices, which were hard enough for me with having 4 or 5 other people in the same office. Having an open work environment would literally break my brain. I could just hear too much. Just give people offices and then have open spaces where people can congregate instead of vice versa. But whatever.
Officer, would you be apprised of security concerns for your buildings and employees?
I would.
And in your capacity as the chief of security for Tishman Speyer, are you responsible for employee safety and security?
I am.
Would you be aware of threats on employees?
I would, yes.
And were
a good
you
question.
aware of any specific threats against Anna Walshe when she worked for you?
It's a good
No.
question.
What happened when you came to work on January 4th of 2023 in regard to Anna Walshe?
Around mid-morning, late morning, started hearing rumblings of, hey, does anybody know where Anna is? We can't find Anna. Sort of looking for Anna Walshe.
And as a result of not hearing or seeing Anna Walshe, what did you do?
Sent Anna a quick health and welfare text message about 10:57 in the morning.
And how did you do that?
Just a text from my phone to hers.
And was that text received?
I couldn't tell if it was received. It normally says delivered or read. In this instance, it did not.
And as you were reaching out via text, were you aware of other people in your company doing things in relation to looking for Anna Walshe?
How long after you sent that text did Brian Walsh call you? Or call the other office, the crossings office? I'm curious.
Walshe.
It was, yes.
And on that same day, at that same time, did you have an opportunity to speak with Brian Walshe?
I did.
And how did that conversation occur?
I have a coworker. Her name is Miss Theresa Marchese. She works as an executive in our human resources division. Ms. Marchese had been in contact with Mr. Walshe, and she conferenced me in on a call she had with Mr. Walshe.
Do you know what time that call was?
Sometime after 10:57, after the text, late morning.
And so once you were on the phone, that conference call, what was initially said about you?
Just introductions. It was mostly Theresa
about
introducing
you?
me to Mr. Walshe as Anna's husband.
Oh,
And Theresa introduced
former Secret Service, etc. Okay, fair.
me to Mr. Walshe as the chief security officer. And I believe she said either former law enforcement or former Secret Service.
And what was Anna Walsh's husband's demeanor initially?
Initially, very cordial. Hello, how can I help you?
Initially,
Very calm.
did it change?
And at some point, did that stay the same or change or something else?
It did. Very quickly, when I started asking about Anna, his demeanor changed. He got very emotional, unintelligible, to the point where I had to ask him to calm down so I could just understand what he was saying.
Huh.
And was he able to do that?
He was, yes.
And how long do you think he was unintelligible for?
It was quick, 20 to 30 seconds at most. He was quickly able to reestablish his composure and began a conversation.
And could you please tell me what Mr. Walshe told you during that phone call? How did that phone call go?
It was, again, very cordial. His demeanor was good. He regained his composure. And when I started asking, hey, when was the last time you saw Anna? What was her location? Words to that effect.
And what did he tell you about the last time he saw Anna?
He indicated he had seen Anna sometime either late on the 31st or early on the 1st of
What?
January.
And
That's odd.
why did he say she had left?
He indicated that there was a work emergency and that she had left the house en route back to our DC region.
And what, if anything, did he tell
What
you
time did he
about the
say
amount of
she was
time
wheels up?
that
I
he
got
had
questions.
not been in contact with her?
I asked him very specifically when was the last time he spoke to his wife. He said, I noted that it was the 4th of January and the last time he'd seen his wife was on the 1st. So it was 3 days. Is that normal? He indicated it was not atypical for them to not speak for several days.
It was not atypical for them to not speak for several days? No, it was not. It was atypical for them to not speak for several days? Sir, your emphasis is confusing me. That was a confusing answer. He said it was not the normal. It was atypical. There was a period there that got lost in my brain. Okay. It was atypical for them to go that long without speaking.
But he was now calling work to find out where she was.
And what, if anything, was discussed about the work emergency?
Again, I was coming from Mr. Walsh. He indicated it was a work emergency. He was non-specific. He didn't know the nature of it. I spoke to Mr. Walsh, said I was unaware of a work emergency that would necessitate bringing Anna back to DC. I said I would check, but I was unaware of any emergency at the residential properties in DC.
Did you check?
I did.
Did you discover a work emergency?
I did not.
What else did you discuss during the course of that conversation?
I asked him if he believed his wife was headed to DC, how she got there. Did she fly? Did she take a train? How did she get to the airport or the train station?
And what did he say?
He was unaware. He indicated he did not know.
And what else did you talk about during that conversation?
I asked if he had any mechanism, like most of us have, to find your family in the event of emergency, find my iPhone. I said, do you use that technology with your wife? He said, no, I do not.
I was wondering if there was Find My or location sharing. It seems that there was not.
What else did you discuss?
I discussed that it was imperative that it was, again, now the 4th. He tells me the last time he saw his wife was on the 1st. It was imperative that he reach out to local law enforcement. I asked him, had he done that? And he said, no, not yet.
And then I said, Jesus Christ, man, call fucking law enforcement. It's been 4 days. Or 3+ days. What are you doing?
I told him that he must. I advised him that he should as soon as we hang up the phone.
You heard him say must in all caps?
I asked him what department was the local department. He didn't know. I asked him where he lived. He said Cohasset. And I told him, I said, Mr. Walsh, as soon as we hang up, I'm going to call Cohasset Police Department and report your wife missing. I advised.
Who's your local law enforcement? I don't know. Seriously? You live in Cohasset. You've never seen a Cohasset PD cruiser ever? I don't know who the police are here.
I advise you to do the same.
And what did he say?
He said, I will.
Did you ask him what, if anything, he had done besides call work?
He indicated that he was going to call other family and friends.
Mr. Dunleavy, what name did you use when you spoke with him?
We give a name, Hugh Dunleavy.
Do you use any nicknames currently?
Not professionally, no.
So what else did you do in hopes of finding Anna Walsh that day?
I don't know, chat. I try not to judge a book by its cover, but Mr. Head of Security doesn't give me nickname vibes. Like I'm not getting nickname vibes from bro. He's like, no.
Very quickly, other than calling Cohasset Police Department,
they're not calling him a
health and
nickname to his
welfare
face,
check of
at
Anna's
least.
known DC residents. Contacted Washington, DC's Metropolitan Police Department, and I asked 2 officers to meet me there.
And that was that January 4th date?
That was later in the afternoon.
Okay. And so who did you go to the DC home with?
Theresa Marchese was already en route there. I advised Theresa not to go in yet, wait for law enforcement. I also took 2 engineers with me to the residence.
And why did you need 2 engineers with you?
With the assumption we knew we didn't have a key, although Theresa indicated she did have the garage code to the townhouse. The engineers were there in the event that we needed to access the interior of the house. They could drill the locks if necessary.
And who did those engineers work for?
They worked for Tishman Speyer.
And at some point, did you again speak to
Okay.
Mr. Walsh?
I did.
And where was that?
Outside of Anna's DC residence.
And how did that come about?
I texted Mr. Walsh, based, I believe, on the number that I got from Theresa, to have him call me.
And how was his demeanor when you spoke?
Very calm, very cooperative.
And why did you want to speak with him?
I needed consent for the officers to go inside the residence to do that health and welfare.
And so who did Mr. Walsh speak with?
I told them that MPD police officers were with me. I handed my phone to the officers. The officers engaged Mr. Walsh directly, and I'm assuming he gave verbal consent to them yet.
And when you say MPD, can you just define that?
Sure, my apologies. Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, MPD.
Thank you. And after the conversation with Mr. Walsh, what next happened?
They gained access. So a cursory search of the outside of the townhouse indicated no forced entry. They gained access through the garage with the garage code that was provided. The interior garage door was locked.
And then what happened?
They asked the engineers to drill the lock to allow MPD into the residence.
And did that happen?
They did.
And that's why the engineers
And
were
what
there.
did the police then do?
I'm sorry, say again.
What did the police then do, sir?
They went into the residence by themselves.
Okay. And where were you?
Myself, Theresa, and the engineers remained outside the residence.
And how long were the police inside?
Not long, I would say 15 minutes approximately.
And did you watch the police come outside?
I did.
And who did the police return outside with?
No one, by themselves.
The police came out and said no one's
Did
there.
you see Anna Walsh?
I did not.
Did anyone seek assistance that day?
No.
So after the initial text and phone conversation to get into the house, did you have any other communication with Mr. Walsh?
Later in the day, sometime around 5 p.m., he texted me asking if I had found Anna's car.
Oh.
And was Anna's car?
Why is he texting you asking if he found Anna's car? We have come up with lots of possibilities about the car and very few answers. I hope that this question gets answered later. But isn't it strange of him if he's texting asking about Anna's car?
At the townhouse.
It was not.
Did you begin an investigation into the location of the car?
I did.
And were you able to locate the car?
I was.
And
where did you locate that car?
At DC Crossing, Southeast DC.
And how did you find the car?
We asked the property management staff there to go down to the garage.
That was not what I was expecting. Was that what any of you were expecting? What? The car is at the apartment building? I wonder if, timeout. I wonder if she parked the car at DC Crossing and took an Uber to the airport from DC Crossing instead of parking her vehicle at the airport. Maybe DC Crossing's closer to the airport, so it's a shorter Uber. And since that was a building she managed, she left it there. But I am surprised that it was there. Because I thought she had driven home. Maybe she drove a rental home and not her vehicle so that she wouldn't be out a car and have to drive it back to DC because she needs a car in DC. Some of you are saying, or took the metro. Fair. Okay. I was not expecting that at all. All right.
They were able to locate the vehicle in the garage. We also pulled video evidence of her entering the garage.
Oh, from when?
And in your capacity, were you able to review that in terms of her being there on a certain date?
I was.
And what date was that?
On about the 30th of December.
Do you remember a time for that generally?
I don't know. It was dark. I don't remember the time.
Okay. So when she flew home, that
in
makes
your
sense.
capacity as director of security, are you aware of how employees of Tishman Speyer gain access to your buildings?
Probably has
I
a
am.
key card.
And how do they?
Standard access control technologies, whether that's a proximity card or an access device that's on your phone, those access records are date stamped, time date stamped,
And how is that data maintained?
electronically.
So she
And
parked
when
it
is that
there.
maintained?
She parked it there to go to the airport, it seems like, on the 30th when she went back to Boston, which, I mean, would make sense if crossing is closer to the metro or closer to the airport and easier to Uber than from her own home.
Usually
Okay.
locally on a server at whatever property that these access control records are maintained.
And is that maintained in real time?
It is.
And when was the last time that Anna used her access to a Tishman Speyer building?
On or about the 30th of December.
And in your capacity as Director of Security, are you aware of emails, phones, and corporate credit cards issued to employees of Tishman Speyer?
So
I am.
all signs of life are going
And
to
are
stop on
Tishman
the 30th,
Speyer
right?
employees routinely issued email accounts?
They are.
And what email does your company use?
The domain name is at tishmanspire.com.
And was Anna provided an email?
She was.
And how is that data maintained?
Electronically.
And did you determine the last time that she used her work email?
I did.
And when was that? For a non-recurring account, for a non-recurring email.
On or about, again, the 30th of December.
Okay. And was Anna issued a work laptop for Tishman Speyer?
She was, yes.
And what type of work laptop generally was she issued?
We are generally issued a Microsoft type laptop, not a personal, not a tower, but a laptop.
A laptop. And
I saw this question a couple times. I'm going to pull up Gretchen's. Gretchen said she went to Boston Christmas, back to DC, back to Boston. Yes, she did. She was working in DC. Her husband, defendant, and her sons were in Boston. So she had gone back to Boston Christmas Day from DC after the Christmas morning flight canceled. She had driven. Then she had flown back to DC after Christmas, I think on the 27th, but I would need to go back to my notes, and then went back to Boston from DC on the 30th. And then that was it. So she was commuting between the two locations. She had anticipated, they said early in trial, being able to move to DC, but then husband Brian was unable to leave Boston because he had a federal case in Boston. So Brian was in Boston out of custody because he was the main caregiver of the kids, and that's why he was on house arrest. When all of this went down, house arrest did not have a GPS. So hopefully that helps.
you said Microsoft, meaning not an Apple product.
No, generally not Apple products or issues.
And did Anna have a corporate phone?
She did.
Are certain Tishman Speyer employees provided corporate credit cards?
They are.
And was Anna Walsh
like a
provided a
45-minute
corporate
flight, they
credit
said.
card?
She was actually provided two
Through what?
through American Express.
And did you determine the last time that she used her corporate credit card for a non-recurring charge
Non-recurring is again on or about the 30th of December.
of 2022?
That's correct.
And would you know?
Which type of American Express cards were they? Were they the platinum cards? Were they the rewards cards? Were they the Goldman card? Which, Emily, your credit card can't be your personality, but it can though. I like rewards points. Was it the gold card? Which cards?
Or be notified if Anna used email or her American Express corporate card?
As part of that investigation, I contacted our IT staff and asked them to notify me in the event that she logged in, used the credit card, tried to communicate it all on our work networks.
So they flagged all of Anna's stuff.
Did you keep her car in the DC Crossing building for some time?
Her car was maintained there for some time, yes.
Okay. And what was done with her license plate?
Ultimately, when the car was recovered, we recovered everything, the entire contents of the vehicle, to include the license plates. They were maintained, stored in boxes in our offices until they were released to law enforcement.
Mr. Dunleavy, have you seen Anna Walsh since you began looking for her on January 4th of 2023?
I have not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
It sounded like work did a lot to hope to find Anna Walshe and that this would not be the result. I imagine that if not on January 4th, then by January 5th, 6th, or 7th, Mr. Secret Service had some questions and concerns, would be my guess.
Thank you.
Cross,
All right, on to
can
cross-examination.
we step down?
No cross-examination. I do admire how focused the attorneys have been. And we have answers about Anna Walsh's car
The Commonwealth may call its
Parked.
next witness.
at
Thank
DC
you.
Crossing, the building
Commonwealth would call Patricia Patterson.
that she managed, or one of the buildings she managed. All right, next witness, Patricia Patterson. I zoomed just a little.
You solemnly affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
We are
help you
now on
God.
witness number
Thank you. You can be
26.
seated.
Okay. And you may proceed.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Stevens said, didn't Brian say that Anna drove her car up? No, he said she drove. I don't think he ever specified what she drove or her car vis-a-vis rental car. I don't think he ever said.
Could you just please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Patricia Patterson, Patterson.
And where are you employed, ma'am?
We're back to
Walgreens.
Massachusetts.
And which store is that?
The one in Cohasset,
And where is that located?
Cohasset, Massachusetts.
What's the address?
Oh, 767 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Thank you. And how long have you worked there?
24 years.
And what is your role
I bet you know
at
everybody.
the Walgreens in Cohasset?
I'm a shift lead.
And what was your role in January of 2023?
Shift lead.
And what are your responsibilities as the shift lead?
Run the store, open, close.
And do you have responsibilities in terms of surveillance systems?
Yes.
Thank you. Maybe if you could just push the microphone a little bit closer. Thank you
Yes.
so much. Thank you. So does Walgreens have a surveillance system at
Oh,
store
boy.
118 in Cohasset?
Yes.
And did they in January of 2023?
Yes.
And does Walgreens maintain its surveillance video in good faith?
Yes.
And does it do so?
Because this question comes up every time they ask it. The questions that counsel is now asking are the Business Record Foundation. The way that I think she's side-eyeing the defendant. The way that you lay the foundation for business records exceptions has a series of questions that are generally established either by statute or by case law. And being maintained in good faith is one of them in Massachusetts. So you hear, are they made in the regular course of business? Are they maintained in the regular course of business? And so those specific kind of checkbox questions are to authenticate the business records of the video to come in. And so that's what they are asking. Are these maintained as a part of your regular course of business? Which is what most ask. But in good faith, I think would mean the same. Are these made and maintained in your regular course of business? So as they are maintained for your business purposes.
In the normal course of business.
Right.
Yes.
And what is the purpose of the cameras at your store?
Secure.
They're for surveillance to watch people come in and out and make sure nobody steals. And
And do the cameras
Give
at
to law
your
enforcement
store
if you need
record
to.
in real time?
yes,
And where were the cameras in your store located?
there's one at the front door. There's one facing the front registers. And there's one down near the pharmacy.
And where is the footage stored?
In through a locked door in a locked cabinet.
And who has the code and the keys for all of that?
My boss.
And does the shift lead also have access to that area?
Yes.
And did you allow law enforcement access to your surveillance system on January 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the footage that you allowed law enforcement to access?
Yes.
And did you recognize that footage?
Yes.
And did you also recognize the sales associate in the footage as well?
Yes.
So all the business record stuff to get the security footage in, whether it comes in through
Your
her
Honor,
or
may I
law
approach?
enforcement, we'll
You
see. But they're going to go and, I imagine, show, excuse me, what it was saved on, what the thumb drive generally it was saved on. So they're not doing CDs anymore, like I was.
Showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize-
Though it was easy with the CDs because people could just sign the CD jacket. It made it easy.
that thumb drive?
Yes.
And I'd ask that you to look at it.
Yep.
I'm going to turn it around.
Okay.
Yep, that's my thumb drive. And it's got a tag on it.
Yeah.
And what do you recognize on this, ma'am?
That I signed it.
And do you recognize this to be your signature of the thumb drive that you viewed?
Close.
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 192.
Ned, these things might be stored on the local disk and the cloud, but to bring them into court, they have to be downloaded to thumb drives at some point.
Your Honor,
Because
I'd ask that
they
we
have to
now,
be marked into
play
evidence and
this for the
tangible.
jury.
Oh, good.
192 can be published.
Retail establishments have such clear security footage these days. I'm going to back up real quick because they started playing it immediately and the camera hadn't panned yet, but it sure looks like Brian Walshe walking in, doesn't it? The camera is still panning. But he's just like, is there a camera there? Yes, sir, there's a camera there. The date on this is January 1st, 2023, 15:35:43. And it looks like Brian Walshe is picking up a few items, paying for the items. And exiting the Walgreens. I can't see the time. There's a time up there, but it is the pool camera has scooched themselves up, so it is cut off a bit at the top there.
Ms. Stillman, I ask you just to stop right there. And Ms. Patterson, I ask if you could just tell me the date and the time on the top.
It is January 1st, 2023 at 15:40.12.
So 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
From entrance.
Ms. Patterson, does Walgreens also have receipts?
Yes.
Are receipts provided for customers and also maintained in the
Timeline, screenshots, fucking everything. Okay, you're welcome.
normal course of business?
Yes.
Does Walgreens provide receipts and keep them in good faith, not altering them?
Yes.
And when is a receipt created?
Once you make the payment, the receipt comes out.
Thank you. Your Honor,
Do we have
may I
these?
approach?
You may.
I'm sure they have the actual receipts.
And what is this?
This is the receipt from the day that Mr. Walshe came into the store.
Your Honor, I ask that this be the next exhibit.
No objection. the receipt from 1/1/23 is in evidence from Walgreens as 193. You may.
All right, let's look at the receipt. This is from Walgreens number 4118 at 767 Chief Justice Cushing Highway from 1/1/23 at 3:39 p.m. And I'm going to try to make and it's got the transaction number and the price. Picking up Band-Aids and ointment. $15 a
Ms.
Band-Aids.
Patterson, what is this receipt for?
It is for anti-itch Band-Aids and
So the Band-Aid and the ointment was picked up before the tools that he purchased?
Walgreens Max triple antibiotic cream.
That's important.
And what is the date of the receipt?
1/1/2023 at 3:39 p.m.
And how much is the transaction for?
2102.
And how were the items paid for?
A Visa.
Thank you. And
And they've got the last four of the Visa
who
on
was the
there.
cashier?
Donna.
And was that the woman who was in the video?
Yes.
And who is the operator?
Me, Patty.
And what does that mean?
It means that I printed the receipt.
Thank you very much.
Remember,
Any
y'all.
cross? The witness may step down.
No
Thank you.
cross.
Thank you.
Remember, y'all, he was Googling how to get blood off a knife and does DNA stay on a knife? Him having a cut on his thumb when he was arrested and then purchasing Band-Aids before he purchased everything at Lowe's might indicate that he also cut himself on a knife. A jury could make that determination. They could make more determinations, but we will see. No, not all Band-Aids are $15, but it must have been a larger pack of Band-Aids. So I think the Band-Aids are for his thumb, and we saw that cut when he was arrested. So
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Joseph Cesarz.
Rex 88 said he wanted the anti-itch. I wonder if he just grabbed the first pack of Band-Aids he fucking saw and grabbed the ointment. So it would lead to an indication that perhaps he was cut not in the process of everything else.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. Just watch your step.
Also, it's more surprising to me that in a house with 3 kids, like right around 2, 4, and 6, that they didn't have a plethora of Band-Aids in the home. That I find, honestly, that more surprising that he didn't just have Band-Aids at the house.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe he just didn't want to use
Sir,
them.
could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Joseph Cesarz, Cesarz.
And where do you work, sir?
I work at Vinnin Liquors in Swampscott, Massachusetts.
How long have you worked at Vinnin
Swampscott.
Liquors?
About 20 years.
And what do you do at Vinnin Liquors?
I'm store manager.
And where is Vinnin Liquors located in Swampscott, Mass?
It's on Paradise Road or Route 1A, right next to Whole Foods.
And you say right next to Whole Foods. What does it have as far as a parking lot connecting?
I don't know what happened in court, but the feed.
Everybody up?
I don't know what just happened in court, but something glitched.
Next to Whole Foods.
And you say right next to Whole Foods. What does it have as far as a parking lot connecting?
Oh, the lights actually glitched. And everybody was like, what? That's why he said, uh-oh, because the lights did glitch.
Everybody up?
We lost our signal.
Just looking at the technology portion.
Hold on 1 second.
Seems like they had a little bit of a power glitch. And then lost some of their connections. So that's not somebody's saying we're going to need to take a quick break. The judges.
That's what happens when you're in a building that is this age. You need to be a little bit more sympathetic to her age.
I love that the court's like, we're asking a lot of the old girl here. It is a 100-plus-year-old building, and we are asking for a little bit of help. But you know what? The pool camera didn't go down, so we're glad for that.
So we're not back up on the ability to show exhibits. Is that the only thing that's impacted? FTR is running. Sure. You can get up and move about if you wish.
It looks like they're letting the jurors stay. Happened again. Emily, you normally zoom. Yes, I'm just curious. I don't know if they turned off the lights or if they're just gonna have to reset the courthouse fuse box. Did you try turning it off and turning it back on? Yeah, the camera's likely on its own stuff and on a UPS. Everything in my office, well, we have multiple redundancies here, and sometimes even then. But I would imagine they would have to be connected somewhere that it's not going to impact the court. So, anywho, I'm going to answer some questions. I'm actually just curious what's going on in court. I'm going to speed it up a little bit though, because, well, we can do our best to catch up on time. I put us at 1.25 while they're doing this. Tess said, thanks for covering this, EDB. You're welcome. The law nerds spoke and wanted to see this case. And there's going to be, look, you can't, trial's unpredictable. I didn't predict power glitches for today. Trial is unpredictable for sure. So there the lights go. The lights are back on. X only.
All the necessary essentials are going. That is, FDR is going.
Jojo said, thanks, EDB, for keeping me company after the loss of my 13-year-old cat who passed unexpectedly yesterday morning. It's been a roller coaster of emotions. I know a couple of you are dealing with pet loss in our community. It is a unique and difficult type of grief. I'm so sorry to hear it.
Computers are going. What's not going is the screens. So
which they need.
Just keep on keeping on. And that means that if we have to hand pass, earlier I mentioned to you, or I suggested to one of the lawyers, I don't recall who, that we could do it the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way means you pass it. So that's what we'll do to the extent that it's video.
They can't really hand pass digital receipts and digital security footage, though, Your Honor. There's no way to just pass around the thumb drive and derive what's on it. You just
And we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Because I imagine
Right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
if we're talking about the liquor store, we're going to be talking about a receipt and a video.
Sir, I think I was about to ask you, as far as the parking lot for Vinnin Liquors, what access does it have to Whole Foods?
It shares the entrance and exit.
Now, are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
Yes, he was a fairly regular customer of ours.
Do you see him here today?
I do, yep.
Could you identify him for the court identifying a piece of art by an article of clothing he might be wearing.
He's wearing a blue suit.
And could you just point to him, sir?
He's right there.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect, the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
How many times have you met Mr. Walsh?
Dozens. He's would come to the store fairly frequently on the weekends.
And when he would come in, would you have any conversations with him?
Yeah, he would kind of hang out and kind of talk with the different managers, and we would all kind of know him. He would spend a little bit more time than a regular customer. He would just kind of hang out.
Okay.
He didn't really have anything else to do.
I mean, he was on house arrest, so he didn't really get out a lot to chat with people. So, okay.
Now, I think we're about to cross the bridge, but I'm going to start trying. What does your store have as far as surveillance videos for the exterior of it?
We have extensive surveillance cameras on all corners. We have cameras on the loading dock, dumpsters, entrance, and then inside. We have about 40 cameras total.
Now, sir, these cameras, what are they? Are they film or electric, or are they like digital? Are they downloading anything? Where does
digital? They're downloaded to a server.
Okay, and who has access to the server?
Just myself and the owner.
And I take it that it's downloading to the server immediately as soon as it's recording?
Correct.
And sir, these videos, are they maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they maintained in good faith?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to produce videos to law enforcement in this matter?
I did.
And have you reviewed them before coming in here today?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any way?
No.
Sandler, he said in his interviews
I apologize. Can I put witness?
Yes, you may.
that I'm still at 1.25, if it seems like they're talking quickly, he was the primary caregiver for the kids, even though they did also have a nanny and daycare, but he was the primary caregiver for the kids. And he was allowed to send in the list of things he was doing for the week, including dropping kids off and bringing them home, and what activities the kids had, and was allowed to go do those things. So I don't know how carefully they were monitoring his house arrest, but it seemed that he was out and about quite a bit.
Is that
in
a
all
drive
of
that you
this.
reviewed with videos from Vinnin Liquors?
It is.
And looking at the back
Like,
side,
he was
of
out
that,
a
are those
lot.
your initials on it?
Yes.
The Commonwealth will seek to have the drive with the videos marked as the next exhibit.
Right.
Any objection? It's a thumb drive, yes?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Drive from Vinnins Liquors footage is now in evidence as 194.
They're going to want to show that.
Your Honor, with the court's permission and with hopefully a
The
working
technology's
television,
grace.
could we publish these videos?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Gilman, I'm asking you to publish what's labeled as Video Channel 52.
Thanks, Miss Gilman. This is also going to
Pause.
show the
If I may,
car
Miss
he was
Gilman.
driving.
Sir, where is this in relation to your store?
This is the front of the store, the parking lot.
Okay.
So, yeah, right in the front of the store.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue to play.
The fuck you doing? What? Huh? Bro, what are you doing? The fuck is that parking? I don't know, guys. I don't know what the hell that was. Yeah. For those of you listening in the background, it was a very strange attempt at parking, but he is just sitting in the car. Is he putting a Band-Aid on his finger? He took a minute sitting in the car. I'm going to back that up because it looks like he might have. It's a really clear video. He sat in the car for a minute doing stuff. before he left the car to go in. So I just backed that up again because I have this at 1.25 and I'm curious. So y'all get to come along with me and see what he was doing in the car. But he parks. It looks like he reaches over towards the driver's side of the car and gets something. And is doing something with his hands. He had also checked the rear view. Oh, it's much slower slowed back down. Reach back over to the passenger side again. It looks like he's reaching into a bag or something. Just based on his hand motions. But he's doing something with his hands. Oh, and he put on a mask. He put on a face mask as well. Interesting. He's now at the trunk of the car. He's got a black garbage bag that he's taking out of the trunk of the car and walking off camera. I couldn't tell if he had gloves on when he did that, but we know that he had quite a lot of gloves in the passenger's side of the car, or in the center console of the car. And then he's walking back to the car without the bag, getting back into his car. Turning on the car because the lights went back on. I don't yet see a date and time on this video. He's still sitting in the car. Might be on the phone based on his hand motions and how far away he's holding it from his face. I need to see my phone out here kind of a way. I have no judgment on that. The parking, definite judgment. Yeah, it looks like he's doing something on his phone to me. Chat, we don't know what time this is yet, other than it seems to be dark.
Ms. Gilman, can we have, and sir, before we play the next video, on the screen, when you look towards the right-hand side, where does that take you as far as the store?
To the dumpster and the loading dock.
Okay.
Of course.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as channel 34 at 2 minutes and 15 seconds into that video? And if you could.
And there's the loading dock. So I imagine we're going to see this from a different angle. I mean, he put a mask on. It's not going to help, sir. You're fairly identifiable. And the police got on this fast enough that the videos hadn't been overwritten, even though a number of the dumpsters had already been disposed of. So they are letting the video of the dumpster play. Yeah,
Ms. Gilman, I apologize, but could we have where it says in the media player 2 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes, are we at the wrong timestamp? Becky RN asked if the mask was for smells. I don't think so. I think it was for the cameras, but that's just
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
my supposition based on everything that we know about this case. And then we see somebody walking up to the dumpster, coming into camera fairly quickly. So I'm going to back that up real quick. So if you guys are listening in the background, come on back and
thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Watch it, because you see him come kind of out of the dark up to the trash, throw it pretty quickly, and walk away.
Sir, what area is this of your store?
That's a loading dock, dumpster area to the right of the building.
And Ms. Gilman, can we see the file names for these two files?
Hopefully they have the times. Okay. They're waiting for those. I'm going to answer some questions.
So,
now
sir,
they're getting
on
the
these
file
file
names.
numbers, what is the significance of the 2003?
That's a year.
And
So the file names are channel 34, channel 52, channel 52, 2003, 0101, 17, 12, 44. So my guess would be that is year, month, day, time in the file names.
after 0101, what is that?
That would be the date, New Year's Day.
New Year's Day?
2023. Yep.
And then after that, 171244. What's the significance of that?
The time. So, yeah, that'd be the time.
And is that military time?
It is.
So would that be 5:12 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, sir, on these videos for New Year's Day, your store, is it open on New Year's Day?
No, it's not.
In fact, are any liquor stores in Massachusetts open on New Year's Day?
I don't believe so.
Isn't it against the law? I would imagine it's blue laws, right? So the liquor store is not open on New Year's Day, and he would know that as a regular. And the jury would know that too.
Now, sir, when was your dumpster emptied after New Year's Day, if you know?
Not really sure. Probably the following Monday or Tuesday. So beginning of the week.
Beginning of the week? And did you recognize anyone in that video?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you recognize anyone in those videos?
Yes, Brian.
And sir, you don't have any footage of Mr. Walsh inside your store from January 1st, is that correct?
No,
They were closed.
Nothing further wrong.
Cross. The witness may step down. Thank you.
Smart. No cross. Sir, did you think putting on a black face mask to get out of the car and dump something in the dumpster was going to make it so they couldn't identify you? Didn't work.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Cade Reed.
All right. On to our next witness. This will be witness number 28. They really are zooming along in their case in chief. So Cade Reed. If we need to, I'll speed us back up. I'm back at normal
Do you
time.
solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Way.
So much stuff on this.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your first name and last name for the record?
Yeah, it is Cade Reed, Cadereed.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at Lowe's Home Improvement.
What is your role at Lowe's Home Improvement?
I am the District Asset Protection Manager.
And can you tell us?
Hey, asset protection. I bet you have video too.
What the responsibilities you have as being the district asset protection manager.
Yeah. Overall,
Cade Reed seems lovely. You're still going to 1.25 till we get to the video because you maintain the video and deal with loss prevention, etc. Wonderful. 1.25.
I'm in charge of supporting the stores in terms of shrink, as well as mitigating any theft or losses, as well as ensuring that compliance and safety standards are upheld.
And what do you have a geographic area that you cover?
Yeah, I cover from as north as Lowell, Massachusetts, all the way down to Abington, Massachusetts.
And how long have you been with Lowe's?
I've been with them for 4 years.
And with that time, have you always been the district asset protection manager?
Yes.
You seem lovely, sir.
With Lowe's, did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video from their Danvers store on January 1st, 2023?
Yes.
Now, what does the Danvers store have as far as surveillance video cameras?
Yeah, so we have cameras on the outside of the property, inside of the property, as well as different sort of cameras when it comes to the fixed, which is 24 hours, 7 days a week, pointing down. And then we have pan tilt zoom cameras, which have, they're called PTs.
They can tell you if your skin's too dry when you're writing a check or punching in a passcode.
Cameras, and they can actually, zoom into something, pan it, tilt, I can move it whenever I want live.
And sir, do these record in film or is it digital?
It's digital.
They can, they can practically see your blood
It's into an external hard drive, so I can pull from a variety of different days and hours.
And does anyone else have access to the hard drive?
Yes.
Who else would have access?
Any of my peers, as well as my associates.
And this information from the Lowe's, and these digital information from the Lowe's and Danvers, is it kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And it kept in good faith?
Yes.
And you're aware that Lowe's produced videos from January 1st of their Danvers store to law enforcement?
A lot of you are asking about shrink. Shrink or shrinkage is the amount of things that have been, well, it could be damaged, but in his context, he's referring to stolen goods. So dealing with losses due to theft. So that is what they are talking about with shrink, not shrinkage. When I was still at the DA's office a while back, Target was getting into the hundreds of millions of dollars of shrinkage a year. It is, or shrink a year, which is something that came up in the theft cases that we were dealing with in talking to their asset protection. But yeah, theft is part of something corporations are trying to deal with cameras. So their cameras can see all the things, and they have to deal with internal shrink and external shrink and the rest of it. So sometimes it's embezzlement, sometimes it's theft, sometimes it can be other things.
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review a composite of those, or a collection of those videos together from the Lowe's in Danvers for January 1st?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any way other than putting different snips together in one seamless video?
No.
And sir, have you had a chance to review a hard drive with these videos this morning?
Yes.
And again, these videos, they do not appear to be altered in any way.
No.
Also, before I enter this into evidence, did you have the opportunity to review a video from the Weymouth Lowe's as well?
Yes.
And Weymouth Lowe's, before I enter this into evidence, does it have surveillance video?
Yes.
Same situation, digital that reports to an external?
Yes.
And who else did you have access to it?
Yes.
Besides you, who else?
That was me. I was muted. So 2 different Lowe's locations, one in Danvers, one in Weymouth.
Access to it?
My associates as well as my peers.
And again, for Weymouth, that's a normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And in reviewing the video from Weymouth, is there any alteration of wording?
Yes.
Is it just a child?
Yes.
Other than that, is it an alternate?
No.
The Commonwealth proceeds to have the 2 videos from Lowe's, which is the next exhibit, which is on thumb drive.
Any objection?
No objection.
The thumb drive of the Lowe's videos from Danvers and Weymouth is now in evidence as Exhibit 195.
All right, I'm going to put this back to normal speed because I do want to watch the videos in real time.
With the court's permission, we have the Commonwealth Group
Publish
the video from January 1st, the Lowe's in Danvers, from Exhibit 195.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
These videos are painting more of a picture of that day, but for me, the reveal from today has been that the Band-Aids were purchased before these purchases were made. We are now at Lowe's. Parking lot camera 1 says January 1st, 2023, 5:38:40 and 501 tenths, hundredths. Yes, hundredths. So, parking lot at Lowe's. And when they...
And Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask, if you can pause, I'm going to ask the witness a few questions. Sir, where is this in relation to the Lowe's in Danvers?
This is in the parking lot, the front parking lot.
And in the bottom, it says park lot cam 1. What's that significant of?
Yep. So there's 4 different cameras around in our parking lot. They're each pointed in a different way. So this would just be the first one pointing in that direction.
And I see a date and time there. For these cameras, have you determined if the date and time are accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Technically, he should have followed up. Have you determined if they're accurate? Yes. And are they accurate? Yes, would be the next follow-up. But the security cameras have gotten so good. It looks like there's a person walking towards the entrance. I don't... Oh, no. Now we can. It looks like Brian Walsh wearing the same thing he was wearing at the liquor store, including a black face mask. Yeah, once he got closer, that looks like him. It's 5:39, so this would be after the liquor store. So CVS, then liquor store, then here. And remember... We also saw the phone at all of these places, I think on Thursday, could have been Friday. But we saw the phone at all of these places too. Oh, well, that's a real clear camera angle of the front door at now 5:39. No, wait, where'd it go? No!
Sir, where is this?
It went from the close-up camera, I'm backing it up. It went from the close-up camera of what seems to be Brian Walsh walking into the faraway camera real fast.
Pause. Sir, where is this in the store at Lowe's?
Yeah, so this is our main aisle, aisle 1.
Play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
And it looks like he has a cart walking down aisle 1. The sign on aisle 1 closest to us says laundry care. Aisle 1 also says all-purpose cleaners, cleaning supplies, from just what I can read on the sign. Lindsay asked, why is Lowe's open? A lot of Lowe's are open. A lot of places are open New Year's Day. CS Tears said, so Lowe's after liquor store after Walgreens? Yes. So we're still on January 1st. Walgreens first, bandages and antiseptic. Then, yes. Then to the liquor store where we saw something disposed of from the back of the Volvo, and where it appears that he put on the black face mask before he did that. Then to the Lowe's with the face mask still on. And it's been a couple days since the jury saw the phone moving around, but him taking his time in the cleaning supplies aisle is definitely a different visceral response than just seeing graph points of a phone on the map. Also, it would make sense if he was looking at the phone to look up directions on how to get to Lowe's. So he is still in the aisle 1, moving down the aisle closer to the camera. The camera is panning as he's walking towards laundry care. He has things now that you can start to see that are in his basket. A couple of you asked, what would he be disposing of? I'm not going to speculate that. I'm interested to see what they argue at closing. But there are things that were not recovered. So Judgerson. My brain just corrected that in a strange way. Said, Emily, if cash had been used for these purchases at these retailers, would this type of footage even be able to have been obtained or known of? Yes, because they had the phone that showed him at this location, and law enforcement would have been able to say, we are looking for someone who looks like this. Can you go through your footage and see? So instead of pinging it to a transaction, they would have had a window of time, and they would have been able to find it from the cell phone. And they had the cell phone pretty early on because he gave them one of the phones. So yes, they would have been, oh, he is wearing gloves. No, 100%. Like the gloves that are in the, if you're listening in the background, you can come back and take a look. Yes, he is wearing gloves. It very clearly looks like the defendant to me, but yes, he's wearing gloves like we saw in the center console of the car. Sir, you put on a face mask, you wore gloves, yet you still had your phone and you still used a credit card. So, and he might have put on gloves when I said he was grabbing something in the car and doing something with his hands. He could have been putting on gloves then too before he went to the dumpster. But yeah, if you're walking around Lowe's, I mean, yes, it looks like he's carrying a shopping list as well. Yeah, it literally looks like he's carrying a list. So, again, one thing is not going to be the thing. It's all the things together. The time on the video is now 5:43. The cart looks significantly more full. This is going to be PM. Lowe's is not going to be open at 5:40 a.m. on New Year's Day, but he walked off camera and then comes back. The car looks much more full. I'm going to try to move me out of the way real quick. So I backed up just so I could move me out of the way as we were watching this. I was not prepared to do so, but I'm going to. Let's see. I'm just riveted watching the footage, but I want you to be able to see what he's doing at this video without me there. So. And he's walking to the very, very edge of the camera and grabbing something off of that shelf. That's a real clear video. Cart's pretty full. He's walking back down aisle 1 towards the entrance that he came in. Grabbing something else or looking at something else. Yeah, it really is a list in his hand. It's wild. Oh, for those of you that are asking what type of store is Lowe's, Lowe's is a large retailer, a lot of hardware. So toilets, bathtubs, showers, lumber, but also cleaning supplies, home organization, lights, holiday lights, and then the things you would need for gardening and stuff like that. So large home improvement store, but lots and lots of things. So I'm not surprised at all the cleaning supplies. Also kind of like Home Depot. All of you are saying Home Depot, but blue instead of orange. Yeah. So, some asked, is Lowe's not everywhere? KB, we have a large international lawnerd population.
Where is this in the Lowe's?
So I do not know if there are international Lowe's, but you could get plants, barbecues, pallets of water, electronics, cameras.
In Danvers.
This is at the front end in the self-checkout area.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
Where is he going? Are you trying to self-checkout? Self-checkout has even more cameras, my guy. I had to pause because of the amount of buckets. Oh, fucking hell. The amount of buckets in his. Oh, the fucking buckets! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buckets that all say do it right on them because Lowe's, something that looks like a broom or a mop, and then a lot of cleaning supplies, and the box of rags. I'm sure we're going to hear more about that. But I don't think there's any question that this is, in fact, the defendant. And yes, chat, for those of you asking, I can see his ankle monitor. A little easier to see right here. I think that is his ankle monitor right there. Oh, no! I flew too close to the sun, lawn nerds. I was trying to point it out right where the feed was. Hold on. At least it will be easy to jump back in the feed to where the defendant is at Lowe's. Give me one moment. Because, oh, I'm sorry. We are now getting through the defendant having somebody help him through self-checkout, but it looked like that was his ankle monitor under his jeans to me. Let me back up. We're not missing a moment of the Lowe's footage because it is so crisp and clean. So he has 2 employees, it looks like, helping him. I backed up too far. Fuck it, we're just letting it roll. Fuck it, it's just rolling. It looks like the carts are so he could unload one cart into the next cart. So. Ugh. I'm going to just zoom a little. There we go. That's better.
Sir, where is this in the Lowe's in Danvers?
This is at the front end in the self-checkout area.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
I didn't know that some Lowe's only had self-checkout. That's a very fair point. Oh, but he goes back and gets the second cart so he can check out of one cart and put it into the other cart. And then the employee, it looks like, is scanning things at the checkout. Brian is standing kind of off to the side. I mean, self-checkout has a lot of cameras. I imagine we're going to get the receipt from this transaction as well. Okay, that looks more like a broom with a dustbin attached to it. But we'll see. Again, I think we'll see the receipt. We don't have to guess at what's in there. The Clorox is pretty telling, though. It's readily identifiable. So, you know. He's getting a bag to bag his own things for the benefit of all of the lawnards that are watching in the background. But or listening in the background. If you're listening in the background, though, you probably want to watch some of this video of him. There's some snips and the towels, the big box of towels, or rags. It says rags on the side of the box. I don't know if he purchases the hacksaw in this trip to Lowe's or a different trip to Lowe's, but I think we'll see the receipt after this. I saw the hammer and the snips. I don't know if the hatchet is in this purchase as well. You know, in January in Massachusetts, I imagine wearing just like black, like winter gloves would have been less sus than wearing the, oh, there's the hacksaw. Well, that answers that question. But I don't know if he thought of that. And also, I wouldn't always think that the gloves are sus, depending on what somebody was doing. But given the context, it's hard to see it any other way. And I imagine the jurors are viewing it that way as well, because we know what the outcome is. How else do you view it when you know what you know? Yeah, security definitely zoomed in. It looks like another bag of rags or towels and all the fucking buckets. I slowed this back down just so we could watch. Brian Walsh is the one tippy toeing. And now he's paying with cash, it looks like. Did you see, Law Nerds, come back? Those of you watching in the background, come back. Yeah, the Tyvek suit's in there too. Does it appear to you that he is trying to see how much this transaction costs without getting his face on video? Because the self-checkout videos your face quite a lot. I guess he never worked retail because he would know that there would be lots of other cameras. But it looks to me when he's leaning over that he's trying to see the amount of the transaction without getting in front of the camera that literally scans your face. Because you can see he walks towards, look at this. And then I promise we'll just let it play through. But he walks towards the self-checkout where the screen is and then stops and then backs up. So I wonder if he sees that it's catching him on video and then he backs up. Because you can see the video and you can see him moving. It looks like he walks out of the line of sight of the camera to me and then goes back to try to look at the cost. He saw himself on camera and backed up and away and then kind of craned over from the side because you can see his head show up in that video. And then he pays in cash. So that answers also for the law nerds that were asking about the cash. He did pay in cash. And he caught himself on that camera and backed up. So this is now a different view of the self-checkout. Oh, we're going to get to see him clock himself. Those are wide angle cameras, man. That's a real clear picture.
Thank you. Sir, what angle are we looking at here?
Self-checkout.
This is the angle from the actual, the self-checkout register itself, so the camera in front of it.
So the self-checkout registers have cameras pointing out towards the customers as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
Look at him. Whoop, 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 whoop. Backing up. Moving away. And that was earlier.
Pause. Thank you. Sir, what is this angle we're looking at?
This is our main exit.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could press play.
Still easy to see that it's you, dude. But you see him catch himself on the video and then move. Interesting. And then you
Ms.
see
Gilman, I'm gonna ask you
him
to pause one more
walking
time.
out into
Sir,
the parking
now
lot.
where are we looking at when the camera says 6:06:55?
This is the parking lot at 6:06:55.
And is
then
this
he's
PM or
exiting.
AM?
This is PM.
Thank you. You can press play, Ms. Gilman.
So he's exiting at 6:06:55. He went into Lowe's
So
at
sir,
5:38.
does Lowe's maintain receipts for its sales?
Yes.
And does it do so in the normal course of business
Yes.
and in good faith?
Yes.
And does, I assume the customer gets a copy of the
I'm just, as the pool camera's panning itself back, you see him look at, well, you can determine what,
course of business
Yes.
and in good faith?
his face.
And does, I assume the
Yeah. Yeah, sir. Yeah. Holy fucking shit. That does look like you.
and does it do so in the normal
He's
course
just
of
like,
business
shit.
Yes.
and in good faith?
Yes.
And does, I assume the customer gets a
And that's why you pled guilty to the disposal and lying to law enforcement, because you've seen this with your lawyer. He would have seen this with his lawyers, but it's pretty obvious.
copy of the receipt, correct?
Yes.
But does Lowe's maintain a copy digitally?
Yes.
And do you have access to that?
Yes.
And was one produced as a result of these videos to law enforcement?
Yes.
Yeah.
You may.
Thank you. Sir, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that a receipt from upside down? But now that it's right side
Not
up,
the
is that a receipt
Not the inverted receipt.
from the Lowe's in Danvers?
Yes.
And it corresponds to the video that you just displayed for us.
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit 196.
Any objection?
I'm very curious to see
Lowe's
the receipt.
receipt is now in evidence, from Danvers is now in evidence as 196.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit number 196.
In Your Honor, the Commonwealth may publish exhibit 196, the receipt from Lowe's.
You may.
Thank you.
All right. Here's the
Ms. Gilman,
receipt from
thank
Lowe's.
you so much. You've already expanded it. So,
All right. I'm just going to read it. They're probably going to read it, but just in case they don't read the whole thing, because some cases they do, some they don't. 3M over the glass safety glasses, 8-pack latex dip gloves, 3M sanding fiberglass, cotton mop combo. Oh, it was a mop and not a broom. I said mop first and I was like, maybe broom. A 28-ounce framing hammer steel, slip resistant, 912, 2 millimeter. I'm not sure what those are. A cotton mop refill, the 12-inch tin snips, fixed blade utility knife, 200 count rags, long cut snips, Tyvek suit,
sir, looking at the top, what is
shoe guards, heavy duty dish wand.
Sales number mean?
This is where the actual sale took place. So I guess you could say it's the terminal.
Okay. And what's the significance of SFT lane 413?
Yeah. So that is our fast lane, or just another way that we can say self-checkout.
Okay. And transaction or trans number, what is that significant of?
It's the transaction number. So whatever number that receipt ringing through.
And at the top right-hand corner, I take it that's the date.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you scroll down to the bottom, please?
Oh, there's more. Hold on. As they scroll.
Ms. Gilman, can you scroll down to the bottom, please?
32-ounce Murphy oil soap, Wyman quartz trigger 240, Lennox high tension hacksaw, Blue painter's tape, 32 ounce Clorox cleanup, 128 ounce Clorox cleanup refill, Moxie spray bottle, 42 gallon, 3 ml contour, another 48 count of terry towels, and 5 gallon bucket from Lowe's, 5 of those, not 6. It's going to be a $500. He paid with $500. The total was $463.26. I don't know if they were going to read the whole thing, so I wanted to read it in, but he purchased the Band-Aids before he purchased all of those things. So when we all asked, and I'm going to screenshot this real quick so I have it for later to make notes. When we all asked, could he have cut his finger in this process? Well, the timing of this seems to indicate that his finger was already cut. And
Now,
I think that's helpful for the prosecution.
What was the total for the sale?
$463.26.
And how was the sale conducted, cash or charge?
It was cash.
How much cash was presented?
$500.
And what is the time on the sale?
It is 6:05:45.
Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that. Thank you. And now, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to play the blurred video from Exhibit 195 of January 4th from Lowe's and Weymouth.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pause. Thank you. Sir, where is this in the Lowe's and Weymouth?
This is our main vestibule or entrance.
What is?
We are now shifting to the Lowe's Weymouth from January 4th, 2023 at 4:24 p.m. This one says PM on it, which is helpful. Continuing.
VDS SRV1 1618 entry PVM mean?
Yeah. So VidSRV1 is the actual, it stands for video surveillance. So it is where our video was stored from, and it's our first terminal. 1618 is the store number, and then the entry PVM is the camera for the entry PVM or the entry.
And the date and time at the bottom, sir? What
Marley
are those?
said those were
It
contact
is
or
January
garbage bags.
4th,
Thank you.
2023 at 4:24:57 p.m.
And sir, as far as the date and time for the Lowe's and Weymouth, is that accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could you press play?
And the reason this photo is blurred is because Brian Walsh is walking into Lowe's with one of his kids. Which I was not expecting.
And pause, Ms. Gilman. So, sir, what view are we looking at here?
This is the camera pointing from the self-checkout registers.
And at the bottom, SCO term 25, what does that mean?
Self-checkout terminal 25. So it's just the number that that self-checkout terminal is at.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Looks like a simple human trash can. He's wearing the same jacket and scanning a few other things. Dude, okay, you keep looking at yourself in the camera. What in the world? I don't like being stared at. It's creepy. Looks like they are still trying to scan the trash can. He has the phone in the pocket of his jacket. It looks like he's probably paying with credit card. Kiddo is ready to scan the whole store, which scanners are great. Totally get it. Doing something on his phone. Yes, on the security cameras, you can see what he's doing on the phone. And then he's
Pause.
picking up things and leaving.
Sir, where is this in the Lowe's in Weymouth?
This is our main exit.
Please,
Looks like Kiddo
press play,
has the
please.
receipt.
Mr. Gilman, thanks. No further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Wait, what's on that receipt? Okay.
Cross. Witness may step down. Thank you.
No receipt on that one and no cross. Because what are you going to cross on? You going to play that video again? Nope.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call.
It looks like he bought a here, let's back it up real quick. It looked to me like a Simple Human being the brand name. It looked to me like a Simple Human trash can. I didn't pay much more attention because I thought they were just going to read the receipt in, but we can back it up real quick and see if we can see when he comes up to the register. I think it's easier to see. And then he has a few other things that he was purchasing as well. But when he walks up, he's got some 2 packs of something in his hands that are blue or purple. Let's see. When he walks up, he also has the trash can. Yeah, it looks like a Simple Human trash can to me. So, all right. We're going to zoom back. And I guess they would have given us the receipt if they thought it was necessary. Maybe they won't. But no, y'all, Simple Human is the brand of the thing. I know in the context of this case, it is unfortunately named.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
The brand is named Simple Human. And the thing is a trash can. Simple Human makes a lot of
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
goods.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Jami Flint.
Like mirrors and Simple Human's the manufacturer. They make all kinds of stuff. Kitchen goods, like bathroom goods, home goods, mirrors, makeup mirrors. It's a more expensive brand. They make all the different types of trash cans you could just wave at, like all the soap dispensers that you just wave at and they operate.
Given the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Moving on from
I just want your stuff.
moving on from Lowe's to the next witness.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name, actually your first and last name for the record?
My name is Jami Flint, Jami.
It's witness number
Flint,
29.
Flint.
Where do you work?
CVS in Danvers, Massachusetts.
And where is the CVS in Danvers located? Like, what's its
one-
address?
1 Maple Street,
How long have you been with CVS?
19 years.
And what is your role at CVS?
Operations Manager RX.
How long have you been so operations manager
Ops.
RX, so I take it pharmacy?
Yes,
All right.
both front end.
Front end.
Yes.
Okay. And so how long have you been
All
the
the
operations
jobs.
manager?
A little over a year.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Danvers store itself?
19 years.
Okay. So Now, what does the Danvers store have as far as store surveillance videos?
We have multiple cameras throughout the store and the pharmacy.
And what access as the operations manager do you have to the store surveillance video?
I have full access to the video in the office.
And I take it stores to a server at the office?
Yes.
Okay. And besides you, does anyone else have access to it?
The other shift supervisors and the manager.
All right. And the surveillance video for CVS, I take it it's maintained in good faith?
Yes.
And it's done so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And did you have the
today's
opportunity to
surveillance
review
day,
surveillance video that had been produced to law enforcement in January of 2023 from your store?
Yes.
And had it been altered in any way?
No.
And so that video, it fairly and accurately depicts your store in January of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, that video is on this drive. I would seek to have it marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It's in evidence now, the CVS thumb drive.
To everyone who made jokes about the length of the
197.
CVS receipt, I see you, Chad. You've made me giggle, and I appreciate it because the Lowe's shopping
What's the date
trip
of
is
that? The date of the content.
really heavy.
Thank you.
All right, we've got another CVS surveillance video coming in. Today is surveillance video day.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 197?
You may.
Thank you. So if I could ask Ms. Gilman to pause. Ms. Flint, what are we looking at here as far as your store?
That's the rear entrance of the store.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Y'all, I have to let you know, after we watch these surveillance videos, I'm going to have to make some tea. But we might be getting to the lunch break soon.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, I believe there is a...
That sure looks like Brian Walsh.
On that video, could we have that, please?
The date of this video is, we're back to January 1st. January 1st, 2023 at 5:22:02 p.m. So this is also on the 1st, 22:02 p.m. So this isn't the same CVS trip, is it? No, because it was Walgreens. He was at Lowe's at 5:38. And then he left Lowe's after 6 p.m. So if the time's right on this, then this would have been before Lowe's, is my guess, because the video store was at 17, or the liquor store was at 17:12, so 5:12. So Walgreens, liquor store, CVS, Walgreens, liquor store, CVS, Lowe's. The jury will, A, either try to put this together themselves, or B, wait till closing argument to do it, because this is after the liquor store. Oh, but Walgreens was at 15:35. So till 15:40. I am now confused. Because this is 5:22, so before. A lot of you are like, no, before. So before Walgreens. Because Walgreens was at 15:35. I'm just going back and looking. The liquor store, we don't have timing on. So I have no note on the liquor store. Okay. Which is unknown. All right. Oh, 15 is 3 p.m. Thank you. So this is after. Because Eastern time. Thank you, chat. I'm trying to number. I didn't number well. So CVS, then a break. No, Walgreens, then a break. Then CVS, presumably liquor store and Lowe's.
That on the media player at 3 minutes.
Because at Lowe's, he had on the mask that we saw him put on in the parking lot of the liquor store. So it makes sense that it was this, then Walgreens, and then what? Mom's house? And then CVS, liquor store, Lowe's.
In 35 seconds. Ms. Flint, if I could ask, where is this in your store?
That's the front at the self-checkout.
Bed
Thank
up.
you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
And thank you, chat, for converting times for me from military to civilian. I don't math. And no gloves, no mask here, which would make sense if he put on the gloves and mask in the liquor store parking lot that this was before. See, DRM says just subtract 12 from military time. I am very bad at mathing. So just doesn't always help. Sometimes it does. But this is why I take notes so I can go back and look at what time Walgreens was, even if sometimes I confuse myself while doing it. He's at self-checkout on this one. I have no idea what he's buying. A lot of you are saying it looks like the hydrogen peroxide. Oh, yeah, the bottle's the right shape. That looks like maybe soap. What's he looking at? Does he have to wait for manager approval? Because it looks like the self-checkout is flashing. Do you have to wait? Yes. He has to wait for manager approval. Sir, what did you do at the self-checkout? You got to put it in the bagging area before you scan the next one. Put it in the bagging area and then scan the next one. I'll be interested to see this receipt. It looks like we are now at 5:28. So a pretty quick trip from when he came in at 5:22. And paying, it looks like trying to pay cash here as well. Interesting. Which trips we have cash for and which trips we don't. So again, back to the law nerds. Hastening back to the law nerds who asked earlier, if he paid cash, would they be able to find all of this? Yes. Yes, they would. Now, does he believe that when he's doing all of this? Probably not. He probably doesn't think that they will be able to track these transactions back with cash. But they can. Miss Casey Miller said, why is he squatting? He seems to be a fairly tall individual, so probably to put the cash into the little feeder thing that you have to slot it into on the self.
Does CVS maintain receipts of its transactions?
Yes.
And is that also done in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Oh, now we'll see the receipt.
Now, I take it the customer gets a copy of the receipt, correct?
Yes.
Does CVS maintain a copy as well?
We do.
Electronically?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review a receipt from your store corresponding to that transaction?
Yes.
Well, sir, we can see what you're doing, even when you didn't think that we could.
Is that the receipt that corresponds to that transaction?
It is.
Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from January 1st, 2023 from CVS as the next transaction.
Any objection?
Okay.
That's now in evidence as 198, the CVS receipt from 1/1/23.
Your Honor, may we publish?
Yes, please.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the receipt for CVS, please?
Receipts, Miss Gilman, receipts. Oh no. It's exactly what you all said. CVS hydrogen peroxide, SPY, so maybe spray 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things of hydrogen peroxide, but he did round up to Feed America. So the total is $19. He paid with a 20. And Ned in the chat asked, is this premeditation? The argument the defense is going to make is this is after the victim died, and the receipt says 6:28. So it might have been that I couldn't read what was on the bottom of the screen, but the receipt here says 6:28. It looked to me that the video said 5. It might have said 6.
So, Ms. Flint, when it says term number, what does that mean?
That's the terminal
And
number.
17, is that self-checkout?
Yes.
And transaction
after
or
Lowe's.
trans number is, what's that significant of?
The transaction number on that terminal.
Okay. And the date and time? What was the date and time for this transaction?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:28 p.m.
And cashier number name, what is that for this transaction?
Self-checkout 17.
And what was the total amount that the transaction cost?
$19.
What was purchased in the transaction according to the receipt?
5 bottles of hydrogen peroxide spray and a roundup for Feed America.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
No cross. Some of you are saying he rounded up for charity, probably because he didn't. I mean, my uncharitable reading of that is that he didn't want to wait for the self-checkout to make change. So if he rounded up, it's just $20 and then he can leave. So I don't think it's I think it's just getting him out of the checkout. I didn't see him take change. He might have. If there was $1 that was back, I didn't see. I don't know why the audio stopped.
All right,
There we
Theresa, I'm
go.
going to send you off to lunch.
Because it's lunchtime.
Now, to the extent that we're back a few minutes late on the backside, it's because I just have to handle a quick matter at right at 2 o'clock. So that'll be the delay for us getting back, but it shouldn't be very long. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Court, please. Your books, all me.
Well, we are at the lunch break. Let's see if the court puts anything on the record after the jurors are out of the room. It sounds like they said anything. Did the
Anybody need anything? Have a good lunch.
All right, everybody's shaking their head, and they are going to lunch. I am also going to take like 15 minutes to grab some food. I made soup last night, so I'm going to go heat it up. What kind of soup? Gnocchi soup. It's really good. It was what was in my kitchen plus gnocchi from Wild Grain Soup. So I'm going to heat that up so I have lunch, and I'm very excited about it. But let's talk about what happened with the last few witnesses. The defense has been no cross-examining the last several witnesses who have all been essentially the keeper of records for a variety of different retail establishments, including Lowe's and CVS and Walgreens. And we have seen how crystal clear the videos are from those locations. He bought at Walgreens Band-Aids and like antiseptic cream. He went to the liquor store that he frequented that people were familiar with him from on New Year's Day and took a black trash bag and threw it into their dumpster, even though the liquor store was closed. It looked like he was doing something in the car before that. At one point, you can clearly see that he puts on a black face mask before he goes to that dumpster. He might have also been putting on gloves because when he goes into Lowe's, he is in gloves that look like the same ones that were recovered out of the front compartment in the car when the car was processed. And then he goes into Lowe's with the mask on and the gloves on. At Lowe's, he purchases the things that we have heard about in other receipts, including the hacksaw, 5 large buckets, a mop replacements, the Tyvek suit, lots and lots and lots of towels. And he also goes to CVX and buys quite a bit of hydrogen peroxide. So in some of those transactions, he uses his credit card, well, when he buys the Band-Aids. But when he goes to Lowe's and to Walgreens, no. When he goes to Lowe's and CVS, he is using cash. And I wonder if he thinks that it will be harder to track his transactions using cash. Again, consciousness that he is going to be doing nefarious things. I'm sure the defense will argue that, yes, he was disposing of the victim, but he did not kill her, because that seems to be what their argument is. But he did have a list in his hand when he was going around Lowe's. And, well, we did see quite a lot of Googling in the early morning hours of January 1st. So it seemed that he used those Googles to go and purchase all of the things. Dancing Fish asked in the chat, were any of those items found at his house? So far, the items that we have seen, because we have not seen the house process yet. We know that it took 2 days, but we have not seen the result of it. But the tools and the Tyvek suit and a lot of those towels were in garbage bags that were recovered from the dumpster near his mother's apartment. Those garbage bags had the rug that was covered in blood. We haven't gotten to the testing yet, but they will test it. It is going to be blood. I mean, that's not looking too far into the future or a spoiler. And then they will test it for DNA. We haven't gotten to that either. The snips, the hammer, the hacksaw, all of those things were found also with the watch that Anna Walshe was wearing in the photos that we've seen, her jacket, her boots, her car keys, her COVID vaccination card with her name on it, among other personal items. So it's been, so some of those things were recovered. We do not know what was in and what was dumped in the dumpster at the liquor store, but I have speculation. I am wondering what the prosecution might think and if we'll see that in closing, because what was dumped on New Year's Day at the liquor store was a smaller trash bag than what we saw in other surveillance video being dumped, but that was not recovered. So what could he have dumped there? There's a lot of options of things he could have dumped before he went and purchased the other things at Lowe's. Most notable to me as a takeaway really is the timing of the Band-Aids. And while the other things are a little bit more horrific, we know that those were recovered, but he was Googling how to clean blood and DNA off of a knife. And it seems that there is a reasonable discernment to be made that he had cut his thumb that looked like it was sliced by a sharp edge before he went and got the snips and the hacksaw and what have you, because he was buying Band-Aids before that. So I think there's an argument that if he was Googling all those things about a knife, that perhaps a knife was used, and that the victim did not die naturally in her sleep, which is why there was so much blood on the carpet and what have you. So I think that we will hear more argument about what was disposed of, even though we don't know. The jury is allowed to make reasonable inferences from the evidence. The cut to the finger is going to be one of the things that the jury is allowed to think about as to whether or not the defendant committed this murder or not. It is sad stuff. It's sad seeing him buying all of the things that we know that he uses to dismember his wife is really chilling stuff. And it's not a graphic video. It's just a video of somebody walking around Lowe's. But we know what happens next. And what we know that the jury doesn't know is that he pled guilty to that. And it is sad. But if she had died of natural causes, then I don't know if we would have seen blood in the master bedroom down into the subfloor, which we haven't gotten to in this trial yet. But I talked about it in the podcast that aired this morning about the lawsuit with Brian Walsh's mother. So if you are not a regular listener of the Emily Show podcast, I talk about that today. It's over on the Emily Show channel. If you have the Lawnerd app, you would have seen the notification for that. And I talked about that with y'all because there was more information from the landlord of the home where Anna Walsh died, charitably. There was more information in that lawsuit where the landlord sues the mother. So we got a little bit of spoilers there. The defense is saying that she died of natural causes, and then he tried to dispose of her without being too horrendous. If that was the case, walk with me through this logic. If that was the case, and you have a basement, wouldn't you just take her into the basement? Why would there be so much blood in the bedroom then, if she died of natural causes? I have a lot of questions. So we are going to be talking about that more as they are going through all of the video. If you ever wondered how good surveillance video can be everywhere other than the fucking Sally Port at Canton PD, crystal clear. Crystal clear at CVS, at Walgreens, at Rite Aid. Crystal fucking clear. Canton PD? Nope, couldn't be. So with that, I am going to take a few moments to grab some lunch and to refill the waters and to fill my kettle. I bought a kettle. I bought a bougie kettle, but I bought a kettle so I can make tea later today. We're doing the things. It's going to be great. It was pretty. It was for the office. It's a valid business expense, everybody. All right. When you hear this sound, if you are new here, welcome, by the way. If you are just finding the Lawnerd community to watch trials with, you'll hear this before I am back for lunch. We'll also let you know when I am back. I'm going to set a timer today, but we'll let you know when we're back from lunch in the Lawnerd app. So we're going to zoom through their lunch. Enjoy the music. Thank you, Team Baker. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Lawnerds, for being here. You guys are the best. And yes, it is a stag kettle. It is. Look, it matched. Here's the thing. I got this last year because I thought it was going to be enough to keep tea warm during trial. So I got the Ember mug last year, but I wanted to use a larger mug for tea. Emily, these are ADHD problems. Yes. So we had to go with the matching. Or close proximity to matching. So I'm going to go grab my Lawnerd tumbler. It should be linked down in the video. There's a few of them left, not very many, but there's a few of them left. They keep things way hot, which is delightful. I'm going to go do that. And we're going to go. So I will see you back here in about 15 minutes or less. Enjoy the music, Lawnerds. You're the best. I will see you in just a moment. Bye. Yes, I was waiting for it to play for a second. It just happens. It's Monday. Don't forget to hydrate, Lawnerds. All right, law nerds, we are getting ready to go back to court. Oh boy, it has been a very illuminating morning. We have seen lots of surveillance video of where in the world was Brian Walshe, what was he purchasing, and, well, whether or not wearing a black mask was going to help, also with the gloves. So the argument for the defense is still going to be, yes, well, afterwards he didn't want to get caught because he was lying about her being missing because he freaked out when she was suddenly deceased. And from the prosecution, it's going to be, well, he was Googling, can you be charged with murder if there's no body? So that. Let's see if they have more surveillance video after the lunch break, because that's where we're rejoining court. After the lunch break, I've got my lunch. Fred is now all of a sudden very interested in what I'm doing. Try to steal my apples from me, aren't you, Fred? I'm teasing. He doesn't like apples. He just wants to see what we're doing and then not do any of it. So let's get back to court, shall we? I think we
bring the jury.
And just, oh, Emily, you got to put the volume on. There we go. As they call the next witness to the stand after the lunch break. I'm going to have my lunch break while we're covering the next witness.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cards now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Hi, Fred.
Switch stuff for me. Just slide all the way.
I appreciate that the bailiff is like, hold on, these chairs do not, the chairs do not shuffle well. Let me just put it back in.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gregory Dinneen, Dinneen.
Where do you work, sir?
For Ahold Delhaize USA.
What is Ahold Delhaize?
Ahold Delhaize is the parent company of Stop and Shop supermarket.
And
Stop and Shop. And Stop and Shop. It's got to be Stop and Shop.
Do they have any other supermarket chains underneath their banners?
They do. They have Hannaford Supermarkets, the Giant Company, Food Lion.
And what is your role for Ahold Delhaize?
I'm an investigation specialist assigned to the New England division.
And how long have you been with
prevention.
Approximately 25 years.
And as a result of your role there, do you have access to surveillance videos?
I do.
Now, your area, does it include, you said New England, Swampscott, Mass?
It does.
I'd like to ask some questions about the Stop and Shop in Swampscott. What does it have as far as surveillance video?
Lots.
It has color cameras inside the building as well as exterior cameras.
And do they record to a server or they film or whatnot?
They record to DVR units within the store.
And do you have access to those?
I do.
Does anyone else get access to the recordings?
There are other individuals that have access. They're within the Asset Protection Department.
Okay.
Asset protection.
Sir, are you familiar with videos that was turned over by your company to law enforcement in January of 2023 from the Swampscott Stop and Shop?
I am.
Have you had a chance to review those before today to make sure that they haven't been altered in any way?
I have.
And in doing so, did you sign a tag to a thumb drive to confirm that those were the videos?
I did.
Fred says hello.
And sir, let me ask you this. Your videos, are they kept in the normal course of business?
They are.
In good faith?
They are.
Business Record Foundation.
You sure can.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a look.
Sir, do you recognize the initials on the tag on that drive?
I do. They're mine.
And on the front of it, is it for Stop and Shop Swampscott?
It is.
Is this the drive with the videos that you reviewed before coming in here today?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to enter the...
Nicole, I don't think we're just establishing his movements. I think his demeanor is also important.
The objection?
I think
The
that
Stop and Shop thumb drive from Swamp's store.
I think where he's
is now in evidence as 199.
where he's choosing to pay for things in cash versus where he's choosing to pay for things with credit card, where he's choosing to wear a mask and gloves, or he's choosing not to.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think all of that is part of what's being evaluated here.
And
Also what he's buying.
Mr. Dinneen, what are we looking at here?
This is the interior entrance vestibule of Stop and Shop in Swampscott.
And at the top, where there's a date and time, Is the date and time on the Stop and Shop videos accurate?
They are accurate.
And in the bottom, there is prod entry and S.
Date and time is January 1st, 2023 at 7:02:49 p.m. EST. Hi, Fred. I don't know I don't know, dude. My cat is just needing something.
S0015-01. What is that, sir?
So prod entry is referring to the side of the building. The front, there's two entrances to Stop and Shop. This is referring to the produce entry. And SS0015 is the location number. So Stop and Shop store 15 is Swampscott, Massachusetts. And the 01 is unit 1. There are multiple DVR units in this location.
Ms. Gilman,
Look,
if you press play.
everything's just labeled and linear. Well, that sure looks like the
Now,
defendant.
Ms. Gilman, can we have the second video? And Mr. Dinneen,
looks like a
where are we
self-checkout.
looking at right now in the video?
Sure. This is the front of the store looking at self-scan register number 13.
And sir, the SS015-02, I understand that's the store code, but what does the O2 mean?
The O2 is referring to the DVR unit that it's recording on. So again, there's multiple DVR units in this location. The first one that we saw of the entryway was on 01. This one's on 02.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Fred says hi. Where do you want to be? Because where you're not going to be is where my soup is. You can go be in the cat bed. You can hang there. Yes, no? We'll see if that's acceptable. We're trying to watch the defendant buy things at checkout. Is it ammonia? Cat bed is unacceptable. To the where the third monitor is in my office, there are cat beds. Occasionally, Fred will just sit and watch what's going on in trial. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. It depends on the day. No, he's now invested. So cat is sat to watch what's going on the big screen. Third monitor. Hi, Fred. George visits when Travis gets home from school. Occasionally we will get a rogue George without Travis, but not often. Sir, are you entering your frequent shopper number into the Stop and Shop or no? Just curious. And getting a receipt.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could close out of that, please. Thank you. Sir, does Stop and Shop in Swampscott create receipts for its sales?
They do.
And are those also kept in the normal course of business?
They are.
And in good faith?
They are.
And is it created at the point of time when the transaction occurs?
It is.
And did you have the opportunity to review a receipt that was produced for your company that corresponded to that transaction?
I did.
Great. Let's see the receipt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Timeline. Screenshot.
Mr. Dinneen, do you recognize the object I'm handing you?
I do.
Is that the receipt that your store produced that corresponds to the transaction from the Swampscott video?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as next.
Any objection? The receipt for the transaction reflected in 199 is now in evidence as 200.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish the receipt?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman? So,
All right, there's the receipt.
directing your attention to Exhibit 190.
I don't know what the first thing is. I'm sure he'll tell us, but 3 bottles of ammonia.
9 on the
Paid
screen,
in cash.
Sir. What is the store is 15, so that corresponds to Stop and Shop Swampscott?
That's correct.
Okay. And what does the cashier number mean?
Cashier is listing as 880013, which is a self-scan register cashier number.
And what does POS mean, sir?
POS is the register number. And again, the number 4 refers to self-scan.
And
Coconut
transaction number?
Is
So you're
148.
saying coconut water?
And sir, would this, can we scroll down this?
16
Thank you.
ounces.
Excellent. Sir, what is the date and time on the receipt?
The date is January 1st, 2023 at 6:56 p.m.
And what was the total cost of the purchase?
The total cost with tax is $11.56.
And was it a cash or was it a credit card?
It was a cash transaction.
I have no further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Any cross? Witness may step down.
Thank you.
Sir.
A lot of you are saying it's Vita Coco.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Matthew Sheehan.
All right, on to witness number 31 for the Commonwealth.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Watch stuff.
So as we're getting into this witness, I know this witness is from the crime lab, and Migalina, my lovely producer here, sent me a note just to let the law nerds know, with the briefest of spoilers, that this witness is going to get into a lot of photos, a lot of fairly bloody photos. So if that is not for you, this witness might be not for you. So if, I think this is probably the last witness for the day based on the timing, because we are a bit delayed from real time. So if it's time to nope out, it's okay. I summarize these things at the end of the day. They go up on the Emily Show channel with a case summary. So I'll let you know what you missed without having to go through it. But it's up to you when you choose to nope out or not nope out. It's perfectly fine. There's always a summary up. Or if you choose that this is the time to listen in the background, that is fine too. So as always, we appreciate the heads up. Thank you, Migalina, for the heads up. I appreciate it. And I think this is the last witness based on timing. So again, the case briefs are up in the morning before the next day of trial on the Emily Show channel. And if you want to just hear me narrate in the background, I will narrate in the background. So that's what's going to be coming up as we look at Police Crime Lab. We haven't gone through the processing of the house. We know there's a ton of processing that needs to happen. So I wouldn't be surprised if this takes a while. And yes, for those of you asking, I'm still going to sit here and eat lunch. It is what it is.
Right, so is it correct that the parties have pre-agreed to those exhibits? All right, so there's a group of exhibits that are going to come in, jurors, through
That's
this
helpful.
witness. The court reporter tells me those are 201 to 250 as they come in, and that they've been agreed to by both parties.
They've been
as
marked.
they come in, ADA, as you'll identify them for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
she will.
You may proceed.
So 49 photos.
Thank you, Your Honor. Try not to drop them all.
They've been pre-marked and
Good
agreed
afternoon.
upon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Matthew Sheehan, Sheehan.
Well, everybody's
And where do you
very
work,
clear
sir?
and in the mic
At the
right now.
Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And what is your role there?
I am a forensic scientist 3 in the crime scene response and criminalistics units.
And how long have you been with the crime lab?
Just over 12 years.
And where did you go to school, sir?
The University of New Haven.
And what degree do you have?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in
I agree with all of you. They are speaking so clearly that we can just go to 1.25 as they do all the background training and experience. I agree.
forensic science with a concentration in chemistry.
And can you detail your history at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I was originally hired in September of 2013 as a forensic scientist 1, which is mainly a training position. The following year in 2014, I was promoted to an FS2, which is a full-time case working analyst. For a period of about 6 months in the year of 2022, I was acting crime scene supervisor. And following that, I was promoted to criminalistic supervisor in November of 2024.
And what's the difference between a criminalist and a crime scene, the criminalistics unit and the crime scene response unit?
The crime scene response unit is any work that is done outside of a lab at a particular crime scene, while a criminalist in the criminalistics unit will examine everything inside of a lab in a controlled setting.
And you are familiar with competency testing and proficiency testing, correct?
Yes.
And
you've done those things?
Taken
Yes.
both of those types of tests?
I have.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes.
And have you ever testified before giving your opinion concerning evidence collection and forensic analysis of evidence?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
50 to 60 times.
Where did you respond on January 8th of 2023 at approximately 8:52 a.m.?
It was around 8:45 a.m.
8:45 a.m.
It was 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
And how many floors are in that home?
There's 3 floors, 2 livable, an attic, as well as a basement.
And what was your role at that home?
Now, I was assigned to the crime scene response unit, so I was dedicated to looking for and testing for biological material.
So let's talk about that. What is biological material? What kinds of things are you looking for?
In this particular case, I was looking for blood.
Once he gets
Are you looking
to
for
what
anything
he's
else?
looking
Any
for,
other kinds of material while
we're
you're at
going
that home?
to slow
It
it
could
down.
be physical evidence as well as various types of trace materials if needed.
What is trace material?
Trace materials, it can be
Just
considered
a little bit.
paint, glass, hairs, and fibers.
So where did
Not
you
just a
begin your
little bit.
work that day?
I began work in the kitchen area on
All right. He's going to go through everything that he swabbed and processed. So I'm going to slow that back down because that
the first floor.
is something we're going to need.
And just generally, how do you determine
keep up
what you're looking
with.
for?
I will speak with the detectives on scene to get a general guideline of what type of investigation this is. Following that, I will make a general test plan for the scene that I am at before testing.
So what were your observations of the kitchen area?
It was clean overall. When looking through the kitchen, we did find a couple bottles of hydrogen peroxide as well as a knife in a kitchen cabinet above the refrigerator.
Okay.
A knife in a cabinet above the refrigerator, you say? Interesting.
At this point, I would like to place into evidence what's already been marked as Exhibit 201, that being SLD 7597. And I would ask to publish that for the jury.
All right, and what is SLD 7597?
Yeah, she didn't say what
Exhibit
it was.
201, that being the area that he's discussing in the kitchen, the hydrogen peroxide.
Just a photo of that?
Yes.
All right.
Is this that area that you're talking
This
about?
is the kitchen.
Yes,
this
it
is
is.
above the refrigerator
And
with a couple bottles of hydrogen peroxide. And I imagine where my mouse is pointing, that is the knife that he may be talking about. I guess we'll have to see. So they are starting to go through at the kitchen.
I'd next ask to, you also described a knife, correct?
Yes.
I'd next ask to show Exhibit 202, that being SLD 7606, being a knife, Your Honor. previously marked as Exhibit 202, and to publish that for the jury.
You may.
And Mr. Sheehan, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And then more specifically, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 203, SLD 7610, which is more specifically a knife. May I publish
So
that
it's the
for the
knife
jury, Your Honor?
removed.
You may.
Is that the knife you're referring to?
It's like
Yes,
a
it is.
kitchen style
Thank you.
Santoku knife.
Mr. Sheehan, what kind of
If I
testing
pronounced
did
that
you
correctly.
do?
I performed a screening test for blood on the blade of the knife.
And can you describe what the screening test for blood is?
The screening test is a two-step color test where a
Interesting to me that the kitchen knife wasn't with the hacksaw, snips, hammer, hatchet.
small portion of question sample is put onto a test swab. And after that, 2 chemicals are added to this test swab. If there's a bright pink color change, the test is positive. And if there's no color change or to something other than that pink color, the test is negative.
And what were the results?
The screening test for blood was positive on this blade.
And did you perform this screening test anyplace else?
Yes.
And where else did you perform that?
As on the hydrogen peroxide bottles, as well as on the kitchen sink area.
And what were the results that you found for the kitchen sink and the hydrogen peroxide bottles?
On all of the bottles, as well as the sink knobs, the sink basin, and the sink drain had all screened negative for blood.
And what can cause positive results besides human blood?
Various types of food materials, such as vegetables, as well as various types of legumes.
Did you test any other areas in the kitchen?
No,
Did you test inside of the dishwasher?
I did not.
Here's the question I have. Did they look and see if there was a knife set in the kitchen? They might get to this later, they might not, but look and see if there was a knife set in the kitchen. And again, if it's a kitchen knife, if other things can cause false positives, they might test it further for DNA because it looks like a kitchen knife, so vegetables could be a problem. But if they swab it and test it for DNA, then celery is not going to have DNA in it. But if this is a knife from a knife set in the kitchen, a lot of you are saying, why would he keep a knife and put it up there in above the refrigerator? The question becomes, if you're trying to clean it, is it more suspicious to have a knife set with one knife missing? Or is it more explainable to say, oh, I've got little kids, so I just put the biggest knife up there where only I can reach it because I've got 3 little kids? Which one is easier to explain, assuming it doesn't test positive for human DNA that belongs to his wife? So those are the questions that I have at this moment. So we'll see.
Why did
Excuse
you
me.
not test inside the dishwasher?
The nature of a dishwasher is to sanitize anything that is inside with extreme temperature, chemicals, and water. I felt that it wasn't necessary to test on the inside due to those conditions.
Besides the areas that you've already discussed, what other areas did you test on the ground floor of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
There was also a half bathroom that I examined.
And what did you examine in the half bathroom?
There was a washing machine and a dryer, as well as a sink.
Okay. And
What did you test?
What were your results?
Screening test for blood was negative on the interior of the dryer and washing machine, as well as on the sink knobs, the sink basin, and drain.
And did you test anything else on that floor?
No.
And then where did you go?
To the second floor bathrooms.
Okay. And did you also go into the bathroom, to the basement area?
I did.
Okay. And did you do testing in the basement area?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So I want to move to the basement for a moment.
I wonder why.
I'd like to show what's been previously marked as Exhibit 34. May I publish that to the jury?
You may.
Thank you. Can you tell me what this is?
This is the door in the kitchen leading down to the basement.
And then I'd like to show what's been previously marked as Exhibit 35. May I publish that to the jury?
You may.
Thank you. And what is this?
This is the stairwell leading to the basement.
May I publish Exhibit 36, please?
Yes.
And can you tell me what this is?
So if you were standing at the bottom of the stairs looking back up towards the kitchen, this area would be to the left.
And may I publish Exhibit 37, please?
Yes.
And what is this area?
The same if you were to stand at the bottom of the stairs looking towards the kitchen, this area is to the right.
I'd next like to
And we've
show
seen some of these
what's
pictures
now being
before.
marked as Exhibit 204, Exhibit 7, SLD 7476, which is a blank area in the basement. May I publish that, Your Honor?
Blank area in the basement?
Can you please tell me about this area?
This area was in the back right corner of the
That is a
basement.
blank
if you were
area.
to, again, stand at the bottom of the stairs. In this area, there were several stains that I observed for testing.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Do you recognize those?
I recognize the buckets, ma'am. Near placard number 5, I recognize the buckets.
White marks on the floor.
Yes, I do.
And why do you recognize those?
That is small pieces of scale tape that I had put down next to the stains that I wanted to test.
And did you label those?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, can I ask that you focus in on those, please? And can you tell me, Mr. Sheehan, what those are?
These are stains B, C, D, and E. Stain A is upwards and to the right. These are purple stains that I observed for testing.
Thank you.
So darker stains. Among other stains.
I'd now like to go to the next exhibit, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 205, SLD 7479, which is the ceiling of the basement. May I publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you tell me about this, Mr. Sheehan?
This is the area of ceiling directly.
Well, gee. Some of that insulation very clearly seems to be missing. It also looks like it was cut. There was also insulation in some of those recovered bags, so that's fairly noticeable.
Above that small area in the basement.
So what type of testing did you do on the areas that were A through G? The testing that you had shown us through the markers?
On stains A through E, I did the screening tests that I talked about earlier, and all of those results on A through E were positive for blood.
And that was the same kind of screening test that you described previously to us?
Yes.
I'd now like to show what's been marked as Exhibit 206 SLD 2482. This is Exhibit A. May this be published?
Yes?
Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is stain A.
And this is something you previously explained to us.
Yes.
And was this one of the areas that you tested?
Yes.
And was this positive?
Yes, it was.
And was this done, how did you learn that this was positive?
By doing the screening test.
So they were presumptive positives for blood. No one's shocked.
I'd next like to go to Exhibit 207, that being 7487. This being closer up of the purple stains. I'd ask that this be published.
Gail Fisher,
Okay.
they are
Thank
in,
you.
these photos are in the basement.
Do you recognize this, Mr.
So,
Sheehan?
Yes, I do.
And if I could ask
These are
you
in
to
the
zoom
basement.
in, Ms. Gilman. And can you tell me what you see in B?
Stain B is the purple staining that I observed for testing.
Thank you. Could you go to C, Ms. Gilman? And can you tell me what you see there?
This is stain C for testing.
Thank you. If you could go to D, Ms. Gilman? And can you tell me what you see there?
This is stain D.
And could you go to E, Ms. Gilman? And Mr. Sheehan, could you tell me what you see there, please?
And this is stain E.
Thank you. If we could now go to what's been marked as Exhibit 208, 7536. And I'd ask, and this is the stair, I'd ask that this be published for the jury.
May?
Thank you. Can you tell me what this is specifically?
Broken is what it
This
is.
is the bottom step in the basement. The bottom step was broken.
And specifically, what do you see with your writing on it?
On the right side of the broken piece of stairs, there was an additional purple stain. I labeled it as stain F.
And if you could zoom in on that, Ms. Gilman? And is that what you're referring to, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you now show Exhibit 38. And Mr. Sheehan, what is Exhibit 38?
This is their stairwell leading to the kitchen with a support beam directly below it.
Below it or behind it?
Behind it.
Okay. And that support beam is significant, isn't that right?
Yes.
Why?
And why is that support beam significant?
Probably for support.
There was an additional stain, as I labeled it as stain G, that was on the base of the support beam.
Oh, and more evidence.
Your Honor, I'd next ask that we publish Exhibit 209, which has been previously marked, and it's 7556, and that is stain G.
You may publish it.
Thank you. And what is this?
This is a close-up of stain G.
And so I want to be
I think you tested that before you took a picture of it, and that's why it's that color, sir.
clear. What type of testing did you do for A through G?
The screening test for the presence of blood.
And what results did you get in A through G?
In A through G, all stains had screened positive for blood.
And how did you identify those stains?
Visually.
And when you say visually, what color were they?
All of these stains were purple in color.
And why were they purple?
before you tested them?
The crime scene services section during the scene exam was using a chemical called LCV, and this chemical leaves behind a purple residue and is known to turn potential blood stains to the color of purple.
Right.
And when had crime scene services used that chemical?
Earlier in the day during the scene exam.
Was that before?
So the reason some of the stains are different colors than the larger area, I would imagine, is due to cleaning supplies. So some of the things that did not respond, I wonder if they will touch on if that might have been hampered by cleaning supplies. So why they are testing the smaller areas and not some of those larger areas.
You began to go into the basement and do your testing?
It was at the same time.
Okay.
It would have helped if she had
So
clarified
were
that
you
before,
there
but okay.
when that was happening?
Yes.
And why is LCV used?
The crime scene services section uses it for their scene examinations.
And how does LCV impact your testing?
At the scene, LCV does not have an impact. However, in the lab, it is known to hinder the confirmatory test for blood.
What does that mean?
The confirmatory test is done as a second test on stains in areas that had screened positive for blood. As a result, we can confirm the presence of blood. And this LCV chemical is known to, even on positive samples, give a negative result.
We heard lots about it during the Murdaugh case and Murdaugh's shirt.
So how do you compensate for that in the lab?
In the lab, even if a stain has tested negative for blood, a sample would still be prepared for DNA testing.
So what do you do with a stain once it has screened positive for blood?
The stain itself would be transferred onto a set of swabs for collection and transported to the lab for analysis.
And how is that done? What is a swab?
The swabs are very similar to almost like a Q-tip on a wooden stick, and each sample is packaged in its own manila envelope and then stored in its own container.
So leaving, give me a second, you okay?
Yep.
Leaving the basement, can you please describe the second floor of the home?
In the second floor, I examined the two bathrooms, which included a master bathroom from one side of the house and a secondary bathroom to the left.
Okay. And what areas did you test on the second floor?
Both of the sinks as well as the showers. There was also a pair of black and blue cleaning squeegees.
Okay. So did you test the drains and the basins?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that testing?
The screening test was also
Squeegees,
the same one that I have been using throughout the day.
And what were your results?
All of these areas had screened negative for blood.
And what time do you think you left the house at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Approximately 4:45 in the afternoon.
And were you done with all of your testing?
I was not.
So what happened to the house?
At the end of the day, the decision was made to secure the house, and we would return the next day to continue our exams.
So you secured it like a crime scene. I bet somebody stayed there. All night.
And did you return to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
And when was that?
The following day on January 9th.
And where did you start on January 9th of 2023?
On the second floor in the front left bedroom.
Okay. And what observations did you make to the front left bedroom?
The bedroom itself was clean overall, aside from a pile of clothing on the floor. I had also noted an area of, it seems like a white residue, and in an area that the varnish on the floor appeared to have been removed.
At this time, I would like to
Varnish removed, you say?
Show what's been previously marked as Exhibit 210, which is 7765, that bedroom that Mr. Sheehan just described. and publish it for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, can you describe what you were talking about with the white residue and the varnish, please?
As they're zooming in on this photo, this looks to be the bedroom that Brian and Anna Walsh were using, the one with the hole in the ceiling that we saw in other photos earlier in the trial.
On the area on the floor directly above the MSP placard number 10 and to the bottom right of the pile of clothing is the white residue on the floor.
Is the white residue that you're discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the other area that you were discussing?
It was that same area, the white residue, and that same area appeared the varnish on the floor looked like it had been removed.
And how was the varnish flooring for the rest of the room?
It still had a glossy, shiny coat to it.
Were there any other varnish issues?
Not that I recall.
And did you do any
Is the area of the floor that is no longer shiny under the hole that is in the ceiling by any chance?
testing in this room?
I did.
And where did you do testing?
Testing was on 2 additional red-brown stains that I had observed on one of the window curtains, as well as on the purple stain noted with MSP placard number 8.
And what were what kind of testing did you do?
The screening test for blood.
And what were your results?
On these stains, I labeled them as stains H and I, as well as MSP placard number 8, were all negative.
And H and I were the windows?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go back to the room later?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And why did you go back to that room?
At that time, the decision was made to the crime scene services section was going to remove a portion of the floor. So I removed myself from that area so they could remove the flooring.
Pull up the floor.
And did you direct them to remove the flooring?
No.
They decided.
And so did you go back after that was done to look at the room?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to show.
I'm sure no one expected that they were going to pull up the floorboards into the subflooring. And yet, here we are.
Exhibit 211, which has been previously marked, and that is 7808. And I would ask to publish that with the flooring removed.
May?
Thank you. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this the area you're talking?
Oh no! It skipped. Let's get us back to the feed. I was just taking notes as we were going to zoom into the photo of the floor. So give me 1 second as we pull up those photos. Sometimes when we are behind real time, things get a little jump around. All right. However, those photos are pretty distinctive. So why does it happen? YouTube things. I don't know. We're behind real time, so it happens. All right, photos of the flooring pulled up.
With the
Let's take a look at that.
Flooring removed.
May?
Thank you. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this the area you're talking about that was removed by crime scene services?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do further testing?
And they sure just cut
I
up
did
the
not.
flooring.
Why not?
There was no visible staining for testing after the crime scene services section had done their exam.
Okay, that's interesting to know.
So while crime scene services worked on the floor, what did you do at that time?
I returned to the basement for a second exam.
Why did you return to the basement?
It's not often where I get to re-examine an area that I had already examined, so I wanted to go back to see if I had missed anything.
And
he's like,
what,
I had
if
more time,
anything,
so why
were you
not?
looking for?
Potential blood stains.
And where did you first go?
At the top of the stairs, looking down, I observed a red-brown stain that I had labeled as stain J on the wall of the stairwell directly into the doorway.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd ask to publish
I'm surprised
exhibit,
the
which has been
subflooring
previously marked as
was negative.
212. That would be 7793, that being stain J.
You may.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the area of stain J.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in just a little bit, please? Thank you. And where is stain J?
Stain J is to the right of the scale. It is not visible in this photo.
Okay. And what did you do with the stain?
I did the screening test for the
And did you
presence of
take
blood.
another photo, though?
And what were the results of the screening test?
The screening test was negative.
And then where did you go?
Oh, well, that's
I
why.
continued down to the basement.
Okay. And where did you go in the basement?
I returned to an area of black trash bags as well as that back right section that I had examined the day before.
At this time, I would ask to publish Exhibit 213.
He did Google how to remove
7797.
blood from wood or hardwood.
The area that Mr. Sheehan just described with the black trash bags.
Yes,
You may.
he did.
Do you recognize this area?
Yes, I do.
And what is this area that you're talking about?
This is an area in the basement that was a little to the left of the area that I examined the day before, towards the back wall.
And I would also ask to publish
More
Exhibit
buckets over there.
214 7802, which is a close-up of that area.
You may.
Thank you. What is this area?
This is the stain identified as stain K.
And what testing did you do of stain K?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood.
And what was the results of that?
The result was positive.
And what did you then collect?
A sample using a set of swabs was collected from the stain.
Did you collect anything else from the home that day?
That day, no.
Thank you. So what did you do with the swabs that you collected from the house at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in
Betty
Cohasset
took them back to
on
the crime
January
lab.
8th and 9th of 2023?
I had brought these swabs back along with the knife from above the refrigerator back to the lab to be submitted.
For what?
For DNA analysis.
And what did you do with the swabs at the lab once you got there?
The swabs were submitted into our computer system called LIMS.
And were they given a number?
Yes.
And what's the lab number that they were given?
The lab number for the case was 23-00596.
And is that a unique lab number for this case?
Yes.
And how is the lab number kept?
The lab number is kept identified for each individual case in our computer system.
So aside from the collection of evidence at the house, did you then do further work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what procedure do you follow to ensure that you prevent contamination?
In the lab, I work on one item at a time. And in between items of evidence, I will use bleach to clean my work area and any tools that I'm using, and as well as wearing PPE, which would include gloves, a mask, and a lab coat.
How do you keep your actual station clean, and what do you use on your actual station?
Bleach.
And why do you use bleach?
Bleach is known to destroy DNA.
Yep.
Do you use any kind of paper on your station?
We use a large piece of paper, which we call butcher paper.
Bench paper.
Did you do lab work on the items you brought back from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway alone, or did you do lab work on other items as well?
Other items as well.
So what was the first item that you examined in this case?
Item number 1-1.
And what was item dash 1-1?
This was a set of swabs from red brown stain A in the basement.
And what testing was done?
I did a confirmatory test to confirm the presence of blood.
And how does that confirmatory test work?
The test itself is very similar to a pregnancy test, where a small amount of sample is put into a test solution, and then that test solution is put onto a test card. After a period of 10 minutes, if there's one line, the test is negative. If there's 2 lines, the test is positive.
And what was the result?
Confirming the presence of blood was negative.
So what was done with this item?
In this particular case, because the LCV chemical was used at the crime scene and the stains were purple, I preserved the sample for DNA testing as item number 1-1.1.
So that was the number that it was given for
we will see that there is DNA there.
Yes.
Okay. And did you assign any of that sample for DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And was that the one that you assigned?
Yes, 1-1.1.
Okay. And did you examine item 1-8, the knife from the kitchen?
Yes, I did.
And what testing was done?
I did not do any further testing. I did a collection for potential DNA analysis.
Okay, why didn't you do any testing?
In order for a complete lab exam to be done on an item, there needs to be a visible stain in order to have enough testing for the confirmatory test as well as DNA testing. In this particular case, because there was no visible staining on the blade, the sample needs to be treated as something called quantity limited or QLIM, where the entire sample needs to be used for DNA testing.
So what was done with this item?
A sample was collected from the knife blade as well as from the handle.
And was it preserved for DNA testing?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that preserved?
To answer any type of forensic questions.
I want to ask you about item 5-1, which was swab K from the basement floor.
Correct.
What testing did you do on swab K from the basement floor?
I did a confirmatory test for the presence of blood.
And what was the result of the confirmatory test?
The confirmatory test was positive, confirming the presence of blood.
And I'm sorry, I should have shown you Exhibit 215, Exhibit Image 1205.
Did we miss some photos?
Which is the knife.
We saw the photos of the knife, didn't we? I guess there's maybe.
May I publish that?
Maybe more photos of the knife?
So this was the knife that you just told us about that you was QLIM.
Yes.
Thank you.
Lab photos for the knife. Well, I'm glad we saw the lab photos of the knife, y'all. What does that knife look like to you? That looks like a knife that's been through some shit. That knife looks the blade does not look shiny. The handle looks like it is dried out and almost starting to crack. It looks perhaps bleached. That knife looks like it's been through it. Yeah. So interesting. I'm glad they did the lab photo because it is. Yeah. That knife.
And now I'd ask to show Exhibit
that knife has had a moment.
Image 1066, which is the.
It also has a really prominent back part of the blade. I would be interested to see if there was a knife set at the house. I wonder if somebody at crime scene saw that or took photos of it, because I'm very curious if the handle is a different color. in the knives in the other house, or if there is a knife set in the house, if this is from a knife set in the house, if there are others, I'd be curious.
Swab K.
You may.
So
Thank you.
interesting photos of the knife.
This is the swab that you described?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said that it was positive, and I'd ask next to show Exhibit 217, image 1067, which is the positive test.
You may.
Thank you. This is that, for lack of a better term, like pregnancy test that you described to us earlier.
Correct.
And
There it
this is
is.
how you know if the test results
test is
are positive.
positive.
Is that right?
Yes.
With the little lines.
So, when you're saying that this is indicating positive for human blood, why are you saying that it's indicating positive for human blood?
Two
The
lines.
test itself, while it does confirm the presence of blood, there are other types of animal blood that will give a positive result, which include ferret blood as well as various types of primates.
Okay.
So why did you not do the screening test for the swab?
The screening test was done at the crime scene at the house during the original collection of the sample.
And so what did you do with this sample?
The sample was preserved for DNA testing and given item number 5-1.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
Chat, I saw some confusion. This is a test for blood. It goes beyond the presumptive testing for blood. The victim was not, the victim's remains were not recovered in this case. So they are talking about it being similar to a pregnancy test just because of the two little lines. But for those of you just casually listening, no one is pregnant. There's no pregnancy test. It is a test for blood. It does have two little lines. It is not a pregnancy test. No.
And what was item 7-9?
7-9 was a pair of tin snips. 7-9 was a pair of tin snips.
At this time, I would ask to publish Exhibit 218, image 1081, from the lab, the tin snips.
You may.
There's a photo of the
And
tin
Mr. Sheehan,
snips.
do you recognize these photos, correct?
Yes.
And why do you recognize these photos?
These are the photos that I took in the lab of the items. They have the case number, my initials, the item number, and the date I worked on them.
And what?
Those tin snips were recovered from the trash that we saw a lot of the other tools recovered from. These were or look to be the same that were purchased at Lowe's on January 1st.
Testing did you do?
There was no visible staining on the blades, so I did the screening tests for blood, and the on the blades was positive.
And why
Then
didn't you
what?
do the confirmatory testing?
There were no visible stains to do further testing.
So it's the same reason that you gave us before?
Yes, as a QLM sample.
Thank you.
Right.
And you said that this was positive for blood?
It was
The
presumptively.
blades had screened positive.
And what
Positive.
was done with this item?
A sample was preserved from the blades as well as from the handle.
For DNA.
And what was 7-10?
7-10 was a hacksaw.
I would ask to publish Exhibit 219, image 1085.
That's the image of the hacksaw.
I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor. It's the image of the hacksaw.
You may publish it.
The reason the court's correcting counsel is because counsel is giving the number, but is not verbally stating what the photo is. It should be image, item of evidence number image of, and then moving on. And she's forgotten to do it a couple times, which is why the court's reminding her.
And what is,
This is the lab photo of the
test did you
hacksaw.
do on the hacksaw?
There were 3 areas that identified for potential testing on seemed like a tannish brown debris. The first one was on area A, which is on the blade at the end, on the opposite side from the handle. Area B was on the frame next to the handle, and area C was on the blade.
And those are the tin snips or not the tin snips, we've moved on. This is the hacksaw that was purchased at Lowe's that we saw in the security video earlier today.
Where it attaches to the frame adjacent to the handle.
And what testing for all of those areas?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood, followed by the confirmatory test for blood.
And what were the results on those 3 areas?
On all 3 areas, A, B, and C, the tests were positive, confirming the presence of blood.
What did you then do?
Samples were preserved from each individual area, A, B, and C, as well as from the handle.
What numbers were the samples given?
The sample that I had assigned for DNA testing was from stain C, which was 7-10.3.1, as well as a sample from the handle, which was 7-10.4.1.
All the foundation of those
I'd next like
are
to
needed.
talk about 7-11, the hammer. I'd like to show you Exhibit 2020 and publish it, that being image 1092. That being the hammer.
You may show that.
Mr. Sheehan, what test did you do on the hammer?
I did the screening test for blood on the hammerhead and face area.
What were the results?
Screening test for blood was positive on the hammer face.
And what did you do?
Samples were preserved from the hammer face as well as from the handle.
And why did you only do the screening test here?
There was no visible staining on the hammerhead.
So am I correct in assuming that when you only do the screening test and not the confirmatory test, it is always going to be for that same reason?
Yes.
Meaning I don't need to keep asking you the same question?
Correct.
A few of you have asked about and it appears that there's white powder on the handle of the hammer. If they had tried to lift fingerprints, which I don't know if they would have, but if they had tried to lift fingerprints, it would be a black powder, not a white powder. We know that quite a lot of baking soda was purchased in this case, so there being some white powder on the hammer doesn't surprise me.
7-13, the blades and frame from the hatchet, that being Exhibit
We will
221.
not hear the DNA
image
with this witness. We'll hear the DNA from another
1099.
witness.
Could we please publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
All right,
What
onto the hatchet.
observations did you make of this hatchet?
There was no visible staining. However, on the hatchet head, I did note some sort of greasy and oil-like substance.
Why is that significant to you?
In my experience, whenever a cutting instrument is used on an individual, it can leave behind this greasy and oily substance, which is indicative of fatty tissues.
Overall.
What testing did you do?
I did the screening test for the presence of blood on the hatchet head.
What were the results?
Now, the screening test was positive.
And then what did you do?
Sample was preserved from the hatchet head as well as from the handle. The hatchet head was given sample number 7-13.1, and from the handle was 7-13.2.1.
And were any of these assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
Both of those?
Yes.
I'd next like to discuss 7
And we know what the DNA is going to say, right? No, the oof was from me. We know what the DNA is going to say, right? Because we heard from it. We heard about it in opening, but also he has pled guilty to this part. The jury does not know that. I don't think the jury will know that, but he has pled guilty to this part. So we know what the DNA is going to say. We're not there yet, but we know what the DNA is going to say for the most part.
The Craftsman shears, and I'd be referring and asked to publish Exhibit 222, that being image 1103.
May.
What testing was done, Mr. Sheehan?
The screening test for blood on the blades and frame of the shears.
And what were the results?
The screening test was positive in this area.
And what was done?
The sample was preserved for potential DNA testing, as well as a sample from the handle.
I'd next like
So
to ask
those
you
were the fairly
about
large shears.
7-18, the Tyvek booties. I'd like to refer and publish Exhibit 223.
If they get to
image
if they get to the slippers, man.
123, and publish for the jury the Tyvek booties.
You may.
Crystal,
can you tell me what
he pled guilty to? All of it. I have the factual basis of the plea on the channel when they did it in court. It included the dismemberment and disposal in multiple different dumpsters. That was part of the factual basis from the Commonwealth when he took the plea.
What's in this picture?
This is a picture of one of the booties, a part of item number 7-18.
How many booties were there?
There were 4 in total.
Okay. And what else is in this picture?
It appears to be some sort of insulation as well as painter's tape.
And what does this picture show? Is it everything or just an example or something else?
Since this item was submitted as 4 booties, I took an individual picture of how they were packaged separately so that I could keep track of each individual one.
So 4
and is
booties.
That why there's a number 2 at the bottom of that photo?
Insulation, yes. Painter's tape.
And what did you do to this?
I performed the screening test for blood.
And what were the results?
All of the testing was negative.
I would think they would be quite hard to
Moving
clean.
on to 7-20, the sample from the plastic painter sheet. How many painter sheets were there?
If I recall correctly, there was 5.
Okay. And was each painter sheet given its own number?
They were originally submitted to the lab all as item number 7-20. And during the fingerprint process, the analyst had removed and given each sheet its own sub number under 720. The one I examined was 7-20.5.
So I'm going to ask to show you and publish Exhibit 224, image 1261, the bag of plastic sheeting. Number 5. Thank you. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this what you were describing to us?
Yes, it is. This is the packaging for the plastic sheeting.
And then I'd asked to
So they took a photo of the
and show you
bag,
Exhibit
then they took a
225, image
photo
1, 2,
when it was taken out of the bag.
4.
You know.
And have you explained the content of the bag?
You may publish that. 1264.
And
Yes,
that is
Your
the
Honor.
plastic sheeting.
Can you describe that?
This is one side of the plastic sheeting. In size, it's estimated to be around 8 feet by 11 feet.
8 by 11.
And what observations did you make?
There were 2 areas of light red-brown staining that I observed. One that I gave as area A was on the bottom right corner, and area B was on the top left corner.
And what testing did you do?
On area A, I did the screening tests and confirmatory test, as well as from stain B.
And what were your results?
From stain A, it had screened positive. However, the confirming test was negative. On stain B, the confirming test was positive.
Is there a reason that A is negative and B is positive?
It is possible that stain A was not blood, or there was not enough sample on the swabs I had collected for testing to be detected by the test.
So what did you do?
A sample was preserved from the area B, which was 7-20.5.2.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
So what were items 9-1 through 9-6?
Oh, boy.
9-1 through 9-6 were swabs that had been collected from a gray Volvo.
And did you examine those swabs?
Yes.
And what did you do to preserve those swabs?
I was curious about these.
All of these swabs were treated as a quantity limited sample, so no testing was done. They were all cut up and put into tubes for potential DNA testing.
So they did not, they prioritized because the samples were too small. So they prioritized them for DNA instead of testing for blood.
Were any
Yeah,
of
the
those
DNA is more
assigned for
important.
DNA testing?
Yes.
And which one?
Item number 9-4, which was a swab from trunk mat number 1.
And 9-12, I'd like to talk about now, the jacket, the black jacket. And I refer you and ask to publish Exhibit 226, image 1119.
You may.
Thank you. What observations did you make of this?
There were various like tannish brown stains on the exterior of the jacket.
And were there stains?
Not red brown. They were tannish brown in color.
And did you do any testing?
Yes, I did.
What kind of testing?
I did the screening test for blood on all of these stains, as well as from all the unstained areas of the jacket.
And what were your results?
Screening on all of the stains, as well as the unstained areas, was negative.
I'd now like to move on to item 9-20, the tape with gauze and red brown stain. And I'd like to refer to and publish Exhibit 227, image 0899.
We don't know if she was.
May I publish that,
we don't
Your
know if
Honor?
she was wearing the jacket. I'm
Thank you.
presuming she wasn't.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you explain what this image is of?
This is a picture of the, it actually turned out to be some sort of like tissue paper or paper towels. But I had rolled them out for a picture of the overall item.
And did you make any observations?
Yes, I did.
And what were your observations?
There was red brown staining on a lot of the item. So I identified two areas as area A, which is on the center bottom, and area B, which is on the top right.
And what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
On both of these areas, A and B had confirmed positive for blood.
And what did you do?
Samples were preserved from both A and B. Sample A was given item number 9-20.1.
And was that assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
I want to move on to 9-22, the white towel. And
There were a lot of. There were a number of
exhibit
towels that we saw.
228, image 1128, and ask you to identify that and ask to publish that to the jury.
You may.
What observations did you make of this towel?
I noted the red-brown stains on the majority of the towel.
And what testing did you do on this towel?
Identified one of the areas of red-brown staining in the center of the towel for testing.
And what kind of testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
This area A in the center had confirmed positive for blood.
And then what did you do?
A sample was preserved from this area A and given item number 9-22.1.1.
And was that assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
Moving on to 9-23, I'd like to ask you about and also ask to publish Exhibit 229, Image 1132. May I do that, Your Honor?
Yes, and what's it an image of?
It's an image of the towel, the next towel number 2.
Towel number 2. You may publish it.
Thank
There were
you.
numerous towels recovered.
Could you tell me about this towel, what your observations are?
I noted the large area of red
Yeah, it
brown
looks like
staining
a
in the center
footprint.
and identified it as red brown stain A.
Or shoe
And what
print
testing did you do?
to me.
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The sample A had confirmed positive for blood.
And what then did you do after sample A confirmed positive for blood?
Sample was preserved for potential DNA testing.
Moving on to item 9-27, the gray slippers. I would ask at this time to publish Exhibit 230,
The
Image
slippers are-
8.
the slipper photos are tough.
8398.
The slippers
Yes,
are
Your Honor.
tough.
And is that the light gray polka dot slippers or the dark gray slippers?
The dark gray slippers.
Okay. Dark gray slippers may be published.
The dark gray slippers are rough.
What observations did you make?
I noted red-brown stains on both sets of slippers, as well as identifying one as stain A, which was on the top of the left slipper, and stain B, which was on the bottom of the left slipper.
I'd also ask to show Exhibit 231, Image 8399. It's also the same dark gray slippers, just the back of the dark gray slippers.
You may.
Like the bottom side? Yeah.
Mr. Sheehan, can you tell me about this photograph?
That's the bottom of the
This is
slippers.
the bottom of, or the soles of the dark gray slippers.
So what testing did you do?
The areas A and B, A being on the top of the left slipper and area B on the bottom of the left slipper. I did the screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
And both of these areas had confirmed positive for blood.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And then what did you do?
A sample was collected from both of these areas, as well as from the unstained areas on the interior of the slippers.
If we could go back to the previous Exhibit 230, please. Can you explain where you're talking about the unstained interior?
On the light blue section, I tried to do a collection from the areas that were not stained.
Meaning
It took some effort,
not
it
red
sounds
brown.
like.
Correct.
And
Yeah. He was trying to get a clean piece to take a sample of to see, I would imagine, if I'm crime scene, I would want to know if we had the DNA of the person wearing the slippers in addition to the DNA of the blood stains. So I would want a sample from the inside of the slipper that would be the wearer, but they look like men's. The size of them looks like men's slippers to me, given that the other slippers we saw are much smaller. So I presume these are his, but I guess we will see.
why did you take a sample from the interior unstained
She's
area?
going to ask them. Okay.
This is to collect any potential amount of skin cells in this area
the wearer.
to help identify a person who may have been wearing the slippers.
That's what I would have thought.
And where exactly are you trying to swab at that point?
In this case, for the slippers, it would be anywhere it would be high contact with the feet. So all the light blue areas on the sole, as well as underneath where the toes would be.
And why were you trying to avoid the red-brown stains?
Because that's somebody else's
to
DNA.
at least limit
potentially
any type of cross-contamination between the stains and for skin cell collection.
Yeah.
So did you give numbers to any of the areas that you collected?
Yes.
And what numbers did you give?
From the interior unstained areas was given item number 9-27.2.1, and from stain A was 9-27.3.1.
And were those two that you just described, those two numbers that you gave us, were those assigned for further DNA testing?
Yes.
The slippers are rough for me.
I'd like to talk to you now about 9-28, the apparent hairs. And I'd ask to publish.
He gives, in the chat, asked, why is blood inside? I think those slippers seemed soaked through. Then again, if you are walking in slippers through something that is wet, it can always be pulled into a shoe, but it looked to me like it stained through. So.
Exhibit 232, image 1200. IMG _ 1200, that being apparent hairs.
You may do so.
What observations did you make?
On this item, there was a section of red-brown staining in the center of the apparent hairs, which I had done the screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The red-brown stain identified as stain A was confirmed positive to be blood.
And what did you do as a result of that?
A sample was preserved from this and given item number 9-28.1.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Holly, the
Yes,
slippers were from the same
Did
garbage.
you do anything else?
The same garbage dumpster at the defendant's mom's apartment complex that had all the tools and stuff that we're seeing. Everything we're seeing now is from those 9 or 10 trash bags from that dumpster.
With this item after the blood testing?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I examined 2 of the hairs for classification.
And how do you classify a hair?
The structure of a hair is very similar to the structure of a number 2 pencil, where the eraser is the root, the outer yellow portion is the cuticle, the wooden portion is the cortex, with the antigraphite section being the medulla. All 4 of these areas under a microscope demonstrate various types of characteristics, and it's these characteristics that are used to classify a hair as a human or animal.
And where do you make those observations?
It's a good analogy.
In the lab using a microscope.
And were you able to classify the hairs here?
Yes, I classified 2 of them.
And how did you classify them?
Again, I pulled randomly 2 of them out of the clump of apparent hairs and to examine in the lab.
And you determined what?
And did you classify them as human or animal?
One of them I had classified as being consistent with a human hair, and the second hair was consistent with an animal hair.
I'd ask now to publish Exhibit 233,
Did they ever
image
find a vacuum?
0018, that being a hair number 1.
You may.
Mr. Sheehan, can you tell me about this image?
This is the root of the hair that I identified as being consistent with a human hair.
And you said this was the root?
Yes.
And can you tell me why you characterized it as human hair?
Due to the nature and the shape of the root itself, as
He's
well
like,
as
because
other
it's a human
characteristics
hair.
from the shaft and the medulla.
I'd ask to publish the next exhibit, 234, image 0022, that being
And that's
hair
the
number
photo
2.
under a microscope.
You may.
Mr. Sheehan, what is this hair?
This is the root area of the second hair that I identified as being consistent with an animal hair.
And can you explain why you believe this was you were able to.
He's like, because it's an animal hair. They look very, he's like, they look very different. That's
Along
animal
with the
hair.
shape of the root and the characteristics of the scales and the medulla on this item identified as being consistent with an animal hair.
I'd like to now move on to 9-30, the sample from the stain on the wipe from bag 4 and the sponge. And I'd ask to publish exhibit 235, image 1195.
And generally, what is 1195 of?
The sample from the stain on the wipe from bag 4 and the sponge.
I think she said that already.
Do you recognize this, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes, I do.
And what observations did you make?
There were red brown stains on the wipe, as well as there being these yellow brown debris on the sponge.
What test did you do?
I mean,
I did the screening.
First of all, I just love a Scrub Daddy sponge. Second of all, I did not expect the photos of the Scrub Daddy sponge. I did not. I don't remember it from the other photos, but oh boy.
Test and confirming tests for blood on the wipe portion and the screening test on the yellow brown debris on the sponge.
And what were the results?
On the area A from the wipe had confirmed positive for blood, and the yellow brown debris on the sponge was positive as well. And that was preserved as a QLIM sample.
And then what did you do?
Samples were preserved for potential DNA testing.
I now would like to move on to 9-31.
It's just the normal of. There is something particularly devastating about just the normal everyday life things that come up in this case. It's tough. It's just
the piece
so
of
sad.
rug from bag 5, that being image 1110. And that's exhibit 236. And I'd ask to publish that, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what observations did you make?
This is the underside of the piece of carpet that had red brown stains on it.
The underside of the carpet.
And what testing did you do?
I did the screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
The stained area had confirmed positive for blood.
Yeah.
And as a result, what did you do?
A sample was preserved from this item as item number 9-31.1.
And was this assigned for DNA testing?
Yes.
That is a carpet that is soaked with blood. That is not just
looking
stained
next
with blood.
at 9-32, the Tyvek suit. I'd ask to publish exhibit 237, image 8388.
Which is?
You may publish that, 8388.
Okay. Just going by the number from the.
Mr.
She
Sheehan,
already said Tyvek suit, Emily.
What observations did you make of the
Just a lot of
Tyvek
numbers.
suit?
There were several areas of red brown staining, both on the exterior and the interior.
I'd also like to publish exhibit 238, image 8390, which is another angle, another side of the Tyvek suit.
You may.
The backside.
Do you recognize this, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what you see here?
There was 2 areas of red brown staining on the leg portions.
And I'd also like to show exhibit 239, image 8391, another image of the Tyvek suit.
You may.
And can you tell us what you see here?
This
I'm going
is
with the
the
cozier cup
exterior
of tea.
front of the Tyvek suit.
So I am making tea, chat, not in my coffee mug. So I'm going
And
to go with a
finally,
smaller cup.
exhibit 240, image 8392,
But also,
a bag of the Tyvek suit.
You may.
because I grabbed Stroop waffles, and so I'm going to put one on the tea before we have tea. So, you know, we're going to just try to,
Ms. Gilman, 8392.
have some tea. Today, you guys asked what kind of tea.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
We're going with the Ultra Spice Chai
And do you recognize that?
for the win.
Yes, this is the tag on the Tyvek suit.
Thank you. So what observations, you told me about your observations. I apologize. What tests did you do?
Stroop waffles are so good.
I identified 4 areas of red brown stains for further testing, A through D. A and B were on the exterior front pant legs. Area C was on the back right ankle, and area D was on the interior right sleeve.
And so what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
On all 4 areas, A through D had confirmed positive for blood.
And I'd ask to show exhibit 241, image 8393, that showing those results.
You may show the results.
As a result, what did you do?
Samples were preserved from each one of these areas, as well as from the interior sleeve cuffs of the Tyvek suit.
And why did you take a sample from the interior sleeve cup?
This is very similar to the reason why collecting from the unstained areas of the slippers. This is an area of high contact with the skin. So this was done for the collection of skin cells to identify a person who may have been wearing it.
And were any of these assigned
I don't
for
think
DNA
he thought
testing?
about that, right?
Yes.
That they would test the
can you tell
inside
me
for
which
skin
ones were
cells.
assigned for DNA testing?
Samples number 9-32.1.1 was the sample from the interior sleeve cuffs. 9-32.2.1 was the sample from stain A, and 9-32.5.1 was the sample from stain D on the interior sleeve.
Moving on to 16 -1, the rug. I'd ask to show you exhibit 242, image 1143, and publish that to the jury.
You may publish that image to the jury.
Some of you are asking
What
about the Stroop
observations
waffles.
did you
The rest
make
of
of
chat
this
is
rug?
answering, but
I
best
noted an
part-
area of red brown staining
Put it
on the left
on the mug
portion
and
of
let it
this
get
piece of
soft with
carpet.
the steam from the tea.
And what testing did you do?
The screening test and confirming test.
And what were the
We need some
results?
The
coziness.
stain area A had confirmed positive
Today
for
is
blood.
chilling.
What did you do?
A sample was collected for potential DNA testing.
Moving on to 16.2.
Yes, he did not do the DNA testing.
I'd ask to publish exhibit 243, image 1148, different 16.2, that being a sample from portion of rug 2.
All right, you can publish that 1148.
What did you note on this? What observations did you make?
There were several areas that identified for testing stains A through F.
And what testing did you do?
The screening tests and confirming tests.
And what were your results?
On stains B through F, the screening test was negative, and on stain A, it had confirmed positive for blood.
It's
I'd
telling
like
that
to
all of
talk
this
about
was cut up, right?
16-3, a sample, that being rug number 3. I'd like to show you and publish to the jury exhibit 244, image 1153.
You may do so.
What observations do you make, Mr. Sheehan?
I observed a large amount of red-brown stains on the left portion of the carpet is where I identified as stain A.
Yeah, that counts as a
And
large
what
amount.
testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were your results?
The area of stain A had confirmed positive for blood.
And as a result, what did you do?
A sample was collected for potential DNA analysis.
Moving to 16-4, a sample of rug number 4. I'd ask to publish to exhibit 245, image 1158.
You may publish 1158.
Thank you. What observations did you make, Mr. Sheehan?
There was an area of red-brown staining on the bottom of this piece that identified for testing as stain A.
So you're testing, you did do testing?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the results of your testing?
On this area, stain A had confirmed positive for blood.
And did you preserve it for DNA?
Yes.
Moving to 16-5, rug number 5. I'd ask to publish exhibit 246, image 1163, Your Honor.
You may do so.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, what observations did you make?
There was an area of red-brown staining on the left portion of the carpet.
And what testing did you do?
I did the screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results?
This stained area A had confirmed positive for blood.
And as a result of that, what did you do?
A sample was preserved for potential DNA testing.
Moving to 16-6, rug number 6. I'd ask at this time to publish exhibit 247, image.
A couple of you had questions about the suit in the photos. The bottom of the footies on the Tyvek suit have, I think, a little bit of grip. So the bottom would be gray, but the whole top part of the suit in the Tyveks would be white. And then the very bottom would be the grip or the foot part. So when they're taking pictures of them, the bottom of the foot would be flipped up. So on the bottom, on the back side of the suit, you would see the bottom of the feet. And on the front side of the suit, you would see the top of the feet. So the top would be white, and then the bottom, just the bottom would be gray. So not different feet, just the bottom of the footies, for lack of a better description.
1176 from rug number 6.
You may publish that image 1176.
Thank you. What observations did you make?
I noted the red-brown
They have
stains
to be a
on
little
the
grippy.
bottom left corner
They have to be a little grippy because you're putting them over your shoes and you don't want to be slipping around.
of this piece of carpet.
And what testing did you do?
The screening and confirming test.
What were the results of your testing?
This area had confirmed positive for blood.
And what did you do?
I preserved a sample from this area for potential DNA testing.
Moving on to 16-7, rug number 7.
It's a lot of pieces of
I
rug.
asked to publish exhibit 248, image 1180.
It was also inside out in
You
some
may
of the pics.
publish image
I think.
1180, rug 7.
And Your Honor, in that same vein, from rug number 7, the other side is 1181, exhibit 249, if I could also use that one as well.
You may. The reverse side is in evidence now, 248.
So this is where the reverse side came from, one of those stains.
Starting with this image, can
It
you
sounds
please
like-
tell me what you see?
I noted an area of red-brown stains as stain A on the bottom left corner, as well as an area of stain B that is in the center of the white powdery residue that you see.
And if we could just look at the back as well. What observations did you make here?
On the top left corner is the backside of that stained area A, and in the center with the white powdery residue, with the opposite side was stain B.
And what testing did you do?
On both stains A and B, I did the screening and confirming test for blood.
And what were the results of your testing?
Both stains A and B confirmed positive for blood.
And were numbers assigned to these samples?
Yes.
And what were those?
For stain B, which I had sent to DNA for testing, was 16-7.2.1.
I should have said, as a result of their being positive, did you take a sample to send to DNA?
Once they were
Yes.
once there's a
And so
positive,
what
they
were
went to
those numbers?
DNA.
For the area from stain B was 16-7.2.1.
And was anything assigned to go to the DNA testing? Was that 16.7.2.1?
Yes.
Was anything else with this item?
Yes, I collected a small amount of the white powdery substance to send to another unit for identification.
Looking at,
A lot of you are asking about the DNA. This is the foundation for that.
16.12.
It would have gotten really, really, really confusing
16-12, I apologize.
to try to do the DNA first
And I'd
without
asked
seeing all
to
of this
publish
first.
Exhibit 250, image 1187.
The
that
order is
being
needed.
Hair.
It's just a longer.
May I do that,
day.
Your Honor?
You may do so.
Vicki Thomas asked a
What
question
did
right
you
on
do
point.
to examine?
Why don't they tell us whose
this?
blood it is for each piece? 'Cause
I examined 5.
this expert didn't do the DNA testing. So this expert's laying the foundation for what all these things were and what was presumptive for blood. Not the expert that did the DNA is going to have to come in and say, I did the DNA testing on this, and this is this, and this is that, and whose DNA and what. So different people doing different testing. So different witness, but this is the foundation for that.
Random hairs from this clump
So
for identification.
I think we will
And
know.
what tool did
I don't
you
think we
use?
will know yet.
I used a set of tweezers to remove it from the sample and then visualize the items underneath a microscope.
And what classification did you make?
On all 5 pieces of hair that I removed, all 5 had classified as being consistent with a human hair.
And you used the same technique that you described to us earlier.
Yes.
So after you finished with the testing for blood and looking at the hairs, what did you do next?
I would write my report for all my findings, as well as assign DNA items for analysis.
And what is the next round of testing at your laboratory?
The next section for DNA samples would be the DNA unit.
And what does go on for testing?
Any samples that are assigned by the criminalist working on the case.
And how is the determination made as to which items to send for DNA testing?
When the criminalist is examining the case, they try to select the samples that have the most amount of forensic relevance and answer as many forensic questions as possible.
And are there limits as to the number of items that can be sent forward for DNA testing?
Yes.
Why is that?
It would, for every single case, there are tons of samples that are collected for DNA. It would create a huge backlog in the lab system, which is why we try to select the most forensically relevant samples to answer as many questions as possible on the first round of testing.
So were items in this case sent for DNA testing?
Yes.
I mean, which makes sense.
And so you've identified those items as we went along. You gave the number and you said which items you sent along for DNA testing. Is that right?
Yes.
In addition to those items, was there one other item that was also sent for DNA testing?
Yes.
And do you know what that was?
This was item number 16-13, which was an unknown tissue.
And was all the DNA testing done in one round?
No, it was not.
Were there multiple rounds of DNA testing that were done here?
Yes.
And who
It
does
seems
that
like there were
next round
multiple
of
rounds
testing?
of testing because
No,
the
that would
dates
be
are
the
different.
analyst in the DNA unit.
And where do the original physical items get stored after you finish your work on them, Mr. Sheehan?
The original physical items are returned to the investigating agencies, while all of the DNA samples are preserved in
Stays
our
at the lab.
long-term storage area.
If I might just have one moment.
Certainly.
I took a bite right as she was reviewing. I wonder if they're almost done with this witness. A few more questions from colleagues.
What is luminol?
Luminol is a type of test that is used by various agencies. It's very similar to that of LCV.
And
We've heard about that.
does fingerprint-
We heard about that because it was part of the Google searches. So it's fair to circle back on that with this witness.
testing affect DNA testing?
No, it does not.
Does fingerprint testing affect your testing?
There's various chemicals that are used for testing, but again, those are known by the unit and the lab. So measures are taken in order to still do DNA testing in case of negative results.
And what effect of applying cleaning products to blood stains would impact your testing?
If the concentration of bleach or cleaning agent was high enough and was used on a sample long enough, it could degrade and destroy any type of DNA that would be on a sample or area.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
And we're on to cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm curious at the direction of the cross. I mean, it's the crime scene.
You
They did
appear
what they do.
at the home on January 8th, correct?
Yes.
And that was the first time you went there?
Correct.
And before you got there, there were other people from the Mass State Police. They'd already been there.
In previous days, when I had responded to the house, we had all arrived at the same time.
Okay. But you understand, don't you, Mr. Sheehan, that there had been multiple officers in and out of that house over a period of multiple days?
Yes.
And you understand, don't you, Mr. Sheehan, that those officers had gone in and out of that house, not wearing any protective garments, not wearing any protective booties. They went and they inspected certain rooms of that house, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you understand, don't you, that when you go to collect samples from a scene like this from the home, it was very important to maintain the integrity of the home before you collected samples, correct?
Correct.
Now, believe me, I'm not questioning your expertise, your training, your experience. Let's be clear about that. But when you try to make conclusions about a sample that you collected in a certain part of this home, and then another sample that you collected in another part of the home, knowing that other people had been in and out of that home in the days leading up to you,
did you look at that kitchen knife?
You can't tell this jury how certain samples or biological samples were first deposited in certain areas of that home.
No, I cannot.
So
all he can say is, this is what I found. This is what it tested for.
Let's talk a little bit about that.
He wasn't there.
Bedroom
He doesn't
area that you
know.
told us about. Do you recall testifying that there was something that looked like white residue or something like that on the flooring of one of the bedrooms upstairs?
Yes.
And you noticed that on January 9th of 2023, didn't you?
Yes.
And in fact, in your report and your notes you wrote, you specifically stated that when you
Also,
were there on January...
You can't tell me how that got there. I think I've seen every defense counsel in every case ask of crime scene services. You can't tell us how that got there, did you? Then they're always going to say no because they didn't watch it happen.
January 8th, you didn't see that, correct?
I don't recall if that was in my report or not.
Okay, was it in your notes?
No.
All right, let's come back to that in a minute. On January 8th, were you up in that bedroom where that area was? Now you told us about the white residue?
No.
So you understand, though, that other Mass State Police have been up in that room?
Yes.
And you understand that when you went up on the 9th, that's when you first saw what you have described to this jury, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a result of the observations that you made in that room, It's our understanding then that you caused, well, that's not entirely accurate, but in any event, there was flooring dug up in or around that area that you saw the white residue, correct?
Correct.
And that area covered that area that looks like from the exhibits, that area that was between the clothing, the pile of clothing, and placard tin, correct?
Yes.
And then you I keep saying that. Did you ask that the flooring be removed?
No.
Okay, someone else did that.
Correct.
But then after that flooring was removed, you went up and examined that area where the flooring had been.
Correct.
Now, there is a reason, isn't there?
It wasn't just white residue, though. The varnish was also off of the floor.
Why someone decided to remove that flooring? There's a reason for that, right?
Yes.
And the reason would be because they were looking to see if there was biological evidence that had deposited itself between the spaces between the wood flooring planks, correct?
Yes.
And that is a common thing that you have seen in your examination of flooring, that something like fluid blood or fluid biological, some other substance, goes between the crevices or where the flooring butts up against each other, correct?
Yes.
I mean, unless there's a tarp.
When the flooring is then pulled up,
Sorry, y'all.
now what you're looking for is to see if any of the biological fluid had deposited itself not only in the joints between the flooring planks, but then back on the subfloor where the flooring planks lay, correct?
Yes.
And after a thorough examination, after all of those flooring planks were dug up on that floor, you didn't find any evidence whatsoever of any biological substance that tested positive for blood.
Correct.
And you didn't find any evidence of biological substance that
Which
tested
surprises
for anything
me.
else up there after they ripped out that floor, correct?
Correct.
There is nothing in the examination of that bedroom that indicates that any biological substance whatsoever had been deposited on the floor, is it?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, is that the same room that had a hole in the ceiling?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I think the defense is focusing on this point because, again, they are saying that she died of natural causes. And though he disposed of her, he did not kill her. The less bloody the bedroom is, I think he is going to try to argue that she was not killed in the bedroom. She was found deceased in the bedroom. So that is why he is focused on this. But also the ceiling piece missing and then the varnish being off the floor seems to indicate some things to me.
Test any of that area surrounding that hole in the ceiling in that same bedroom?
I did not test it.
Did you go up into the attic and examine the attic that surrounded that area where that hole was?
No, I did not. From what I recall, that it looked like it was undisturbed.
What do you mean by that?
The insulation area.
The insulation area in the ceiling?
Yes, directly above the hole.
So to you, when you say undisturbed, it looked like maybe someone hadn't even been up in the ceiling because the insulation had been undisturbed, correct?
Correct.
And so if someone had been up in the attic, and based on your experience and training, you would have expected maybe to see that insulation having been disturbed. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
And then did anybody point out to you, Mr. Sheehan, that the parts of the ceiling from the hole had been maintained in a drawer in that same bedroom?
Yes, they did.
And did you ever examine those pieces of ceiling?
I recall visualizing them, but they had no staining on them, so I did not go any further with those.
Which is interesting to me.
Just focusing now on the hole in the ceiling, you didn't see anything of any forensic significance. Can I put it that way?
Yes.
And when you notice the insulation in or around that hole, you didn't see that it had been disturbed as if somebody had been up in that attic, right?
Correct.
And then you examine the bits and pieces that had been maintained in the drawer of the cabinet the nightstand, whatever we want to call it, in that room, and you didn't see anything forensically significant about those pieces either, did you?
Correct.
And then as we talk now about the flooring that was pulled up and examined, in that same room, you didn't find anything forensically significant about that flooring, did you?
Correct.
You have, and is that the same room that you saw what you thought were red brown stains in or around the curtain area?
Yes, stains H and I.
Okay. And what did those stains turn out to be?
I'm not sure. They had screened negative for blood.
Okay, so it's fair to say, isn't it, that sometimes you see red brown stains when you're examining a scene, and since they look and are characterized as red brown stains, or in your report you use RBS, am I right about that?
Yes.
You see something and you call it RBS, and then you go to test it,
No,
and
Chad.
it turns out
Not RBF, RBS, red brown stains, red brown stains, if that helps.
that it's negative, correct?
Yes, that's fairly common.
Right. And so was there anything else in that bedroom that was forensically significant to you when you examined that bedroom?
No.
Mr. Sheehan, you are aware of the fact that the baseboard, some of the baseboard
My
in that
chat
same
on this
bedroom was removed.
screen just
pulled away from the
froze.
wall, right?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Was baseboard removed in any of the rooms in that home to check to see if there was biological evidence behind the baseboard?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You're not saying it didn't happen. You're just saying, to the best of your knowledge, you didn't do it, correct?
Correct.
So as you sit here today
I mean, counsel
in
would
front
know
of these
that.
jurors, it's fair to say that forensic, there is nothing in that bedroom that indicates
There's the
that
question.
anything
Untoward.
forensic was found in that bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea when you talk about that white residue on the floor that you saw on January 9th, you have no idea what caused it, correct?
No.
And you don't know if that was caused by, let me back up a little bit. Did you
He's
describe that
focused.
on direct
I got to give it to him.
as if the varnish on the floor had been removed?
Yes, that's what it appeared to be.
And when you use did you use the word removed?
Yes.
But it's true, isn't it, that you could characterize the absence of the sheen of the varnish, that it could have just been the result of wear and tear, correct?
Yes.
And in a
Okay,
bedroom
done.
like that, where you have a lot of people coming in and out, and it's in the open area of the room, that could just be a result of wear and tear from kids playing, adults walking back and forth over periods of time, correct?
Yes.
A wear and tear pass would normally be kind of like a linear trail. Did we see a wear and tear path anywhere else where the varnish was dull? Yeah, that's a fair question, but also we gotta stretch for that one.
Did that bedroom have a closet to it?
Because this
From what I recall, it was
evidence
like
is
it
difficult
was a closet, but there was no doors on it, if I recall correctly.
for the defense.
And did you examine the interior of the closet?
Yes.
Did you find anything of forensic significance in the interior of the closet?
No.
Did you find anything of forensic significance on the door trim or anything of the sort?
I did not.
It's the Google searches that are going to make the
When you examined
plausibility
that
of wear
room,
and tear go down.
Mr. Sheehan, was there a bed in there?
Yes, there was.
And did you examine the bed?
Visually, yes.
And did you do any testing on any parts of the bed?
No.
Did you notice that on the bed in that bedroom, there was in fact sheets and bedding still intact there, correct?
Yes.
And did you cause to test any of the bedding on that bed in that room?
No, there were no visible stains for testing.
And It's fair to say, isn't it, when you're examining a scene like this, even though you don't see visible stains, you may, based on your training and experience, think, well, maybe I should just check that to see if there's anything there that I can't see with my eyes, correct?
Correct.
Now, you have tools, don't you? You have chemicals. You have processes that you've been trained on.
Oh, he's back.
So you
The
can
mic.
see, and if you can detect the presence of a biological substance that you cannot visually see, correct?
Yes.
And can you just tell the jury a little bit about that?
It's called
Except
a
you just
general
walked
screen.
away.
This general screen process could be done on any area of surface as long as it's hard or even in fabric of nature. It's called a general screen because there's no visible staining on it.
Are you familiar with the word occult?
Yes.
What?
Yes. Means non-visible.
And so it's fair to say
I have
that
no idea
you
what
have been
counsel said.
trained and you have
There we go.
experience where you can try to find or detect the presence of occult blood, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, in this home, in this room, you didn't even see any cause or any reason for you to check if there was occult blood or anywhere in this room.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about some other rooms in this house on the second floor. Did you examine other rooms in this house that were up on the second
He said yes.
Only the bathrooms.
And there were two bathrooms, correct?
Yes.
And was one, can you just tell the jury where the
The
bathrooms
primary
were?
and then the two bathrooms.
On the second floor, there was one directly in front of the stairs as you reach the second floor. And then the second one was in one of the other bedrooms.
Now, I thought I heard you say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that with regards to both bathrooms, you examined and tested the handle faucets, correct?
Yes.
Why'd you do that? If they want to hide where something happened, they can try to clean that up.
It looks like the feed just jumped just a little bit, which has been happening for me on YouTube quite a lot. I think it's been happening for some of you, and the feeds ultimately do come from YouTube. So, you know.
Where the bathrooms were on the second floor.
On the second floor, there was one directly in front of the stairs as you reach the second floor. And then the second one was in one of the other bedrooms.
Now, I thought I heard you say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that with regards to both bathrooms, you examined and tested the handle faucets, correct?
Yes.
Why'd you do that? If they want to hide where something happened, they can try to
nothing
clean that
we
up.
can do.
But they don't think that, well,
That calls for
when they try to clean
speculation.
it up, they might not be able to clean up what went in between the seams of the sink drain and the sink, correct?
Yes, I would say that's accurate.
Okay, and that's why you look there, right?
Yes.
Because even though someone might try to clean up, they don't know that that's where the biological substance may rest, correct?
Correct.
And that same thinking, that same process of investigation that you've been trained and you have experience doing it, that was kind of the same thinking you used when you went up and looked at the pulled up floor that someone had pulled up, and you looked at the flooring and the subfloor to see if anything had been deposited there. Someone might not have known could have gotten there, even though they tried to clean the floor, right?
Correct.
That was speculative, but
And when we talk about
somebody
the
might not
drains
know
and the
that this is
faucets,
not here and
those bathrooms
blah, 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 blah,
upstairs,
blah.
Are you including the drains and the faucets that would be associated with a shower or bathtub that was in those bathrooms?
Yes.
And once again, after all the testing, you found nothing in the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
It was forensically significant, correct?
Yes.
A number of you asked in the chat if he has admitted to
So now I wanna
dismembering her.
ask
Why
you,
are they fighting this blood evidence so hard? Because the blood in the basement is one thing. Blood in the bedroom is another thing. If he is going to argue that she just died of natural causes and then he freaked out and took her somewhere else, if there's blood in the bedroom, it seems to indicate that maybe there are two locations where things happen. So they are trying to close the door on, that is my kettle. They are trying to close the door on any thought that perhaps she was harmed in the bedroom or what have you, because it looks a bit suspicious. So that's what they're trying to close the door on.
As you move down from the second floor of this home, and you move down the stairway, was there in fact a main stairway that came down from that second area you just told these jurors about?
Yes.
And did you examine the stairway that led down?
Yes.
If you know, Mr. Sheehan, were the stairs that traveled from the second floor down to the first floor, were they wood or covered with carpet or anything of the sort?
If I recall correctly, they were hardwood.
Okay. And you examined those stairs to see if there was any evidence of blood?
Yes, visually.
And you saw nothing?
Correct.
And you saw nothing on the walls that bordered those stairs?
Correct.
And you saw nothing on the railings that would border the stairs, correct?
Correct.
So now we've moved from the second floor, the bedroom with the hole in the ceiling, to two bathrooms upstairs, all the way down the stairs. And if we think about that now, so far you haven't found anything whatsoever forensically in that home for those areas.
Correct.
Is that a good place to stop for today?
It's the best place. Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. All of us are a little, it's been a long, it's felt like a long day.
I hope the bundles for today. It's going to be cold. I think it's getting colder tonight. So make sure you bundle for the morning.
Bundle up.
See you back here ready to work at 9. Before I leave, I remind you, jurors, go on any social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't do any research.
Same
about the
reminders.
case. Continue to have open minds as you evaluate the evidence. Have a good night.
All rise to the court, please.
All right, the jurors are going out.
Follow me.
I'm going to zoom to see if they put anything on the record after the jurors go out. I'm going to answer a few questions, and then I am late to a meeting. So then I'm going to zoom to that. I'm not going to get to a ton of questions today. I will get to as many as I can. Remember, our summaries
I'll see you
are...
at the side of the bench.
Well, there's that. Our summaries are up on the Emily Show channel. We try to get them up before court starts the next day. So today's summary will be up tomorrow morning. And if you did not watch the Emily Show, we talk about the lawsuit against Brian Walsh's mother by the landlord of this house, which the timing couldn't have worked out better. Last week, we said we should probably talk about this. Then I started noodling around amongst a very busy weekend of football and band and other things. But I started noodling around on that lawsuit and went, oh, there are some interesting things here that I did not know. So then we covered that on the Emily Show this week. So let's see if they put anything on the record. They are at side of the bar, side of the bench for quite a bit, actually. Let's see if they come back at all.
Final, anything from the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
Final, anything from the defense? Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And they are going to be leaving the courtroom. We will do a summary. I will try to do a few questions, and then I have got to jump to a meeting because we have been trying to keep up. But, you know, today was a long day. Just a very long day. Are they trying to decide which handcuffs they're going to use? No, they're putting the ankle shackles and the handcuffs on at the same time. So before they take him out to the transportation. For those of you that are wondering where the podcast is, it is on YouTube or your favorite podcasting apps. So you can find the Emily Show wherever you like your podcasts. It's on a separate channel than this. So if you have the Lawnerd app, which we built for you, free on iOS and Android, if you have the Lawnerd app, you will get those episodes sent to you. You'll get notifications when the case briefs go live, when the Emily Show goes live, and when I go live for trials. So we send out a notification to you when we are getting ready to go live on YouTube. Yes, we set a time for when we go live, but then we send out a notification when it's like, really, 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 really. And so that is where all that information is. Let's try to do a quick summary of today, shall we? We went through quite a lot of evidence today. We saw a whole bunch of videos from different retail establishments showing things that the defendant was purchasing. And then we started getting into the scientific processing of the house. I think I had wondered earlier in the day if we would get to that part of the testimony soon. And huzzah, we have arrived. We are here at the early stages of the scientific testing, and we are in cross-examination of the Commonwealth's witness number 31, Matthew Sheehan, who went through and not only did crime scene response, so he swabbed things at the location, but he also did some of the testing and presumptive testing for blood back at the lab, and then preserved different things to be sent out for DNA. So the evidence that they covered with that witness today were things recovered from the home, things recovered from the dumpster as well. So we went through numerous things. Interesting to me is that there was a Santoku kitchen knife up above the refrigerator in a cabinet, the same cabinet that had a lot of those bottles of hydrogen peroxide we had seen him purchasing, presumably earlier in testimony, because they looked exactly the same to me. And the knife was in incredibly rough shape. The knife, I don't know if it had been bleached or soaked or heat blasted or all of the above, or hydrogen peroxide or whatever, but the knife was in really rough looking shape. I don't know if anybody from Scientific Services saw if there was a knife set at the house. I don't know if we're going to get a juxtaposition of the knife sheath at the house. Knife sheath. Emily, your brain has transported us to Idaho. I don't know if we're going to see if there was a knife set in the home and if it looked different than the knife that was recovered from above the refrigerator, but that knife looked rough. We also saw the testing and know that they tested the gray, larger pair of slippers, and they tested the inside of those and the outside of those for blood, but also for also to see who's wearing them. That's the same with the Tyvek suit and others. So there was a lot of things that were tested that were presumptive for blood, some that were presumptive for blood but didn't test positive for blood. They explained why that would be because of the chemical that they use to see if an area is positive for blood can then cause it to not test positive for blood. So then they send it out to the DNA section to test for DNA. So we are going to see more of that. But we saw all of those pieces of carpet that were cut up and disposed of. We saw testing of those, but the slippers are just heartbreaking. We also saw that they pulled apart or pulled out of groups of hair, certain hairs, and had those established as presumptive for human versus for animal. And then I think we will get to the DNA evidence probably tomorrow with who did the testing for that, because it was not this witness that did it. Surprising to me was that when they pulled up the flooring to get into the subflooring in the bedroom, they did not find any evidence of blood. I had thought from reading the civil lawsuit that we went over in the podcast today that they might have found blood evidence when they pulled up the flooring to get into the subflooring, but they say that they didn't. So I'm very curious to hear more about that. I don't know if we will or won't, but what we did hear about the flooring is that most of the floor was quite shiny and clean, but then there was one area of flooring that had like a white cast to it, and that the varnish had been worn off. And that's really what the defense is focusing on. The defense in cross has begun focusing on but there was nothing presumptive for blood in the bedroom. There was nothing presumptive from blood here or there. And so the defense, again, has been really strategic in focusing on moving the needle where they can and leaving the rest of it alone, and trying to say nothing happened in the bedroom. I think they're going to argue that she passed naturally in the bedroom because that's what they said in opening statements, but nothing happened in the bedroom because that big swath of floor that was cleaned, like to the point that the varnish was gone, seems maybe a bit odd, especially after he was Googling things like how to remove blood from wood flooring. So I think we will see the prosecution argue a little bit more about the bedroom. But again, this jury is going to have to decide if this was a first-degree premeditated murder or if this was just the dismemberment and the disposal of the body. So we will see when we get to those questions later on, because the things he did after might give us a peek into what he was thinking, like the Google search, if, can you be charged for murder if there's no body? So maybe we will see more about that, but I'm interested to see what the DNA results are. I will not be surprised if the DNA show that the very bloody slippers were his, that he was wearing, same with the Tyvek suit and more. So with that, the judge has still not formally ruled on whether or not the jury will know about the guilty plea. But again, she was asking the defense for more information in a written response, and it seemed that the judge was leaning towards keeping that information out of this trial because it does not go to a question that the jury has to answer. The jury is the finder of fact. There are no facts that they have to find with regard to whether he disposed of the victim. That's already off the table. They don't have to decide if he lied. A lot of this evidence also goes to things like consciousness of guilt, to show how he was acting, to show what he was doing, but you don't have to, the jury doesn't have to decide whether or not he did those things, just the first-degree murder. So let's get to your questions quickly, and then I've got to jump because I am late, but that's okay. Questions real quick. I'm not even going to run the bumper. We're just going to get to questions. A lot of you are asking about the BTS. I did not do a BTS this weekend because I was so jammed for time and it was very late when I was recording the pod. We had multiple holiday parades and a championship football game. So I was zooming. So at times there is a BTS, at times there's not. So this weekend there was not. That's why you guys didn't see a notification, though I recorded it. Debbie Rogers, I am sorry for your loss. Also, I am assuming that was in service, and thank you for your brother's service. But yes, I am sorry for that. It I imagine is a very hard day. LTO, you are not the only one confused about this. We had questions about this earlier in the day as well. Anna was in Boston for Christmas. She drove to Boston. It seems that maybe in a rental car. So she drove from DC to Boston on Christmas Day. Then she flew back after Christmas. We saw the flight logs. I think it was the 27th. Could be the 26th. It was quick after Christmas that she flew back to DC. Then she flew back to Boston on New Year's Eve. And then she was scheduled to fly back to DC on the 4th. From the flight records that we saw earlier in the week last week. And we did get the answer to where her car was today. It was at the building that she managed, which we've gone like a week. I was so confused about where her car was. And many of you in DC said it might be that was the easiest place to park to get into the subway to get to the airport, or to get an Uber to the airport instead of parking at her place, which makes sense. So her car was recovered from her work, one of the buildings she was managing for work. So that is a lot. That answered a lot of questions. Cool Mama Court said, happy birthday to my 11-year-old. Happy birthday to your 11-year-old. Let's see. I'm looking for questions as quickly as I can. Let's see. Wits End said, Emily, the question is, why would you need to dispose of or what would you need to dump if the disposal had not yet began and she died in her sleep? I have some speculation, but we are going to wait and see more evidence comes in, because we did see the defendant go to the liquor store that was closed and dump a bag of something into their dumpster. So we will see what that is. But it was wild. I know a lot of you had difficulty not name calling today. The question really is going to be, can the Commonwealth prove to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt that he murdered her? That's the question. And was it premeditated? Premeditation can happen quickly. The defense is going to try to make that seem like a longer period of time, though it can be a shorter period of time. Closing arguments on this will be really interesting, I think, because there is a lot of timeline here, but also some of those Google searches. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can a body be identified without teeth? Some of those searches indicate that he believed that a murder happened, because he's searching for things indicating that a murder happened. And I wonder if the prosecution's just going to lean in to, hey, he's telling you that he knows a murder happened. It's in his Google searches. And then he's asking all of these questions. And I think we'll hear them saying, and then he's trying to clean up after himself for days and days and days. We know why he didn't call the police to say his wife was missing. He was still trying to clean up. And so I think we're going to see a lot of her DNA. I'm not surprised. I don't think any of us are surprised, especially after that guilty plea. So we will link that video down below if you want to go back and watch what the prosecution said during the course of that guilty plea. But when you look at all of his behavior, plus the Google searches, plus that knife in the house is really fucked. So when you look at all of those things together, it starts to paint a different picture. But we have seen other cases where people have said, I don't know what happened when they passed away. I mean, I got rid of the body, but I don't know what happened. Robert Durst comes to mind most quickly. Lawnards, thank you for being here. Thank you for being Lawnards. It was a long day in court. I will see you back here tomorrow morning. Make sure you get the Lawnard app so that you stay in the loop. I am going to bounce to my meetings. Hopefully you guys get the stuff you need to get done today too. And I will talk to you soon. You guys always make this the #1 place to watch live trials. Thank you for, again, making this the #1 place to watch live trials. I wouldn't want to do it with anyone but all of you. So I very much appreciate you. And I will see you soon. And I guess the questions we need for the defense are they going to call Trooper Michael Proctor, former Trooper Michael Proctor? And when's the defense going to testify? Or when's the defendant going to testify? Those are really the questions I have at this point. Yes, we're going to see the DNA testing. I don't know much what else the prosecution has. I think we've gotten through a pretty good bit of their case. I think there's probably a lot of scientific evidence left to go, but I'm not sure. We've seen quite a lot of security footage, and we've seen the cell phones, and we've heard from her coworkers. They're moving pretty quick, and I wonder if the prosecution will be done with their case early this week and let the defense start their case middle of the week. Won't that be interesting? So I guess it's when will the defense start their case in chief is the big question, because I think a lot of us kind of know how the DNA is going to come out, but I guess it could always surprise us, because who knows what's going to happen in a live trial. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court, and of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Lawnard app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Lawnard.